Chapter 1 of The Giant's Robe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. Chapter 1. An Intercessor. In the heart of the city, but fended off from the roar and rattle of traffic by a ring of shops, and under the shadow of a smoke-begrimed classical church, stands, or rather stood, for they have removed it recently, the large public school of St. Peter's. Entering the heavy old gate, against which the shops on both sides huddled close, you passed into the atmosphere of scholastic calm which, during the working hours, pervades most places of education, and saw a long plain block of buildings, within which it was hard to believe, so deep was the silence, that some hundreds of boys were collected. Even if you went down the broad stair to the school entrance, and along the basement, where the bulk of the classrooms were situated, there was only a faint hum to be heard from behind the numerous doors, until the red-waistcoated porter came out of his lodge and rang the big bell which told that the day's work was over. Then nervous people who found themselves by any chance in the long dark corridors experienced an unpleasant sensation, as of a demon host in high spirits being suddenly let loose to do their will. The outburst was generally preceded by a dull murmur and rustle, which lasted for a few minutes after the clang of the bell had died away. Then door after door opened, and hordes of boys plunged out with wild shrieks of liberty to scamper madly down the echoing flagstones. For half an hour after that, the place was a babel of unearthly yells, whistles, and scraps of popular songs, with occasional charges and scuffles and a constant tramp of feet. The higher forms on both the classical and modern sides took no part, of course, in these exuberances, and went soberly home in twos or threes, as became fellows in the sixth. But they were in the minority, and the lower school boys and the remove, that bodyguard of strong limbs and thick heads which it seemed hopeless to remove any higher, were quite capable of supplying unaided all the noise that might be considered necessary, and as there was no ill-humour and little roughness in their japes, they were very wisely allowed to let their steam off without interference. It did not last very long, though it died out gradually enough. First the songs and whistles became more isolated and distinct, and the hallooing and tramping less continued, until the charivari toned down almost entirely. The frightened silence came stealing back again, and the only sounds at last were the hurried run of the delinquents who had been run into the detention-room, the slow footsteps of some of the masters, and the brooms of the old ladies who were cleaning up. Such was the case at St. Peter's when this story begins. The stream of boys with shiny black bags had poured out through the gate and swelled the great human river. Some of them were perhaps already at home, and enlivening their families with the day's experiences, and those who had further to go were probably beguiling the tedium of travel by piling one another up in struggling heaps on the floors of various railway carriages for the entertainment of those privileged to be their fellow-passengers. Halfway down the main corridor I have mentioned was the middle third classroom, a big square room with dingy cream-coloured walls, high windows darkened with soot, and a small stained writing-table at one end, surrounded on three sides by ranks of rugged seasoned forms and sloping desks. Round the walls were varnished lockers with a number painted on the lid of each, and a big square stove stood in one corner. The only person in the room just then was the form-master, Mark Ashburn, and he was proposing to leave it almost immediately, for the close air and the strain of keeping order all day had given him a headache, and he was thinking that before walking homeward he would amuse himself with a magazine or a gossip in the master's room. Mark Ashburn was a young man, almost the youngest on the school staff, and very decidedly the best looking. He was tall and well made, with black hair and eloquent dark eyes, which had the gift of expressing rather more than a rigid examination would have found inside him. Just now, for example, a sentimental observer would have read in their glance round the bare, deserted room the passionate protest of a soul conscious of genius against the hard fate which had placed him there, whereas he was in reality merely wondering whose hat was on the row of pegs opposite. But if Mark was not a genius, there was a brilliancy in his manner that had something very captivating about it, an easy confidence in himself that had the more merit because it had hitherto met with extremely small encouragement. He dressed carefully, which was not without effect upon his class, for boys, without being over-scrupulous in the matter of their own costume, are apt to be critical of the garments of those in authority over them. To them he was an awful swell, though he was not actually overdressed. It was only that he liked to walk home along Piccadilly with the air of a man who had just left his club, and had nothing particular to do. He was not unpopular with his boys. He did not care twopence about any of them, but he felt it pleasant to be popular, and his careless good nature secured that result without much effort on his part. They had a great respect for his acquirements too, speaking of him among themselves as jolly clever when he liked to show it. For Mark was not above giving occasional indications of deep learning, which were highly impressive. He went out of his way to do it, and was probably aware that the learning thus suggested would not stand any very severe test, but then there was no one there to apply it. Any curiosity as to the last hat and coat on the wall was satisfied while he still sat at his desk, for the door, with its upper panels of corrugated glass protected by stout wire network—no needless precaution there, opened just then, and a small boy appeared, looking rather pale and uncomfortable, and holding a long sheet of blue foolscap in one hand. "Hello, Langton," said Mark, as he saw him. "So it's you. Why, haven't you gone home yet, eh? How's that?" "Please, sir," began the boy dolorously, "I've got into an awful row. I'm run in, sir." "Ah," said Mark. "Sorry for you. What is it?" "Well, I didn't do anything," said he. "It was like this. I was going along the passage, and just passing old Mr. Shelford's door, and it was open, and there was a fellow standing outside, a bigger fellow than me, and he caught hold of me by the collar, and ran me right in, and shut the door and bolted. And Mr. Shelford came at me and boxed my ears, and said it wasn't the first time, and I should have a detention card for it. And so he gave me this, and I'm up to go to the doctor with it, and get it signed when I'm done." And the boy held out the paper, at the top of which Mark read in old Shelford's tremulous hand, "Langton, 100 lines for outrageous impertinence. J. Shelford." "If I go up, you know, sir," said the boy with a trembling lip, "I'm safe for a swishing." "Well, I'm afraid you are," agreed Mark. "But you'd better make haste, hadn't you? Or they'll close the detention room, and you'll only be worse off for waiting, you see." Mark was really rather sorry for him, though he had, as had been said, no great liking for boys. But this particular one, a round-faced, freckled boy, with honest eyes and a certain refinement in his voice and bearing that somehow suggested that he had a mother or sister who was a gentlewoman, was less objectionable to Mark than his fellows. Still, he could not enter into his feelings sufficiently to guess why he was being appealed to in this way. Young Langton half turned to go, dejectedly enough. Then he came back and said, "Please, sir, can't you help me? I shouldn't mind the swishing so much if I'd done anything. But I haven't." "What can I do?" asked Mark. "If you wouldn't mind speaking to Mr. Shelford for me, he'd listen to you, and he won't to me." "He will have gone by this time," objected Mark. "Not if you make haste," said the boy eagerly. Mark was rather flattered by this confidence in his persuasive powers. He liked the idea, too, of posing as the protector of his class, and the good-natured element in him made him the readier to yield. "Well, we'll have a shot at it, Langton," he said. "I doubt if it's much good, you know, but here goes. When you get in, hold your tongue and keep in the background. Leave it to me." So they went out into the long passage with its whitewashed walls, and rows of doors on each side, and black barrel vaulting above. At the end the glimmer of light came through the iron bars of the doorway, which had a prison-like suggestion about them, and the reflectors of the unlighted gas lamps that projected here and there along the corridor gave back the glimmer as a tiny spark in the centre of each metal disc. Mark stopped at the door of the upper fourth classroom, which was Mr. Shelford's, and went in. It was a plain room, not unlike his own, but rather smaller. It had a dais and a somewhat larger desk for the master, and a different arrangement of the benches and lockers, but it was quite as gloomy, with an outlook into a grim area giving a glimpse of the pavement and railings above. Mr. Shelford was evidently just going, for as they came in he had put a very large hat on the back of his head, and was winding a long grey comforter round his throat, but he took off the hat courteously as he saw Mark. He was a little old man, with a high brick-red colour on his smooth, scarcely wrinkled cheeks, a big aquiline nose, a wide, thin-lipped mouth, and sharp little grey eyes, which he cocked sideways at one like an angry parrot. Langton retired to a form out of hearing, and sat down on one end of it, nursing his detention paper anxiously. "Well, Ashburn," began the Reverend James Shelford, "is there anything I can do for you?" "Why," said Mark, "the fact is, "Eh, what?" said the elder. "Wait a minute. There's that impudent fellow back again. I thought I'd seen the last of him. Here, you, sir, didn't I send you up for a flogging?" I believe you did, sir," said Langton, with extreme deference. "Well, why ain't you getting that flogging, eh, sir? No impudence now. Just tell me, why ain't you being flogged? You ought to be in the middle of it now." "Well, you see," said Mark, "he's one of my boys." "I don't care whose boy he is," said the other testily. "He's an impudent fellow, sir." "I don't think he is really," said Mark. "Do you know what he did then? Came whooping and shouting and hullabalooing into my room, for all the world as if it was his own nursery, sir. He's always doing it." "I never did it before," protested Langton, "and it wasn't my fault this time." "Wasn't your fault? You haven't got St. Vitus's dance, have you? I never heard there were any tarantula spiders here. You don't go dancing into the doctor's room, do you?" "He'll give you a dancing lesson," said the old gentleman, sitting down again to chuckle, and looking very like Mr. Punch. "No, but allow me," put in Mark. "I assure you this boy is—" "I know what you're going to tell me. He's a model boy, of course. It's singular what shoals of model boys do come dancing in here under some irresistible impulse after school. I'll put a stop to it now I've caught one. You don't know 'em as well as I do, sir. You don't know 'em. They're all impudent and all liars. Some are cleverer at it than others, and that's all." "I'm afraid that's true enough," said Mark, who did not like being considered inexperienced. "Yes, it's cruel work having to do with boys, sir. Cruel and thankless. If ever I try to help a boy in my class I think is trying to get on and please me, what does he do? Turn round and play me some scurvy trick just to prove to the others he's not currying favour. And then they insult me. Why, that very boy has been and shouted 'shellfish' through my keyhole many a time, I'll warrant." "I think you're mistaken," said Mark soothingly. "You do? I'll ask him. Here, do you mean to tell me you never called out 'shellfish' or other opprobrious epithets into my door, sir?" And he inclined his ear for the answer with his eyes fixed on the boy's face. "Not shellfish," said the boy. I did prawn once, but that was long ago." Mark gave him up then, with a little contempt for such injudicious candour. "Ah," said Mr. Shelford, catching him, but not ungently, by the ear. "Prawn, eh? Prawn. Hear that, Ashburn? Perhaps you wouldn't mind telling me why prawn?" A natural tendency of the youthful mind to comparative physiology had discovered a fancied resemblance which justified any graceful personalities of this kind, but Langton probably felt that candour had its limits, and that this was a question that required judgment in dealing with it. Because I've heard other fellows call you that," he replied. "Ah, and why do they call me prawn, eh?" "I never heard them give any reason," said the boy diplomatically. Mr. Shelford let the boy go with another chuckle, and Langton retired to his form again, out of earshot. "Yes, Ashburn," said old Jemmy, "that's the name they have for me, one of 'em. Prawn and shellfish. They yell it out after me as I'm going home, and then run away, and I've had to bear it 30 years." "Young ruffians," said Mark, as if the sobriquets were wholly unknown to the master's room. "Ah, they do, though. And the other day, when my monitor opened the desk in the morning, there was a great impudent kitten staring me in the face. He'd put it in there himself, I dare say, to annoy me." He did not add that he had sent out for some milk for the intruder, and had nursed it on his old knees during morning school, after which he showed it out with every consideration for its feelings. But it was the case nevertheless, for his years amongst boys had still left a soft place in his heart, though he got little credit for it. "Yes, it's a wearing life, sir, a wearing life," he went on with less heat, "hearing generations of stupid boys all blundering at the same stiff places, and worrying over the same old passages. I'm getting tired of it. I'm an old man now. Occidit miseras crambe. You know how it goes on." "Yes, yes," said Mark, "quite so," though he had but a dim recollection of the line in question. "Talking of verses," said the other, "I hear we're to have the pleasure of seeing one of your productions on Speech Night this year. Is that so?" "I was not aware anything was settled," said Mark, flushing with pleasure. "I did lay a little thing of my own, a sort of allegorical Christmas piece, and masque, don't you know, before the doctor and the speeches committee, but I haven't heard anything definite yet." "Oh, perhaps I'm premature," said Mr. Shelford. "Perhaps I'm premature." "Do you mind telling me if you've heard anything said about it?" asked Mark, thoroughly interested. "I did hear some talk about it in the luncheon hour. You weren't in the room, I believe, but I think they were to come to a decision this afternoon." "Then it will be all over by now," said Mark. "There may be a note on my desk about it. I think I'll go and see, if you'll excuse me." And he left the room hastily, quite forgetting his original purpose in entering. Something much more important to him than whether a boy should be flogged or not, when he had no doubt richly deserved it, was pending just then, and he could not rest until he knew the result. For Mark had always longed for renown of some sort, and for the last few years literary distinction had seemed the most open to him. He had sought it by more ambitious attempts, but even the laurels which the performance of a piece of his by boy actors on Speech Day might bring him had become desirable, and though he had written and submitted his work confidently and carelessly enough, he found himself not a little anxious and excited as the time for a decision drew near. It was a small thing, but if it did nothing else it would procure him a modified fame in the school and the master's room, and Mark Ashburn had never felt resigned to be a nonentity anywhere. Little wonder, then, that Langton's extremity faded out of his mind as he hurried back to his classroom, leaving that unlucky small boy still in his captor's clutches. The old clergyman put on the big hat again when Mark had gone, and stood up peering over the desk at his prisoner. "Well, if you don't want to be locked up here all night, you'd better be off," he remarked. "To the detention room, sir?" faltered the boy. "You know the way, I believe. If not, I can show you," said the old gentleman politely. "But really and truly," pleaded Langton, "I didn't do anything this time. I was shoved in." "Who shoved you in? Come, you know well enough. You're going to lie. I can see it. Who was he?" It is not improbable that Langton was going to lie that time. His code allowed it, but he felt checked somehow. "Well, I only know the fellow by name," he said at last. "Well, and what's his name? Out with it. I'll give him a detention card instead." "I can't tell you that," said the boy in a lower voice. "And why not, you impudent fellow? You just said you knew it. Why not?" "Because it would be sneakish," said Langton boldly. "Oh, sneakish, would it?" said old Jemmy. "Sneakish, eh? Well, well, I'm getting old. I forget these things. Perhaps it would. I don't know what it is to insult an old man. That's fair enough, I dare say. And so you want me to let you off being whipped, eh?" "Yes, when I've done nothing." "And if I let you off, you'll come gallopading in here as lively as ever tomorrow, calling out shellfish. No, I forgot. Prawn's your favourite epithet, ain't it? Calling out prawn under my very nose." "No, I shan't," said the boy. "Well, I'll take your word for it, whatever that's worth." And he tore up the compromising paper. "Run off home to your tea, and don't bother me any more." Langton escaped, full of an awed joy at his wonderful escape, and old Mr. Shelford locked his desk, got out the big hook-nosed umbrella, which had contracted a strong resemblance to himself, and went too. "That's a nice boy," he muttered. "Wouldn't tell tales, wouldn't he? But I dare say he was taking me in all the time. He'll be able to tell the other young scamps how neatly he got over old Jemmy. I don't think he will, though. I can still tell when a boy's lying. I've had plenty of opportunities." Meanwhile, Mark had gone back to his classroom. One of the porters ran after him with a note, and he opened it eagerly, only to be disappointed, for it was not from the committee. It was dated from Lincoln's Inn, and came from his friend Holroyd. "Dear Ashburn," the note ran, "don't forget your promise to look in here on your way home. You know it's the last time we shall walk back together, and there's a favour I want to ask of you before saying good-bye. I shall be at Chambers till 5, as I'm putting my things together." "I will go round presently," he thought. "I must say good-bye some time to-day, and it will be a bore to turn out after dinner." As he stood reading the note, young Langton passed him, bag in hand, with a bright and grateful face. "Please, sir," he said, saluting him, "thanks awfully for getting Mr. Shelford to let me off. He wouldn't have done it but for you." "Oh, said Mark, suddenly remembered his errand of mercy. "To be sure, yes. So he has let you off, has he? Well, I'm very glad I was of use to you, Langton. It was a hard fight, wasn't it? That's enough. Get along home, and let me find you better up in your nepos than you were yesterday." Beyond giving the boy his company in facing his judge for the second time, Mark, as will have been observed, had not been a very energetic advocate, but as Langton was evidently unaware of the fact, Mark himself was the last person to allude to it. Gratitude, whether earned or not, was gratitude, and always worth accepting. "By Jove," he thought to himself with half-ashamed amusement, "I forgot all about the little beggar. Left him to the tender mercies of old Prawn. All's well that ends well, anyhow." As he stood by the grill at the porter's lodge, the old Prawn himself passed slowly out, with his shoulders bent and his old eyes staring straight before him, with an absent, lacklustre expression in them. Perhaps he was thinking that life might have been more cheerful for him if his wife Mary had lived, and he had had her and boys like that young Langton to meet him when his wearisome day was over, instead of being childless and a widower, and returning to the lonely, dingy house which he had occupied as the incumbent of a musty church hard by. Whatever he thought of, he was too engaged to notice Mark, who followed him with his eyes as he slowly worked his way up the flight of stone steps which led to the street level. "Shall I ever come to that?" he thought. "If I stay here all my life, I may. Ah, there's Gilbertson. He can tell me about this speech day business." Gilbertson was a fellow master, and one of the committee for arranging the speech day entertainment. For the rest, he was a nervously fussy little man, and met Mark with evident embarrassment. "Well, Gilbertson," said Mark, as unconcernedly as he could, "settled your programme yet?" Oh, yes, quite settled. Quite. That is, not definitely as yet." "And my little production?" To be sure. Yes, your little production. We all liked it very much. Oh, exceedingly so. The doctor especially. Charmed with it, my dear Ashburn, charmed." "Very glad to hear it," said Mark, with a sudden thrill. And have you decided to take it, then?" "Well," said Mr. Gilbertson, looking at the pavement all around him, "you see, the fact is, the doctor thought, and some of us thought so too, that a piece to be acted by boys should have a little more, and not quite so much of what yours has, and a few of those little natural touches, you know. But you see what I mean, don't you?" "It would be a capital piece with half that in it," said Mark, trying to preserve his temper. "But I could easily alter it, you know, Gilbertson." No," said Gilbertson eagerly. "You mustn't think of it. You'd spoil it. We couldn't hear of it, and it won't be necessary to trouble you, because, you see, the doctor thought it was a little long, and not quite long enough, and not exactly the sort of thing we want. But we all admired it." "But it won't do, is that what you mean?" "Why, nothing definite at present. We are going to write you a letter about it. Goodbye. Got a train to catch at Ludgate Hill." And he bustled away, glad to escape, for he had not counted upon having to announce a rejection in person. Mark stood looking after him, with a slightly dazed feeling. That was over then. He had written works which he felt persuaded had only to become known to bring him fame, but for all that it seemed that he was not considered worthy to entertain a speech night audience at a London public school. Hitherto Mark's life had contained more of failure than success. From St. Peter's he had gone to a crammer's to be prepared for the Indian Civil Service, and an easy pass had been anticipated for him even at the first trial. Unfortunately, however, his name came out low down on the list, a disaster which he felt must be wiped out at all hazards, and happening to hear of an open scholarship that was to be competed for at a Cambridge college, he tried for it, and this time was successful. A well-to-do uncle, who had undertaken the expenses hitherto, was now induced to consent to the abandonment of the civil service in favour of a university career, and Mark entered upon it accordingly, with fair prospects of distinction, if he read with even ordinary steadiness. This he had done during his first year, though he managed to get a fair share of enjoyment out of his life. But then something happened to change the whole current of his ambitions. He composed a college skit which brought him considerable local renown, and from that moment was sought as a contributor to sundry of those ephemeral undergraduate periodicals which, in their short life, are so universally reviled and so eagerly read. Mark's productions, imitative and crude as they necessarily were, had admirers who strengthened his own conviction that literature was his destiny. The tripos faded into the background, replaced by the more splendid vision of seeing an accepted article from his pen in a real London magazine. He gave frantic chase to the will-o'-the-wisp of literary fame, which so many pursue all their lives in vain, fortunate if it comes at last to flicker for a while over their graves. With Mark the results were what might have been expected. The papers in his second-year examinations were so bad that he received a solemn warning that his scholarship was in some danger, though he was not actually deprived of it, and finally, instead of the good class his tutor had once expected, he took a low third, and left Cambridge in almost as bad a plight as Arthur Pendennis. Now he had found himself forced to accept a third-form mastership in his old school, where it seemed that, if he was no longer a disciple, he was scarcely a prophet. But all this had only fanned his ambition. He would show the world there was something in him still, and he began to send up articles to various London magazines, and to keep them going like a juggler's oranges, until his productions obtained a fair circulation in manuscript. Now and then a paper of his did gain the honours of publication, so that his disease did not die out, as happens with some. He went on, writing whatever came into his head, and putting his ideas out in every variety of literary mould, from a blank verse tragedy to a sonnet, and a 3-volume novel to a society paragraph, with equal ardour and facility, and very little success. For he believed in himself implicitly. At present he was still before the outwork of prejudice, which must be stormed by every conscript in the army of literature. That he would carry it eventually he did not doubt, but this disappointment about the committee hit him hard for a moment. It seemed like a forecast of a greater disaster. Mark, however, was of a sanguine temperament, and it did not take him long to remount his own pedestal. After all, he thought, what does it matter? If my sweet bells jangled is only taken, I shan't care about anything else, and there is some of my best work in that too. I'll go round to Holroyd and forget this business. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. A Last Walk. Mark turned in from Chancery Lane, under the old gateway, and went to one of the staircase doorways with the old curly 18th-century numerals cut on the centre stone of the arch and painted black. The days of these picturesque old dark red buildings, with their small-paned dusty windows, their turrets and angles, and other little architectural surprises and inconveniences, are already numbered. Soon the sharp outline of their old gables and chimneys will cut the sky no longer, but some unpractical persons will be found who, although, or it may be because, they did not occupy them, will see them fall with a pang, and remember them with a kindly regret. A gas-jet was glimmering here and there behind the slits of dusty glass in the turret staircase as Mark came in, although it was scarcely dusk in the outer world, for Old Square is generally a little in advance in this respect. He passed the door laden with names and shining black plates announcing removals, till he came to an entrance on the second floor, where one of the names on a dingy ledge above the door was Mr. Vincent Holroyd. If Mark had been hitherto a failure, Vincent Holroyd could not be pronounced a success. He had been, certainly, more distinguished at college, but after taking his degree, reading for the bar, and being called, 3 years had passed in forced inactivity, not, perhaps, an altogether unprecedented circumstance in a young barrister's career, but with the unpleasant probability, in his case, of a continued brieflessness. A dry and reserved manner, due to a secret shyness, had kept away many whose friendship might have been useful to him, and though he was aware of this, he could not overcome the feeling. He was a lonely man, and had become enamoured of his loneliness. Of the interest popularly believed to be indispensable to a barrister, he could command none, and with more than the average amount of ability, the opportunity for displaying it was denied him, so that when he was suddenly called upon to leave England for an indefinite time, he was able to abandon prospects that were not brilliant without any particular reluctance. Mark found him tying up his few books and effects in the one chamber which he had sub-rented, a little panelled room looking out on Chancery Lane, and painted the pea-green colour which, with a sickly buff, seemed set apart for professional decoration. His face, which was dark and somewhat plain, with large strong features, had a pleasant look on it as he turned to meet Mark. "I'm glad you could come," he said. "I thought we'd walk back together for the last time. I shall be ready in 1 minute. I'm only getting my law books together." "You're not going to take them out to Ceylon with you, then?" "Not now. Brandon, my landlord, you know, will let me keep them here till I send for them. I've just seen him. Shall we go now?" They passed out through the dingy gaslit clerk's room, and Holroyd stopped for a minute to speak to the clerk, a mild, pale man who was neatly copying out an opinion at the foot of a case. "Good-bye, Tucker," he said. "I don't suppose I shall see you again for some time." "Good-bye, Mr. Holroyd, sir. Very sorry to lose you. I hope you'll have a pleasant voyage, and get on over there, sir, better than you've done here, sir." The clerk spoke with a queer mixture of patronage and deference. The deference was his ordinary manner with his employer-in-chief, a successful Chancery junior, and the patronage was caused by a pitying contempt he felt for a young man who had not got on. "That Holroyd'll never do anything at the bar," he used to say when comparing notes with his friend, the clerk to the opposite set of chambers. "He's got no push, and he's got no manner, and there ain't nobody at his back. What he ever come to the bar for at all, I don't know." There were some directions to be given as to letters and papers, which the mild clerk received with as much gravity as though he were not inwardly thinking, "I'd eat all the papers as ever come in for you, and want dinner after 'em." And then Holroyd left his chambers for the last time, and he and Mark went down the rickety winding stair and out under the colonnade of the Vice-Chancellor's courts, at the closed doors of which a few clerks and reporters were copying down the cause list for the next day. They struck across Lincoln's Inn Fields and Long Acre towards Piccadilly and Hyde Park. It was by no means a typical November afternoon. The sky was a delicate blue and the air mild, with just enough of autumn keenness in it to remind one, not unpleasantly, of the real time of year. "Well," said Holroyd, rather sadly, "you and I won't walk together like this again for a long time." "I suppose not," said Mark, with a regret that sounded a little formal, for their approaching separation did not, as a matter of fact, make him particularly unhappy. Holroyd had always cared for him much more than he had cared for Holroyd, for whom Mark's friendship had been a matter of circumstance rather than deliberate preference. They had been quartered in the same lodgings at Cambridge, and had afterwards kept on the same staircase in college, which had led to a more or less daily companionship, a sort of intimacy that is not always strong enough to bear transplantation to town. Holroyd had taken care that it should survive their college days, for he had an odd liking for Mark, in spite of a tolerably clear insight into his character. Mark had a way of inspiring friendships without much effort on his part, and this undemonstrative, self-contained man felt an affection for him which was stronger than he ever allowed himself to show. Mark, for his part, had begun to feel an increasing constraint in the company of a friend who had an unpleasantly keen eye for his weak points, and with whom he was always conscious of a certain inferiority which, as he could discover no reason for it, galled his vanity the more. His careless tone wounded Holroyd, who had hoped for some warmer response, and they walked on in silence until they turned into Hyde Park and crossed to Rotten Row, when Mark said, "By the way, Vincent, wasn't there something you wanted to speak to me about?" "I wanted to ask a favour of you. It won't give you much trouble," said Holroyd. "Oh, in that case, if it's anything I can do, you know." "But what is it?" Well, said Holroyd, the fact is, I never told a soul till now, but I've written a book. Never mind, old boy, said Mark, with a light laugh, for the confession, or perhaps a certain embarrassment with which it was made, seemed to put Holroyd more on a level with himself. So have lots of fellows, and no one thinks any the worse of them, unless they print it. Is it a law book? Not exactly, said Holroyd. It's a romance. A romance? Cried Mark. You? Yes, said Holroyd. I've always been something of a dreamer, and I amused myself by putting one of my dreams down on paper. I wasn't disturbed. You've been called, though, haven't you? I never got up, said Holroyd, with a rather melancholy grimace. I began well enough. I used to come up to chambers by 10 and leave at 6:30, after noting up reports and textbooks all day, but no solicitor seemed struck by my industry. Then I sat in court and took down judgments most elaborately, but no leader ever asked me to take notes for him, and I never got a chance of suggesting anything to the court as amicus curiae, for both the vice-chancellors seemed able to get along pretty well without me. Then I got tired of that, and somehow this book got into my head, and I couldn't rest till I got it out again. It's finished now, and I'm lonely again. And you want me to run my eye over it and lick it into shape a little? Asked Mark. Not quite that, said Holroyd. It must stand as it is. What I'm going to ask you is this. I don't know any fellow I would care to ask but yourself. I want it published. I shall be out of England, probably with plenty of other matters to occupy me for some time. I want you to look after the manuscript for me while I'm away. Do you mind taking the trouble? Not a bit, old fellow, said Mark. No trouble in the world. Only tying up the parcel each time, sending it off again. Well, I didn't mean that, but it's no trouble, really. I dare say you won't be called upon to see it through the press, said Holroyd, but if such a thing as an acceptance should happen, I should like you to make all the arrangements. You've had some experience in these things, and I haven't, and I shall be away too. I'll do the best I can, said Mark. What sort of a book is it? It's a romance, as I said Holroyd. I don't know that I can describe it more exactly. Oh, it doesn't matter, interrupted Mark. I can read it some time. What have you called it? Glamour, said Holroyd, still with a sensitive shrinking at having to reveal what had long been a cherished secret. It isn't a society novel, I suppose? No, said Holroyd. I'm not much of a society man. I go out very little. But you ought to, you know. You'll find people very glad to see you if you only cultivate them. There was something, however, in Mark's manner of saying this that suggested a consciousness that this might be purely personal experience. Shall I? Said Holroyd. I don't know. People are kind enough, but they can only be really glad to see anyone who is able to amuse them or interest them, and that's natural enough. I can't flatter myself that I'm particularly interesting or amusing. Anyway, it's too late to think about that now. You won't be able to do the hermit much over in Ceylon, will you? I don't know. My father's plantation is in rather a remote part of the island. I don't think he has ever been very intimate with the other planters near him, and as I left the place when I was a child, I have fewer friends there than here even. But there will be plenty to do if I am to learn the business as he seems to wish. Did he ever think of having you over before? He wanted me to come over and practice at the Colombo bar, but that was soon after I was called, and I preferred to try my fortune in England first. I was the second son, you see, and while my brother John was alive, I was left pretty well to my own devices. I went, as you know, to Colombo in my second long, but only for a few weeks, of course, and my father and I didn't get on together somehow. But he's ill now, and poor John died of dysentery, and he's alone, so even if I had had any practice to leave, I could hardly refuse to go out to him. As it is, as far as that is concerned, I have nothing to keep me. They were walking down Rotten Row as Holroyd said this, with the dull leaden surface of the Serpentine on their right, and away to the left, across the tan and the grey sward, the cavalry barracks with their long narrow rows of gleaming windows. Up the long convex surface of the Row a faint white mist was crawling, and a solitary spectral-looking horseman was cantering noiselessly out of it towards them. The evening had almost begun. The sky had changed to a delicate green tint, merged towards the west in a dusky crocus, against which the memorial spire stood out sharp and black. From South Kensington came the sound of a church bell calling for some evening service. "Doesn't that bell remind you somehow of Cambridge days?" said Mark. "I could almost fancy we were walking up again from the boats, and that was the chapel bell ringing." "I wish we were," said Holroyd with a sigh. "They were good old times, and they will never come back." "You're very low, old fellow," said Mark, "for a man going back to his native country." "Ah, but I don't feel as if it was my native country, you see. I've lived here so long, and no one knows me out there except my poor old father, and we're almost strangers. I'm leaving the few people I care for behind me." "Oh, it will be all right," said Mark, with the comfortable view one takes of another's future. "You'll get on well enough. We shall have you a rich coffee planter or a deputy judge advocate in no time. Any fellow has a chance out there, and you'll soon make friends in a place like that." "I like my friends ready-made, I think," said Holroyd, "but one must make the best of it, I suppose." They had come to the end of the Row. The gates of Kensington Gardens were locked, and behind the bars a policeman was watching them suspiciously, as if he suspected they might attempt a forcible entry. "Well," said Mark, stopping, "I suppose you turn off here?" Holroyd would have been willing to go on with him as far as Kensington had Mark proposed it, but he gave no sign of desiring this, so his friend's pride kept him silent too. "One word more about the book," he said. "I may put your name and address on the title page then? It goes off to Chiltern and Fladgate tonight." "Oh yes, of course," said Mark. "Put whatever you like." "I've not given them my real name, and if anything comes of it, I should like that kept a secret." "Just as you please. But why?" "If I keep on at the bar, a novel, whether it's a success or not, is not the best bait for briefs," said Holroyd. "And besides, if I am to get a slating, I'd rather have it under an alias, don't you see? So the only name on the title page is Vincent Beauchamp." "Very well," said Mark. "None shall know till you choose to tell them, and, if anything has to be done about the book, I'll see to it with pleasure, and write to you when it's settled. So you can make your mind easy about that." "Thanks," said Holroyd. "And now, good-bye, Mark." There was real feeling in his voice, and Mark himself caught something of it as he took the hand Vincent held out. "Good-bye, old boy," he said. "Take care of yourself. Pleasant voyage, and good luck. You're no letter-writer, I know, but you'll drop me a line now and then, I hope. What's the name of the ship you go out in?" "The Mangalore. She leaves the docks to-morrow. Good-bye for the present, Mark. We shall see one another again, I hope. Don't forget all about me before that." "No, no," said Mark. "We've been friends too long for that." One more good-bye, a momentary English awkwardness in getting away from one another, and they parted, Holroyd walking towards Bayswater across the bridge, and Mark making for Queensgate and Kensington. Mark looked after his friend's tall strong figure for a moment before it disappeared in the dark. "Well, I've seen the last of him," he thought. "Poor old Holroyd, to think of his having written a book! He's one of those unlucky beggars who never make a hit at anything. I expect I shall have some trouble about it by and by." Holroyd walked on with a heavier heart. "He won't miss me," he told himself. "Will Mabel say good-bye like that?" End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Goodbye. On the same afternoon in which we have seen Mark and Vincent walk home together for the last time, Mrs. Langton and her eldest daughter Mabel were sitting in the pretty drawing-room of their house in Kensington Park Gardens. Mrs. Langton was the wife of a successful Q.C. at the Chancery Bar, and one of those elegantly languid women with a manner charming enough to conceal a slight shallowness of mind and character. She was pretty still, and an invalid at all times when indisposition was not positively inconvenient. It was one of her at-home days, but fewer people than usual had made their appearance, and these had filtered away early, leaving traces of their presence behind them in the confidential grouping of seats and the teacups left high and dry in various parts of the room. Mrs. Langton was leaning luxuriously back in a low, soft chair, lazily watching the fire-beams glisten through the stained-glass screen, and Mabel was on a couch near the window trying to read a magazine by the fading light. "Hadn't you better ring for the lamps, Mabel?" suggested her mother. "You can't possibly see to read by this light, and it's so trying for the eyes. I suppose no one else will call now, but it's very strange that Vincent should not have come to say good-bye." "Vincent doesn't care about at-homes," said Mabel. "Still, not to say good-bye, after knowing us so long too. And I'm sure we tried to show him every kindness. Your father was always having solicitors to meet him at dinner, and it was never any use. And he sails to-morrow. I think he might have found time to come." "So do I," agreed Mabel. "It's not like Vincent, though he was always shy and odd in some things. He hasn't been to see us nearly so much lately, but I can't believe he will really go away without a word." Mrs. Langton yawned delicately. "It would not surprise me, I must say," she said, "when a young man sets himself—" But whatever she was going to say was broken off by the entrance of her youngest daughter, Dolly, with the German governess, followed by the man bearing rose-shaded lamps. Dolly was a vivacious child of about 9, with golden locks which had a pretty ripple in them, and deep, long-lashed eyes that promised to be dangerous one day. "We took Frisk out without the leash, mummy," she cried, "and when we got into Westbourne Grove he ran away. Wasn't it too bad of him?" "Never mind, darling, he'll come back quite safe. He always does." "Ah, but it's his running away that I mind," said Dolly. "And you know what a dreadful state he always will come back in. He must be cured of doing it somehow." "Talk to him very seriously about it, Dolly," said Mabel. "I've tried that, and he only cringes and goes and does it again directly he's washed. I know what I'll do, Mabel. When he comes back this time, he shall have a jolly good whacking." "My dear child," cried Mrs. Langton, "what a dreadful expression!" "Colin says it," said Dolly, though she was quite aware that Colin was hardly a purist in his expressions. "Colin says a good many things that are not pretty in a little girl's mouth." "So he does," said Dolly cheerfully. "I wonder if he knows. I'll go and tell him of it. He's come home," and she ran off just as the doorbell rang. "Mabel, I really think that must be someone else coming to call after all. Do you know, I feel so tired, and it's so late, that I think I will leave you and Fräulein to talk to them. Papa and I are going out to dinner to-night, and I must rest a little before I begin to dress. I'll run away while I can." Mrs. Langton fluttered gracefully out of the room as the butler crossed the hall to open the door, evidently to a visitor, and presently Mabel heard Mr. Holroyd announced. "So you have come after all," said Mabel, holding out her hand with a pretty smile of welcome. "Mamma and I thought you meant to go away without a word." "You might have known me better than that," said Holroyd. "But when your last afternoon in England was nearly over, and no sign of you, there was some excuse for thinking so. But you have come at last, so we won't scold you. Will you have some tea? It isn't very warm, I'm afraid, but you are so very late, you know. Ring, and you shall have some fit to drink." Vincent accepted tea, chiefly because he wanted to be waited upon once more by her with the playful, gracious manner just tinged with affectionate mockery, which he knew so well, and then he talked to her and Fräulein Moser with a heavy sense of the unsatisfactory nature of this triangular conversation for a parting interview. The governess felt this too. She had had a shrewd suspicion for some time of the state of Holroyd's feelings towards Mabel, and felt a sentimental pity for him, condemned as he was to disguise them under ordinary afternoon conversation. He is going away, she thought, but he shall have his chance, the poor young man. You will not think it very rude, Mr. Holroyd, she said, rising. It will not disturb you if I practise? There is a piece which I am to play at a school concert tomorrow, and do not yet know it. Vincent won't mind, Ottilia dear, said Mabel. Will you, Vincent? So the governess went to the further room, where the piano stood, and was soon performing a conveniently noisy German march. Vincent sat still for some moments watching Mabel. He wished to keep in his memory the impression of her face as he saw it then, lighted up by the soft glow of the heavily shaded lamp at her elbow. A spirited and yet tender face, with dark grey eyes, a sensitive, beautiful mouth, and brown hair with threads of gold in it, which gleamed in the lamplight as she turned her graceful head. He knew it would fade only too soon, as often happens with the face we best love and have reason chiefly to remember. Others will rise unbidden with the vividness of a photograph, but the one face eludes us more and more, till no effort of the mind will call it up with any distinctness. Mabel was the first to speak. "Are you very fond of music, Vincent?" she said a little maliciously. "Would you rather be allowed to listen in peace, or talk? You may talk, you know." "I came late on purpose to see as much of you as possible," said poor Vincent. "This is the last time I shall be able to talk to you for so long." "I know," said Mabel simply. "I'm very sorry, Vincent." But there was only a frank friendliness in her eyes as she spoke, nothing more, and Vincent knew it. "So am I," he said. "Do you know, Mabel, I have no photograph of you. Will you give me one to take away with me?" "Of course, if I have one," she said, as she went to a table for an album. "Oh, Vincent, I'm so sorry, I'm afraid there's not one left, but I can give you one of my mother and father and Dolly, and I think Colin too." "I should like all those very much," said Vincent, who could not accept this offer as a perfect substitute. "But can't you find one of yourself, not even an old one?" "I think I can give you one after all," said Mabel. "Wait a minute." And as she came back after a minute's absence, she said, "Here's one I had promised to Gilda Featherstone, but Gilda can wait and you can't. I'll give you an envelope to put them all in, and then we will talk. Tell me first how long you are going to be away." "No longer than I can help," said Vincent, "but it depends on so many things." "But you will write to us, won't you?" "Will you answer if I do?" "Of course," said Mabel. "Don't you remember when I was a little girl, and used to write to you at school, and at Trinity too? I was always a better correspondent than you were, Vincent." Just then Dolly came, holding a cage of lovebirds. "Champion said you were here," she began. "Vincent, wait till I put Jachin and Boaz down. Now you can kiss me. I knew you wouldn't go away without saying good-bye to me. You haven't seen my birds, have you? Papa gave them to me. They're such chilly birds, I brought them in here to get warm." "They're very much alike," said Vincent, looking into the cage, upon which each bird instantly tried to hide its head in the sand underneath the other. "They're exactly the same," said Dolly, "so I never know which is Jachin and which is Boaz. But they don't know their own names, and if they did they wouldn't answer to them, so it doesn't matter so very much after all, does it?" As it never occurred to Dolly that anybody could have the bad taste to prefer anyone else's conversation to her own, she took entire possession of Vincent, throwing herself into the couch nearest to him, and pouring out her views on lovebirds generally to his absent ear. "They don't know me yet," she concluded, "but then I've only had them 6 months. Do you know, Harold Caffyn says they're little humbugs, and kiss one another only when people look at them. I have caught them fighting dreadfully myself. I don't think lovebirds ought to fight, do you? Oh, and Harold says that when one dies I ought to time the other and see how long it takes him to pine away. But Harold is always saying horrid things like that." "Dolly, dear," cried the governess from the inner room, "will you run and ask Colin if he has taken away the metronome to the schoolroom?" Dolly danced out to hunt for that prosaic instrument in a desultory way, and then forget it in some dispute with Colin, who generally welcomed any distraction while preparing his schoolwork, a result which Fräulein Moser probably took into account, particularly as she had the metronome by her side at the time. "Poor Mr. Vincent," she thought, "he has not come to talk with Dolly of lovebirds." "You will be sure to write and tell us all about yourself," said Mabel. "What do you mean to do out there, Vincent?" "Turn coffee planter, perhaps," he said gloomily. "Oh, Vincent," she said reproachfully, "you used to be so ambitious. Don't you remember how we settled once that you were going to be famous? You can't be very famous by coffee planting, can you?" "If I do that, it is only because I see nothing else to do. But I am ambitious still, Mabel. I shall not be content with that, if a certain venture of mine is successful enough to give me hopes anything better. But it is a very big 'if' at present." "What is the venture?" said Mabel. "Tell me, Vincent. You used to tell me everything once." Vincent had very few traces of his topical extraction in his nature, and his caution and reserve would have made him disposed to wait at least until his book was safe in the Haven printer's ink before confessing that he was an author. But Mabel's appeal scattered all his prudence. He had written with Mabel as his public, with the chief hope in his mind that some day she would see his work and say that it was well done. He felt a strong impulse to confide in her now, and have the comfort of her sympathy and encouragement to carry away with him. If he had been able to tell her then of his book, and his plans respecting it, Mabel might have looked upon him with a new interest, and much that followed in her life might have been prevented. But he hesitated for a moment, and while he hesitated a second interruption took place. The opportunity was gone, and, like most opportunities in conversation, once missed was gone for ever. The irrepressible Dolly was the innocent instrument. She came in with a big portfolio of black and white papers, which she put down on a chair. "I can't find the metronome anywhere, Fräulein," she said. "I've been talking to Colin. He wants you to come and say good-bye before you go, Vincent. Colin says he's got nearly swished today, only his master begged him off because he'd done nothing at all really. Wasn't it nice of him? Ask him to tell you about it. Oh, and Vincent, I want your head for my album. May I cut it out?" "I want it myself, Dolly, please," said Vincent. "I don't think I can do without it just yet." "I don't mean your real head," said Dolly. "I believe you know that. It's only the outline I want." "It isn't a very dreadful operation, Vincent," said Mabel. "Dolly has been victimising all her friends lately, but she doesn't hurt them." "Very well, Dolly, I consent," said Vincent. "Only be gentle with me." "Sit down here on this chair against the wall," said Dolly imperiously. "Mabel, please take the shade off the lamp and put it over here." She armed herself with a pencil and a large sheet of white paper as she spoke. "Now, Vincent, put yourself so that your shadow comes just here, and keep perfectly still. Don't move or talk or anything, or your profile will be spoilt." "I feel very nervous, Dolly," said Vincent, sitting down obediently. "What a coward you must be! Why, one of the boys at Colin's school said he rather liked it. Will you hold his head steady, Mabel, please? No, you hold the paper up while I trace." Vincent sat still while Mabel leaned over the back of his chair, one hand lightly touching his shoulder, while her soft hair swept across his cheek now and then. Long after, as long as he lived, in fact, he remembered those moments with a thrill. "Now I have done, Vincent," cried Dolly triumphantly, after some laborious tracing on the paper. "You haven't got much of a profile, but it will be exactly like you when I've cut it out." "There," she said, as she held up a life-size head cut-out in curling black paper. Don't you think it's like you, yourself?" "I don't know," said Vincent, inspecting it rather dubiously. "But I must say, I hope it isn't." "I'll give you a copy to take away with you," said Dolly generously, as she cut out another black head with her deft little hands. "There, that's for you, Vincent. You won't give it away, will you?" "Shall I promise to wear it always next to my heart, Dolly?" Dolly considered this question. "I think you'd better not," she said at last. "It will keep you warm, certainly, but I'm afraid the black comes off. You must have it mounted on cardboard and framed, you know." At this point Mrs. Langton came rustling down, and Vincent rose to meet her, with a desperate hope that he would be asked to spend the whole of his last evening with them, a hope that was doomed to disappointment. "My dear Vincent," she said, holding out both her hands, "so you've come after all. Really, I was quite afraid you'd forgotten us. Why didn't somebody tell me Vincent was here, Mabel? I would have hurried over my dressing to come down. It's so very provoking, Vincent, but I have to say good-bye in a hurry. My husband and I are going out to dinner, and he wouldn't come home to change, so he will dress at his chambers, and I have to go up and fetch him. And it's so late, and they dine so ridiculously early where we're going, and he's sure to keep me waiting such a time. I mustn't lose another minute. Will you see me to the carriage, Vincent? Thanks. Has Marshall put the foot-warmer in? And is the drugget down? Well, we'll go, please, and I wish you every success over there, you know. And you must be very careful of yourself and bring home a nice wife. Lincoln's in, tell him, please. Good-bye, Vincent, good-bye." And she smiled affectionately and waved her long-gloved hand behind the window as the carriage rolled off, and all the time he knew that it would not distress her if she never saw him again. He went slowly back to the warm drawing-room with its delicate perfume of violets. He had no excuse for lingering there any longer. He must say his last words to Mabel and go. But before he could make up his mind to this, another visitor was announced, who must have come up almost as Mrs. Langton had driven off. "Mr. Caffyn," said Champion imposingly, who had a graceful way of handing dishes and a dignified deference in his bow, which, in his own opinion, excused certain attacks of solemn speechlessness and eccentricity of gait that occasionally overcame him. A tall, graceful young man came in, with an air of calm and ease that was in the slightest degree exaggerated. He had short light hair, well-shaped eyes, which were keen and rather cold, and a firm, thin-lipped mouth. His voice, which he had under perfect control, was clear and pleasant. "Do you mean this for an afternoon call, Harold?" asked Mabel, who did not seem altogether pleased at his arrival. "Yes, we're not at home now, are we, Mabel?" put in audacious Dolly. "I was kept rather late at rehearsal, and I had to dine afterwards," explained Caffyn, "but I shouldn't have come in if I had not had a commission to perform. When I have done it, you can send me away." Harold Caffyn was a relation of Mrs. Langton's. His father was high up in the consular service abroad, and he himself had lately gone on the stage, finding it more attractive than the Foreign Office, for which he had been originally intended. He had no reason as yet to regret his apostasy, for he had obtained almost at once an engagement in a leading West End theatre, while his social prospects had not been materially affected by the change. Partly because the world has become more liberal of late in these matters, and partly because he had contrived to gain a tolerably secure position in it already, by the help of a pleasant manner and the musical and dramatic accomplishments which had led him to adopt the stage as his profession. Like Holroyd, he had known Mabel from a child, and as she grew up had felt her attraction too much for his peace of mind. His one misgiving in going on the stage had been lest it should lessen his chance of finding favour with her. His fear proved groundless. Mabel had not altered to him in the least, but his successes as an amateur had not followed him to the public stage. He had not as yet been entrusted with any but minor rôles, and was already disenchanted enough with his profession to be willing to give it up on very moderate provocation. "Why, Holroyd, I didn't see you over there. How are you?" he said cordially, though his secret feelings were anything but cordial, for he had long seen reason to consider Vincent as a possible rival. "Vincent has come to say good-bye," explained Dolly. "He's going to India tomorrow." "Good-bye," said Caffyn, his face clearing. "That's rather sudden, isn't it, Holroyd? Well, I'm very glad I am able to say good-bye too." As there is no doubt Caffyn was. "You never told me you were off so soon." Holroyd had known Caffyn for several years. They had frequently met in that house, and, though there was little in common between them, their relations had always been friendly. "It was rather sudden," Holroyd said, "and we haven't met lately." "And you're off tomorrow, eh? I'm sorry. We might have managed a parting dinner before you went. It must be kept till you come back." "What was the commission, Harold?" asked Mabel. I met my uncle today, and he told me to find out if you would be able to run down to Chigbourne one Saturday till Monday soon. I suppose you won't. He's a dear old boy, but he's rather a dull old pump to stay 2 whole days with." "You forget he's Dolly's godfather," said Mabel. "And he's my uncle," said Caffyn, "but he's not a bit the livelier for that, you know. You're asked too, Juggins." Juggins was a name he had for Dolly, whom he found pleasure in teasing, and who was not deeply attached to him. "Would you like to go, Dolly, if mother says yes?" asked Mabel. "Is Harold going?" said Dolly. "Harold does not happen to be asked, my Juggins," said that gentleman blandly. "Then we'll go, Mabel, and I shall take Frisk, because Uncle Anthony hasn't seen him for a long time." Holroyd saw no use in staying longer. He went into the schoolroom to see Colin, who was as sorry to say good-bye as the pile of school books in front of him allowed, and then he returned to take leave of the others. The governess read in his face that her well-meant services had been of no avail, and sighed compassionately as she shook hands. Dolly nestled against him and cried a little, and the cool Harold felt so strongly that he could afford to be generous now, that he was genial and almost affectionate in his good wishes. His face clouded, however, when Mabel said, "Don't ring, Ottilia. I will go to the door with Vincent. It's the last time." "I wonder if she cares about the fellow," he thought uneasily. "You won't forget to write to us as soon as you can, Vincent," said Mabel, as they stood in the hall together. "We shall be thinking of you so often, and wondering what you are doing and how you are." The hall of a London house is perhaps hardly the place for love passages. There is something fatally ludicrous about a declaration amongst the hats and umbrellas. In spite of a consciousness of this, however, Vincent felt a passionate impulse even then, at that 11th hour, to tell Mabel something of what was in his heart. But he kept silence. A surer instinct warned him that he had delayed too long to have any chance of success then. It was the fact that Mabel had no suspicion of the real nature of his feelings, and he was right in concluding, as he did, that to avow it then would come upon her as a shock for which she was unprepared. Fräulein Moser's inclination to a sentimental view of life, and Caffyn's tendency to see a rival in everyone, had quickened their insight respectively, but Mabel herself, though girls are seldom the last to discover such symptoms, had never thought of Vincent as a possible lover, for which his own undemonstrative manner and procrastination were chiefly to blame. He had shrunk from betraying his feelings before. "She can never care for me," he had thought. "I have done nothing to deserve her. I am nobody." And this had urged him on to do something which might qualify him in his own eyes, until which he had steadily kept his own counsel and seen her as seldom as possible. Then he had written his book, and though he was not such a fool as to imagine that any woman's heart could be approached through print alone, he could not help feeling, on revising his work, that he had done that which, if successful, would remove something of his own unworthiness, and might give him a new recommendation to a girl of Mabel's literary sympathy. But then his father's summons to Ceylon had come. He was compelled to obey, and now he had to tear himself away with his secret still untold, and trust to time and absence, who are remarkably overrated as advocates, by the way, to plead for him. He felt the full bitterness of this as he held both her hands and looked down on her fair face with the sweet eyes that shone with a sister's, but only a sister's, affection. She would have loved me in time, he thought, but the time may never come now. He did not trust himself to say much. He might have asked and obtained a kiss, as an almost brother who was going far away, but to him that would have been the hollowest mockery. Suppressed emotion made him abrupt and almost cold. He let her hands drop suddenly, and with nothing more than a broken "God bless you, Mabel. Good-bye, dear, good-bye," he left the house hurriedly, and the moment after he was alone on the hill with his heartache. "So he's gone," remarked Caffyn, as she re-entered the drawing-room after lingering a few moments in the empty hall. "What a dear, dull old plodder it is, isn't it? He'll do so much better at planting coffee than he ever did at law. At least, it's to be hoped so." "You are fond of calling other people dull, Harold," said Mabel, with a displeased contraction of her eyebrows. "Vincent is not in the least dull. You only speak of him like that because you don't understand him." "I didn't say it disparagingly," said Caffyn. "I rather admire dullness, it's so restful. But, as you say, Mabel, I dare say I don't understand him. He really doesn't give a fellow a fair chance. As far as I know him, I do like him uncommonly, but at the same time I must confess he has always given me the impression of being, don't you know, just a trifle heavy. But very likely I'm wrong." "Very likely indeed," said Mabel, closing the subject. But Caffyn had not spoken undesignedly, and had risked offending her for the moment for the sake of producing the effect he wanted. And he was not altogether unsuccessful. Was Harold right? She thought later. Vincent is very quiet, but I always thought there was power of some sort behind. And yet, would it not have shown itself before now? But if poor Vincent is only dull, it will make no difference to me. I shall like him just as much. But, for all that, the suggestion very effectually prevented all danger of Vincent's becoming idealised by distance into something more interesting than a brother, which was, indeed, the reason why Caffyn made it. Vincent himself, meanwhile unaware, as all of us would pray to be kept unaware, of the portrait of himself by a friend, which was being exhibited to the girl he loved, was walking down Ladbroke Hill to spend the remainder of his last evening in England in loneliness at his rooms, for he had no heart for anything else. It was dark by that time. Above him was a clear steel blue sky. In front, across the hollow, rose Camden Hill, a dim, dark mass twinkling with lights. By the square at his side a German band was playing the garden music from Faust, with no more regard for expression and tunefulness than a German band is ever capable of. But distance softened the harshness and imperfection of their rendering, and Siebel's air seemed to Vincent the expression of his own passionate, unrequited devotion. "I would do anything for her," he said, half aloud, "and yet I dared not tell her then. But if I ever come back to her again, before it is too late, she shall know all she is and always will be to me. I will wait and hope for that." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Malakoff Terrace. After parting from Vincent at the end of Rotten Row, Mark Ashburn continued his walk alone through Kensington High Street and onwards until he came to one of those quiet streets which serve as a sort of backwater to the main stream of traffic, and, turning down this, it was not long before he reached a row of small 3-storey houses, with their lower parts cased in stucco, but the rest allowed to remain in the original yellow-brown brick, which time had mellowed to a pleasant warm tone. Malakoff Terrace, as the place had been christened, and the title was a tolerable index of its date, was rather less depressing in appearance than many of its more modern neighbours, with their dismal monotony and pretentiousness. It faced a well-kept enclosure with trim lawns and beds, and across the compact laurel hedges in the little front gardens a curious passer-by might catch glimpses of various interiors which in nearly every case left him with an impression of cosy comfort. The outline of the terrace was broken here and there by little verandahs protecting the shallow balconies and painted a deep Indian red or sap green, which in summer-time were gay with flowers and creepers, and one seldom passed there then, on warm and drowsy afternoons, without undergoing a well-sustained fire from quite a masked battery of pianos, served from behind the fluttering white curtains at most of the long open windows on the first floor. Even in winter and at night the terrace was cheerful, with its variety of striped and coloured blinds and curtains at the illuminated windows, and where blinds and curtains were undrawn, and the little front rooms left unlighted, the firelight flickering within on shining bookcases and picture frames was no less pleasantly suggestive. Still, in every neighbourhood there will always be some houses whose exteriors are severely unattractive. Without being poverty-stricken, they seem to belong to people indifferent to all but the absolutely essential, and incapable of surrounding themselves with any of the characteristic contrivances that most homes which are more than mere lodgings amass almost unconsciously. It was before a house of this latter kind that Mark stopped, a house with nothing in the shape of a veranda to relieve its formality. Behind its front railings there were no trim laurel bushes, only an uncomfortable bed of equal parts of mould and broken red tiles, in which a withered juniper was dying hard. At the windows were no bright curtain folds or hanging baskets of trailing fern to give a touch of colour, but dusty wire blinds and hangings of a faded drab. It was not a boarding-house, but the home in which Mark Ashburn lived with his family, who, if they were not precisely gay, were as respectable as any in the terrace, which is better in some respects than mere gaiety. He found them all sitting down to dinner in the back parlour, a square little room with a grey paper of a large and hideous design. His mother, a stout lady with a frosty complexion, a cold grey eye, and an injured expression about the mouth and brow, was serving out soup with a touch of the relieving officer in her manner. Opposite to her was her husband, a mild little man in habitually low spirits, and the rest of the family, Mark's two sisters, Martha and Trixie, and his younger brother, Cuthbert, were in their respective places. Mrs. Ashburn looked up severely as he came in. "You are late again, Mark," she said. "While you are under this roof" Mrs. Ashburn was fond of referring to the roof "your father and I expect you to conform to the rules of the house." "Well, you see, mother," explained Mark, sitting down and unfolding his napkin, "it was a fine afternoon, so I thought I would walk home with a friend." "There is a time for walking home with a friend and a time for dinner," observed his mother, with the air of quoting something scriptural. "And I've mixed them, mother? So I have. I'm sorry, and I won't do it again. There, will that do? Make haste and eat your soup, Mark, and don't keep us all waiting for you." Mrs. Ashburn had never quite realised that her family had grown up. She still talked to Mark as she had done when he was a careless schoolboy at St. Peter's. She still tried to enforce little moral lessons and even petty restrictions upon her family generally, and though she had been long reduced to blank cartridges, it worried them. The ideal family circle, on reassembling at the close of the day, celebrate their reunion with an increasing flow of lively conversation. Those who have been out into the great world describe their personal experiences, and the scenes, tragic or humorous, which they have severally witnessed during the day, and when these are exhausted, the female members take up the tale and relate the humbler incidents of domestic life. And so the hours pass till bedtime. Such circles are in all sincerity to be congratulated, but it is to be feared that in the majority of cases the conversation of a family whose members meet every day is apt among themselves to become frightfully monosyllabic. It was certainly so with the Ashburns. Mark and Trixie sometimes felt the silences too oppressive to be borne, and made desperate attempts at establishing a general discussion on something or anything, but it was difficult to select a topic that could not be brought down by an axiom from Mrs. Ashburn, which disposed of the whole subject in very early infancy. Cuthbert generally came back from the office tired and somewhat sulky. Martha's temper was not to be depended upon of an evening, and Mr. Ashburn himself rarely contributed more than a heavy sigh to the common stock of conversation. Under these circumstances it will be readily believed that Mark's evenings at home were by no means brilliant. He sometimes wondered himself why he had borne them so long, and if he had been able to procure comfortable lodgings at as cheap a rate as it cost him to live at home, he would probably have taken an early opportunity of bursting the bonds of the family dulness. But his salary was not large, his habits were expensive, and he stayed on. The beginning of this particular evening did not promise any marked increase in the general liveliness. Mrs. Ashburn announced lugubriously, to all whom it might concern, that she had eaten no lunch. Martha mentioned that a Miss Hornblower had called that afternoon, which produced no sensation, though Cuthbert seemed for a moment inclined to ask who Miss Hornblower might happen to be, till he remembered in time that he really did not care, and saved himself the trouble. Then Trixie made a well-meant but rather too obvious effort to allure him to talk by an inquiry, which had become something of a formula, whether he had seen anyone that day, to which Cuthbert replied that he had noticed one or two people hanging about the city, and Martha observed that she was glad to see he still kept up his jokes, moving him to confess sardonically that he knew he was a funny dog, but when he saw them all, and particularly Martha, rollicking round him, he could not help bubbling over with merriment himself. Mrs. Ashburn caught the reply, and said severely, "I do not think, Cuthbert, that either I or your father have ever set you the example of rollicking, as you call it, at this table. Decent mirth and a cheerful tone of conversation we have always encouraged. I don't know why you should receive a mother's remarks with laughter. It is not respectful of you, Cuthbert, I must say." Mrs. Ashburn would probably have proceeded to further defend herself and family from the charge of rollicking, and to draw uncomplimentary parallels from the proverbs between the laughter of certain persons and the crackling of thorns under a pot, when a timely diversion was effected by a sounding knock at the little front door. The maid put down the dish she was handing and vanished, after which there were sounds of a large body entering the passage, and a loud voice exclaiming, "All in, hey? And at dinner, are they? Very well, my dear, tell 'em I'm here. I know my way in." "It's Uncle Solomon!" went round the table. They refrained from any outward expression of joy, because they were naturally a quiet family. "Well," said Mrs. Ashburn, who seemed to put her own construction on this reserve, "and I'm sure if there is any table at which my only brother Solomon should be a welcome guest, it's this table." "Quite so, my dear, quite so," said Mr. Ashburn hastily. "He was here last week, but we're all glad to see him at any time, I'm sure." "I hope so, indeed. Go in, Trixie, and help your uncle off with his coat," for there were snorting and puffing signs from the next room, as if their relative were in difficulties. But before Trixie could rise, the voice was heard again. "That's it, Anne, thank ye. You're called Anne, aren't you? I thought so. And how's the baker, Anne? Wasn't it the baker I caught down the Airy now? Wasn't it, eh?" And then a large, red-faced person came in, with a puffy, important mouth, a fringe of whiskers meeting under his chin, and what Trixie, in speaking privately of her relative's personal appearance, described as little piggy eyes, which had, however, a twinkle of a rather primitive kind of humour in them. Solomon Lightowler was a brother of Mrs. Ashburn's, a retired business man, who had amassed a considerable fortune in the hardware trade. He was a widower and without children, and it was he who, fired with the ambition of placing a nephew in the Indian Civil Service as a rising monument to his uncle's perception, had sent Mark to the crammers. For Mr. Ashburn's position in the Inland Revenue Office would scarcely have warranted such an outlay. Mark's performances at his first examination, as has been said, had not been calculated to encourage his uncle's hopes, but the latter had been slightly mollified by his nephew's spirit in carrying off the Cambridge scholarship soon afterwards, and with the idea of having one more attempt to see his money back, Mr. Lightowler had consented to keep him for the necessary time at the university. When that experiment also had ended in disaster, Uncle Solomon seemed at one time to have given him up in disgust, only reserving himself, as the sole value for his money, the liberty of reproach, and Mark was of opinion that he had already gone far towards recouping himself in this respect alone. "Ha! Phew! You're very hot in here," he remarked, as an agreeable opening. He felt himself rich enough to be able to remark on other people's atmospheres. But Cuthbert expressed a sotto voce wish that his uncle were exposed to an even higher temperature. "We can't all live in country houses, Solomon," said his sister, "and a small room soon gets warm to anyone coming in from the cold air." "Warm?" said Mr. Lightowler with a snort. "I should think you must all of you be fired like a set of pots. I don't care where I sit so long as I'm well away from the fire. I'll come by you, Trixie, eh? You'll take care of your uncle, won't you?" Trixie was a handsome girl of about 18, with abundant auburn hair, which was never quite in good order, and pretty hands of which most girls would have been more careful. She had developed a limp taste for art of late, finding drawing outlines at an art school less irksome than assisting in the housekeeping at home. Uncle Solomon always alarmed her, because she never knew what he would say next, but as it was a family rule to be civil to him, she made room for him with great apparent alacrity. "And how are you all, boys and girls, eh?" asked Uncle Solomon when he was comfortably seated. "Mark, you've got fuller in the waist of late. You don't take half enough exercise. Cuthbert, lad, you're looking very sallow under the eyes. Smoking and late hours, that's the way with all the young men nowadays. Why don't you talk to him, eh, Matthew?" "I should if he was a boy o' mine." "Well, Martha, has any nice young man asked you to name a day yet? He's a long time coming forward, Martha, that nice young man. Why, let me see, Jane, she must be getting on now for... She was born in the year 54, wasn't it? For it was the war time, I remember, and you wanted her christened Alma, but I said an uncommon name is all very well if she grows up good looking, but if she's plain it only sounds ridiculous. So, very fortunately as things turned out, you had her christened Martha. There's nothing to bite your lips over, my dear, no one blames you for it. We can't all be born handsome. It's Trixie here who gets all the love letters, isn't it, Trixie? Ah, I thought I could see a blush if I looked. Who is it now, Trixie? And where do we meet him? And when is the wedding? Come, tell your old uncle." "Don't put such nonsense into the child's head, Solomon," said his sister in a slightly scandalised tone. "That would be cold to Newcastle with a vengeance," he chuckled. "But you mustn't mind my going on. That's my way. If people don't like it, I can't help it, but I always speak right out." "Which is the reason we love him," came in a stage aside from Cuthbert, who took advantage of a slight deafness in one of his uncle's ears. "Well, Mr. Schoolmaster," said the latter, working round to Mark again, "and how are you getting on? If you'd worked harder at college and done me credit, you'd have been a feller of your college or a judge in an Indian court by this time instead of birching naughty little boys." "It's a detail," said Mark, "but I don't interfere in that department." "Well, you are young to be trusted with the birch. I'm glad they look at things that way. If you're satisfied with yourself, I suppose I ought to be, though I did look forward once to seeing a nephew of mine famous. You've had all your fame at Cambridge, with your papers and your poems and your college skits, a nice snug little fame all to yourself." Martha tittered acidly at this light badinage, and it brought a pained look into Trixie's large brown eyes, who thought it was a shame that poor Mark should never be allowed to hear the last of his Cambridge fiasco. Even Mrs. Ashburn seemed anxious to shield Mark. "Ah, Solomon," she said, "Mark sees his folly now. He knows how wrong he was to spend his time in idle scribbling to amuse thoughtless young men, when he ought to have studied hard and shown his gratitude to you for all you have done for him." "Well, I've been a good friend to him, Jane, and I could have been a better if he'd proved deserving. I'm not one to grudge any expense, and if I thought, even now, that he'd really given up his scribbling—" Mark thought it prudent to equivocate. "Even if I wished to write, uncle," he said, "what with my schoolwork, and what with reading for the bar, I should not have much time for it. But mother is right, I do see my folly now." This pleased Uncle Solomon, who still clung to the fragments of his belief in Mark's ability, and had been gratified upon his joining one of the Inns of Court by the prospect of having a nephew who at least would have the title of barrister. He relaxed at once. "Well, well, let bygones be bygones. You may be a credit to me yet. And now I think of it, come down and stay Sunday at the Woodbines soon, will you? It'll be a rest for you, and I want you to see some of that Umpage's goings on at the church." Uncle Solomon not unfrequently dropped an H, but with a deliberation that seemed to say that he was quite aware it was there, but did not consider it advisable to recognise it just then. "He's quite got round the vicar, made him have flowers and a great brass cross and candles on the communion table, and Umpage all the time a fellow with no more religion inside him than—" here he looked round the table for a comparison, "and than that jug has. He talked the vicar into getting him little bags for collections now, all because he was jealous at the clerk's putting the plate inside my pew reg'lar for me to hold. It isn't that I care about holding a plate, but to see Umpage smirking round with one of them red velvet bags make me downright sick. They'll drive me to go over and be a Baptist one of these fine days." "You don't like Mr. Humpage, do you, uncle?" said Trixie. "Umpage and me are not friendly, though contigious," said he. "But as for liking, I neither like nor dislike the man. We hold no intercourse, beyond looking the other way in church, and having words across the fence when his fowls break through into my garden. He won't have the whole seen to, so I shall get it done myself and send the bill to him. That's what I shall do. A letter for you, Matthew? Read away, don't mind me." For the maid had come in meanwhile with a letter, which Matthew Ashburn opened and began to read at his permission. Presently he rubbed his forehead perplexedly. "I can't make head or tail of it," he said feebly. "I don't know who they are, or what they write all this to me for." "Hand it over to me, Matthew. Let's see if I can make it any plainer for you," said his brother-in-law, persuaded that to his powerful mind few things could long remain a mystery. He took the letter solemnly, settled his double eyeglasses well down on his broad nose, coughed importantly, and began to read. "Dear Sir," he began in a tone of expounding wisdom. "Well, that's straightforward enough. Dear Sir, we have given our best consideration to the— Hey!" Here his face began to grow less confident. "The sweet— What? Sweet bells. Sweet bells jangled. What have you been jangling your bells about, Matthew?" "I think they're mad," said poor Mr. Ashburn. "The bells in this house are all right, I think, my dear?" "I'm not aware that any of them are out of order. They rehung the bell in the area the other day. It's some mistake," said Mrs. Ashburn. "Which," continued Uncle Solomon, "you have been good enough to submit to us. Pretty good that for a bell-hanger, We regret, however, to say that we do not find ourselves in a position to make any overtures to you in the matter." "Well," he said, though not very confidently, "you've been writing to your landlord about the fixtures, and these are his lawyers writing back. Isn't that it now?" "What should I write to him for?" said Mr. Ashburn. "That's not it, Solomon. Go on, it gets worse by and by." "Your one fair daughter also. Hello, Trixie. We find ourselves compelled to decline, although with more reluctance, but in spite of some considerable merits there is a slight roughness— why, her complexion's clear enough— together with a certain immaturity and total lack of form and motive. You are giddy, you know, Trixie. I always told you so." which are in our opinion sufficient to prevent us from making any proposals to you in the matter." Uncle Solomon laid down the letter at this point, and looked around open-mouthed. "I thought I could make out most things," he said, "but this is rather beyond me, I must say. Here are these people, what's their names, Leadbitter and Gandy, who I take it are in the gas-fitting and decorating line, writing to say in the same breath that they can't come and see to your bells, and that they don't want to marry your daughter. Who asked them? You ain't come down so low in the world to go and offer Trixie to a gas-fitter, I should hope, Matthew. And yet what else does it mean? Tell me that, and I'll thank you." "Don't ask me," said the unhappy father. "They're perfect strangers." "Trixie, you know nothing about it, I hope?" said Mrs. Ashburn, rather suspiciously. "No, ma dear," said Trixie, "but I don't want to marry either Mr. Leadbitter or Mr. Gandy." The situation had become too much for Mark. At first he had hoped that by holding his tongue he might escape being detected, while the rejection of both the novels from which he had hoped so much was a heavy blow, which he felt he could scarcely bear in public. But they seemed so determined to sift the matter to the end that he decided to enlighten them at once, since it must be only a question of time. But his voice was choked and his face crimson as he said, "I think perhaps I can explain it." "You?" they all cried, while Uncle Solomon added something about young men having grown cleverer since his young days. "Yes, that letter is addressed to me. M. Ashburn, you see, stands for Mark, not Matthew. It's from a firm of publishers," said the unlucky Mark, speaking very hoarsely. "I sent them 2 novels of mine. One was called One Fair Daughter, and the other Sweet Bells Jangled, and they won't take them, that's all." There was a sensation, as reporters say, at this announcement. Martha gave a sour little laugh of disgust. Cuthbert looked as if he thought a good deal which brotherly feeling forbade him to put in words, but Trixie tried to take Mark's hand under the table. He shrank from all sympathy, however, at such a moment, and shook her off impatiently, and all she could do was to keep her eyes in pity from his face. Mrs. Ashburn gave a tragic groan and shook her head. To her, a young man who was capable of writing novels was lost. She had a wholesome horror of all fiction, having come from a race of dissenters of the strict old-fashioned class, whose prejudices her hard, dull nature had retained in all their strength. Her husband, without any very clear views of his own, thought as she did as soon as he knew her opinions, and they all left it to Mr. Lightowler to interpret the evident sense of the house. He expanded himself imposingly, calling up his bitterest powers of satire to do justice to the occasion. "So that's all, is it?" he said. "Ah, and quite enough too, I should think. So it was the bells on your cap that were jingling all the time." "Since you put it in that pleasant way," said Mark, "I suppose it was. And that's how you've been studying for the bar of evenings? This is the way you've overcome your fondness for scribbling nonsense? I spent all the money I've laid out on you." It was a way of his to talk as if Mark had been a building estate. "I've given you a good education, all to have you writing novels and get 'em returned with thanks. You might have done that much without going to college." "Every writer of any note has had novels declined at some time," said Mark. "Well," said Uncle Solomon ponderously, "if that's all, you've made a capital start. You can set up as a big literary pot at once. You can, with a brace of 'em. I hope you're satisfied with all this, Jane, I'm sure." "It's no use saying anything," she said, "but it's a bad return after all your kindness to him." "A return with thanks," put in Cuthbert, who was not without some enjoyment of Mark's discomfiture. He had long had a certain contempt for his elder brother as a much overrated man, and he felt, with perfect justice, that had fortune made him his uncle's favourite, he had brains which would have enabled him to succeed where Mark had failed, but he had been obliged to leave school early for a city office, which had gone some way towards souring him. "There's an old Latin proverb," said Mr. Ashburn, with a feeling that it was his turn, "an old Latin proverb, nec suetonius ultra crepitam." "No, excuse me, you haven't quite got it right, Matthew," said his brother-in-law, patronisingly. "You're very near it, though. It runs, if I don't make a mistake, ne plus ultra suetorius, not suetonius. He was a Roman emperor. Crepitam, a favourite remark of the poet Cicero. Cobbler, stick to your last, as we have it more neatly. But your father's right on the main point, Mark. I don't say you need stick to the schoolmastering unless you choose. I'll see you started at the bar. I came this very evening to have a talk with you on that. But what do you want to go and lower yourself by literature for? There's a literary man down at our place, a poor fellow that writes for the Chigbourne and Lamford Gazette, and gets my gardener to let him take the measure of my gooseberries. He's got a hat on him my scarecrow wouldn't be seen in. That's what you'll come to." "There's some difference," said Mark, getting roused, "between the reporter of a country paper and a novelist." "There's a difference between you and him," retorted his uncle. "He gets what he writes put in and paid so much a line for. You don't. That's all the difference I can see." "But when the books are accepted they will be paid for," said Mark, "and well paid for too." "I always thought that dog in the shadow must have been a puppy, and now I know it," said his uncle irritably. "Now look here, Mark, let's have no more nonsense about it. I said I came here to have a talk with you, and though things are not what I expected, have it I will. When I saw you last I thought you were trying to raise yourself by your own efforts and studying law, and I said to myself I'll give him another chance. It seems now that was all talk, but I'll give you the chance for all that, if you'd like to take it. Well and good. If not, I've done with you this time once for all. You go on and work hard at this law till you've served your time out, or keep your terms, or whatever they call it, and when you get called you can give them notice to quit at your school. I'll pay your fees and see you started in chambers till you're able to run alone. Only, and mind this, no more of your scribbling. Drop that literary rubbish once for all, and I stand by you. Go on at it, and I leave you to go to the dogs your own way. That's my offer, and I mean it." There are few things so unpleasantly corrective to one's self-esteem as a letter of rejection such as had come to Mark. The refusal of the school committee was insignificant in comparison. Only those who have yielded to a subtle temptation to submit manuscript to an editor or a publisher's reader, and have seen it return in dishonour, can quite realise the dull anguish of it. The wild, impotent rebellion that follows, and the stunned sense that all one's ideas will have somehow to be readjusted. Perhaps an artist whose pictures are not hung feels something of it, but there one's wounded vanity can more easily find salves. Mark felt the blow very keenly. For weeks he had been building hopes on these unfortunate manuscripts of his. He had sent both to a firm under whose auspices he was particularly anxious to come before the world, in the hope that one at least would find favour with them, and now the two had been unequivocally declined. For a moment his confidence in himself was shaken, and he almost accepted the verdict. And yet he hesitated still. The publisher might be wrong. He had heard of books riding out several such storms and sailing in triumphantly at last. There was Carlyle, there was Charlotte Brontë, and other instances occurred to him, and he longed for speedy fame, and the law was a long avenue to it. "You hear what your uncle says," said his mother. "Surely you won't refuse a chance like this?" "Yes, he will," said Martha. "Mark would rather write novels than work, wouldn't you, Mark? It must be so amusing to write things which will never be read, I'm sure." "Leave Mark alone, Martha," said Trixie. "It's a shame, it is." "I don't know why you should all be down on me like this," said Mark. "There's nothing positively immoral in writing books, at least when it never goes any further. But I dare say you're right, and I believe you mean to be kind at any rate, uncle. I'll take your offer. I'll read steadily, and get called, and see if I'm good for anything at the bar, since it seems I'm good for nothing else." "And you'll give up the writing, eh?" said his uncle. "Oh yes," said Mark irritably. "Anything you please. I'm a reformed character. I'll take the pledge to abstain from ink in all forms if you like." It was not a very gracious way of accepting what was by no means an unhandsome offer, but he was jarred and worried, and scarcely knew what he said. Mr. Lightowler was not sensitive, and was too satisfied at having gained his object to cavil at Mark's manner of yielding. "Very well, that's settled," he said. "I'm glad you've come to your senses, I'm sure. We'll have you on the woolsack yet, and we'll say no more about the other business." "And now," said Mark, with a forced smile, "I think I'll say good night. I'll go and attack the law books while I'm in the humour for them." Upstairs in his room he got out his few elementary textbooks, and began to read with a sort of sullen determination. But he had not gone very far in the descent of an estate tale before he shut the book up in a passion. "I can't read to-night," he said savagely. "It isn't easy to hug my chains all at once. It will be a long time before I come out strong on estates tale. If Holroyd, who says he likes the jargon, can't get a living by it, there's not much hope for me. I loathe it. I'm sure I had the chance with those books of mine too. But that's all over. I must burn them, I suppose. Who's there?" For there was a tap at the door. "It's me, Mark. Trixie, let me in." Mark rose and opened the door to Trixie in a loose morning wrapper. "Mark, I'm so sorry, dear," she said softly. "Sorry? You ought to rejoice, Trixie," said Mark, with a bitter laugh. "I'm a brand from the burning, a repentant novelist. I've seen my errors, and am going to turn Lord Chancellor." "You mustn't be angry with them," said Trixie. "Dear Ma is very strict, but then she is so anxious to see you make a living, Mark, and you know they don't give you very much at St. Peter's. And Martha and Cuthbert can't help saying disagreeable things. Don't you think, perhaps," she added timidly, "that it's better for you to give up thinking about writing any more?" "Well, I've done it, Trixie, at any rate. I'm not so bad as that fellow Delobelle in Fromangerne, with his Je n'ai pas le droit de renoncer au théâtre, am I? I've renounced my stage. I'm a good little boy, and won't make a mess with nasty ink and pens any more. When I get those confounded books back, they shall go into the fire, by Jove they shall." "No, Mark, don't, it would be such a pity," cried Trixie. "I'm sure they were beautifully written, quite as well as some that get printed. I wish you could write novels and be Lord Chancellor too, Mark. Bring out acts in 3 volumes and edit judicature rules in fancy covers for railway reading. It would be very nice, Trixie, wouldn't it? But I'm afraid it wouldn't do, even if I wrote them in secret under the woolsack. If I write anything now, it must be a smart spicy quarto on bankruptcy, or a rattling digest on the law of settlement and highways. My fictions will be all legal ones." "I know you will do your best," said Trixie simply. Mark dreamed that night, much as any other disappointed literary aspirants have dreamed before him, that a second letter had come from the publishers, stating that they had reconsidered their decision, and offering repentantly to publish both novels on fabulous terms. He was just rushing to call Trixie and tell her the good news, when the dream faded, and he awoke to the consciousness of his very different circumstances. Literature had jilted him. The law was to be his mistress henceforth, a bony and parchment-filled inamorata with a horsehair wig, and he thought of the task of wooing her with a shudder. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Neighbours. More than a week had passed since the scene in Malakoff Terrace described in my last chapter, a week spent by Mark in the drudgery of schoolwork, which had grown more distasteful than ever now he could indulge in no golden dreams of a glorious deliverance, for he could not accept his new prospects as an adequate substitute, and was beginning to regret his abandonment of his true ambitions with a longing that was almost fierce. He had gone down to the Woodbines, his uncle's villa at Chigbourne, in pursuance of the invitation given him, and Mr. Lightowler's undisguised recovery of the feeling of proprietorship in him, and his repeated incitements to pursue his studies with unwearying ardour, only increased Mark's disgust with himself and his future, as he walked along the lanes with his relative towards the little church beyond the village on the last Sunday in November. It was a bright, clear, frosty day, with a scarlet sun glowing through dun-coloured clouds, and a pale blue sky beyond the haze above their heads. The country landscape had suggestions of Christmas cheeriness, impossible enough to Londoners who cannot hope to share in country-house revels à la Mr. Caldecott, but vaguely exhilarating notwithstanding. Mark knew that his Christmas would be passed in town with his family, who would keep it, as they observed Sunday, and refrain from any attempt at seasonable jollity. Yet he began to feel elated by its approach, or the weather, or some instinct of youth and health, which set his blood tingling and drove away his dissatisfaction with every step he took. Uncle Solomon had come out in broadcloth and a large hat with such an ecclesiastical brim that it influenced his conversation, causing it to be more appropriate than Sunday talk will sometimes be, even amongst the best people. He discoursed of ritualism, and deplored the hold it had acquired on the vicar, and the secret manoeuvres of the detested Humpage in the vestry. "I was brought up a Baptist," he said, "and I'll go back to 'em now if I didn't know they'd all crow about it. And they're a poor lot at Little Bethel, too, not a penny piece among 'em. When we get into the church," he continued, "you give a look left of the chancel, close by the door where the shelf is with the poor loaves. You'll see a painted winder there, which that Humpage got put up to his aunt. That's his ostentation, that is. I don't believe he ever had an aunt, but I don't wish to judge him, only you look at that window and tell me how it strikes you afterwards. He's got the artist to do him as the Good Samaritan there. I call it scandalous. There's no mistake about it. The air's not the same colour, and the Eastern robes hide it a bit, but he's there for all that. I don't relish seeing Humpage figuring away in painted glass and a great gaudy turban every time I look up. He's quite aggravating enough in his pew. If I chose to go to the expense, I could put up a window too, and have myself done." "As a saint?" suggested Mark. "Never you mind. And if I liked to be a saint on glass, I could, I suppose. I'm a churchwarden, and there's no reason why Humpage should have all the painted windows to himself. But I shouldn't care to make myself so conspicuous. Humpage now, he likes that sort of thing." This brought them to the church, a perpendicular building with a decidedly early English smell in it, and Uncle Solomon led the way to his pew, stopping to nudge Mark as they passed the memorial to his enemy's meretricious aunt. He nudged him again presently, after he had retired behind the ecclesiastical hat, and emerged again to deal out some very large prayer and hymn books, as if they were cards. "That's him, that's Humpage," he said in a loud whisper. Mark looked up in time to see an old gentleman advance to the door of the pew in front of them. A formidable-looking old gentleman, with a sallow face, long iron-grey locks, full grey eyes, a hook nose, and prominent teeth under a yellowish-grey moustache and beard. He felt a sudden shame, for behind Mr. Humpage came a pretty child with long floating light hair, with a staid, fresh-faced woman in grey, and last a girl of about 19 or 20, who seemed to have caught the very audible whisper, for she glanced in its direction as she passed in with the slightest possible gleam of amused surprise in her eyes, and a lifting of her delicate eyebrows. A loud intoned "Amen" came from the vestry just then. The organ played a voluntary, and the vicar and curate marched in at the end of a procession of little surpliced country boys, whose boots made a very undevotional clatter over the brasses and flagstones. As a Low Churchman, Mr. Lightowler protested against this processional pomp by a loud snort, which expression of opinion he repeated at any tendency to genuflection on the part of the clergyman during the service, until the little girl turned round and gazed at him with large concerned eyes, as if she thought he must be either very devout or extremely unwell. Mark heard little of the service. He was dimly aware of his uncle singing all the psalms and responses with a lusty tunelessness, and coming to fearful grief in gallant attempts to follow the shrill little choristers over a difficult country of turns and flourishes. He explained afterwards that he liked to set an example of joining in. But Mark saw little else but the soft shining knot of hair against the dark sables of the hat and tippet of his beautiful neighbour, and a glimpse of her delicate profile now and then, as she turned to find the places for her little sister, who invariably disdained assistance as long as possible. He began to speculate idly on her probable character. Was she proud? There was a shade of disdain about her smile when he first saw her. Self-willed? The turn of her graceful head was slightly imperious. She could be tender with it all. He inferred that from the confidence with which the child nestled against her as the sermon began, and the gentle protecting hand that drew her closer still. Mark had been in and out of love several times in his life. His last affair had been with a pretty shallow flirt with a clever manner picked up at second hand, and though she had come to the end of her repertoire and ceased to amuse or interest him long before they parted by mutual consent, he chose to believe his heart for ever blighted and proof against all other women, so that he was naturally in the most favourable condition for falling an easy victim. He thought he had never seen any one quite like this girl, so perfectly natural and unaffected, and yet with such an indefinable air of distinction in her least movement. What poems, what books might not be written with such an influence to inspire them? And then Mark recollected with a pang that he had done away with all that for ever now. That most delicate form of homage would be beyond his power, even if he ever had the opportunity of paying it, and the thought did not tend to reconcile him to his lot. Would chance ever bring him within the sphere of his new-found divinity? Most probably not. Life has so many of these tantalizing half-glimpses which are never anything more. If she is Humpage's daughter, he thought, I'm afraid it's hopeless, but she shall not pass out of my life if I can help it. And so he dreamed through the sermon, with the vicar's high cracked voice forming a gentle clacking accompaniment, which he quite missed when the benediction came upon him unexpectedly. They came out of church into bright November sunshine. The sun had disengaged itself now from the dun clouds, melted the haze and tempered the air almost to the warmth of early spring. Mark looked round for Mr. Humpage and his party, but without success. They had lingered behind, perhaps, as he could not help fearing, designedly. He determined, however, to find out what he could about them, and approached the subject diplomatically. "I saw the window," he began. "That was the Good Samaritan in front, of course. I recognised him by the likeness at once." "He took care it should be like," said Uncle Solomon, with a contemptuous sniff. "That was his family with him, I suppose?" Mark asked carelessly. "Humpage is a bachelor, or gives himself out for such," said his uncle, charitably. "Then those young ladies, are they residents here?" "Which young ladies?" "In his pew," said Mark, a little impatiently. "The little girl with the long hair, and the other one." "You don't go to church to stare about, do you? I didn't take any notice of them. They're strangers here, friends of Humpage, I dare say. That was his sister in grey, she keeps house for him, and they say he leads her a pretty life with his tempers. Did you see that old woman behind in a black coal scuttle? That was old widow Barnjum. Keeps a sweet stuff shop down in the village. I've seen her that far in liquor sometimes she can't find her way about, and has to be taken home in a barrow. You wouldn't think it to look at her, would you? I shall give the vicar the hint to tell old John Barker he ought to stay away till he's got over that cough of his. It's enough to make anybody ill to listen to him. I've a good mind to tell him of it myself, and I will too if I come across him. The Colonel wasn't in church again. They tell me he's turned atheist, and loafs about all Sunday with a gun. I've seen him myself driving a dog-cart Sunday afternoons in a pot-hat, and I knew then what would come of that. Here we are again," he said, as they reached the palings of the Woodbines. "We'll just stroll round to get an appetite for dinner before we go in." Uncle Solomon led the way into the stables, where he lingered to slap his mare on the back and brag about her, and then Mark had to be introduced to the pig. "What I call a 'andsome pig, you know," he remarked. "A perfect picture he is."
A picture that needed cleaning, Mark thought. You come down to me in another 3 weeks or so and we'll try a bit off that chap, an observation which seemed to strike the pig as in a very indifferent taste, for he shook his ears, grunted, and retired to his sty in a pointed manner. After that there was plenty to do and see before Mark was allowed to dine. Lassie, the collie, had to be unfastened for a run about the grounds, of which a mechanical mouse might have made the tour in 5 minutes. There was a stone obelisk to be inspected that Uncle Solomon had bought a bargain at a sale and set up at a corner of the lawn, inscribed with the names of his favourites living and dead, a remarkably scratch team, by the way. Then he read out sonorous versions of the Latin names of most of his shrubs, which occupied a considerable time, until, at last, by way of the kitchen garden and strawberry beds, they came to a little pond and rustic summer-house, near which the boundary fence was unconcealed by any trees or shrubs. "See that gap?" said Mr. Lightowler, pointing to a paling, of which the lower half was worn away. "That's where Umpage's blathering old gander gets through. I hate the sight of the beast, and I'd sooner have a traction engine running about my beds than him. I've spoken about it to Umpage till I'm tired, and I shall have to take the law into my own hands soon, I know I shall. There was Wilcox, my gardener, said something about some way he had to serve him out, but it's come to nothing, and now we'll go in for a wash before dinner." Uncle Solomon was a widower. A niece of his late wife generally lived with him and superintended his domestic affairs, an elderly person, colourless and cold, who, however, had a proper sense of her position as a decayed relative on the wife's side, and made him negatively comfortable. She was away just then, which was partly the reason why Mark had been invited to bear his uncle company. They dined in a warm little room furnished plainly but well, and after dinner Uncle Solomon gave Mark a cigar, and took down a volume of American commentaries on the epistles, which he used to give a Sunday tone to his nap. But before it could take effect there were sounds faintly audible through the closed windows, as of people talking at the end of the grounds. Mr. Lightowler opened his drooping eyelids. "There's someone in my garden," he said. "I must go out and put a stop to that. Some of those urchins out of the village. They're always at it." He put on an old garden hat and sallied out, followed by Mark. "The voices seem to come down from Umpage's way, but there's no one to be seen," he said as they went along. "Yes, there is, though. There's Umpage himself and his friends looking across the fence at something. What does he want to go staring on to my land for, like his confounded impudence?" When they drew a little nearer, he stopped short and, turning to Mark with a face purple with anger, said, "Well, of all the impudence! If he isn't egging on that infernal gander now, put him through the hole himself, I dare say." On arriving at the scene, Mark saw the formidable old gentleman of that morning glaring angrily over the fence. By his side was the fair and slender girl he had seen in church, while at intervals her sister's wondering face appeared above the top of the palings, a small dog uttering short, sharp barks and yelps behind her. They were all looking at a large grey gander, which was unquestionably trespassing at that moment, but it was unjust to say, as Mr. Lightowler had said, that they were giving it any encouragement. The prevailing anxiety seemed to be to recover it, but as the fence was not low, and Mr. Humpage not young enough to care to scale it, they were obliged to wait the good pleasure of the bird. And Mark soon observed that the misguided bird was not in a condition to be easily prevailed upon, being in a very advanced stage of solemn intoxication. It was tacking about the path with an erratic stateliness, its neck stretched defiantly, and its choked sleepy cackle said, "You let me alone now. I'm all right. Walk straight enough if I want to," as plainly as bird language could render it. As Uncle Solomon bore down on it, it put on an air of elaborate indifference, meant to conceal a retreat to the gap by which it had entered, and began to waddle with excessive dignity in that direction. But from the way in which it repeatedly aimed itself at the intact portions of the paling, it seemed reasonable to infer that it was under a not infrequent optical illusion. Mr. Lightowler gave a short and rather savage laugh. "Wilcox has done it, then," he said. Mark threw away his cigar and slightly lifted his hat as he came up. He felt somewhat ashamed and strongly tempted to laugh at the same time. He dared not look at the face of Mr. Humpage's companion, and kept in the background as a dispassionate spectator. Mr. Lightowler evidently had made up his mind to be as offensive as possible. "Afternoon, Mr. Humpage," he began. "I think I've had the pleasure of seeing this bird of yours before. He's good enough to come in odd times and assist my gardener. You'll excuse me for making the remark, however, but when he's like this, I think he ought to be kept indoors." "This is disgraceful, sir," the other gentleman retorted, galled by this irony. "Disgraceful!" "It's not pretty in a gander, I must say," agreed Uncle Solomon, wilfully misunderstanding. "Does it often forget itself in this way now?" "Poor dear goose!" chanted the little girl, reappearing at this juncture. "It's so giddy. Is it ill, godpa?" "Run away, Dolly," said Mr. Humpage. "It's no sight for you. Run away." "Then Frisk mustn't look either. Come away, Frisk." And Dolly vanished again. When she had gone, the old gentleman said, with a dangerous smile that showed all his teeth, "Now, Mr. Lightowler, I think I'm indebted to you for the abominable treatment of this bird." "Somebody's been treating it, it's very plain," said the other, looking at the bird, which was making a feeble attempt to spread out its wings and screech contemptuously at the universe. "You're equivocating, sir. Do you think I can't see that poison has been laid in your grounds for this unhappy bird?" "It's happy enough, don't you be uneasy, Mr. Humpage. There's been no worse poison given to it than some of my old Glenlivet," said Mr. Lightowler, "and let me tell you, it's not every man, let alone every gander, as gets the luck to taste that. My gardener must have laid some of it down for agricultural purposes, and your bird, coming in through the hole, as you may p'raps remember I've spoken to you about before, has been making a little too free with it, that's all. It's welcome as the flowers in May to it, only don't blame me if your bird is laid up with bad headache by and by. Not that there's an headache in the whole cask." At this point Mark could not resist a glance at the fair face across the fence. In spite of her feminine compassion for the bird and respect for its proprietor, Mabel had not been able to overcome a sense of the absurdity of the scene, and the two angry old gentlemen wrangling across the fence over an intoxicated gander. The face Mark saw was rippling with subdued amusement, and her dark grey eyes met his for an instant with an electric flash of understanding. Then she turned away with a slight increase of colour in her cheeks. "I'm going in, Uncle Anthony," she said. "Do come too, as soon as you can. Don't quarrel about it any more. Ask them to give you back your poor goose, and I'll take it into the yard again. It ought to go at once." "Let me manage it my own way," said Mr. Humpage testily. "May I trouble you, Mr. Lightowler, to kindly hand me over that bird when you have quite finished with it?" he added. "That bird has been taking such a fancy to my manure heap that I'll ask to be excused," said Mr. Lightowler. "If you wish to whistle to it now, I might head it through the hole, but it always finds it a good deal easier to come through than it does to come back, even when it's sober. I'm afraid you'll have to wait till it comes round a bit." At this the gander lurched against a half-buried flower-pot, and rolled helplessly over with its eyes closed. "Oh, the poor thing!" cried Mabel. "It's dying!" "D'you see that?" demanded its owner, furiously. "It's dying, and you've had it poisoned, sir. That soaked bread was put there by you, or your orders, and by the Lord you shall pay for it." "I never ordered or put it there either," said his enemy doggedly. "We shall see about that, we shall see," said Mr. Humpage. "You can say that by and by." "It's no good losing your temper now. Keep cool, can't you?" roared Uncle Solomon. "It's likely to make a man cool, isn't it, to come for a quiet stroll on Sunday afternoon to find that his gander has been decoyed into a neighbour's garden and induced to poison itself with whisky? Decoyed? I like that. Pretty innocent, that bird of yours. Too timid to come in without a reg'lar invitation, wasn't he? jeered Mr. Lightowler. "Quite had to press him to step in and do the garden up a bit. You and your gander." Mabel had already escaped. Mark remained trying to persuade his uncle to come away before the matter ceased to be farcical. "I shall take the matter up, sir, I shall take it up," said Mr. Humpage, in a white rage, "and I don't think it will do you credit as a churchwarden, let me tell you." "Don't you go bringing that in here now," retorted Uncle Solomon. "I'll not be spoken to as a churchwarden by you, Mr. Humpage, sir, of all parties." "You'll not be spoken to by anybody very soon, at any rate as a churchwarden. I mean to bring this affair before the magistrates. I shall take out a summons against you for unlawfully ill-treating and abusing my gander, sir." "I tell you I never ill-treated him. As for abuse, I don't say, that's neither here nor there. He ain't so thin-skinned as all that, your gander ain't, and if I choose to put whisky or brandy or champagne cup about my grounds, I'm not obliged to consult your ridiculous gander, I do hope. I didn't ask him to sample them. I don't care a brass button for your summonses. You can summon me till you're black in the face." But in spite of these brave words, Mr. Lightowler was really not a little alarmed by the threat. "We shall see about that," said the other again, viciously. "And now, once more, will you give me back my poor bird?" Mark thought it had gone far enough. He took up the heavy bird, which made some maudlin objections, and carried it gingerly to the fence. "Here's the victim, Mr. Humpage," he said lightly. "I think it will be itself again in a couple of hours or so. And now, perhaps, we can let the matter drop for the present." The old gentleman glared at Mark as he received his bird. "I don't know who you may be, young sir, or what share you've had in this disgraceful business. If I trace it to you, you shall repent of it, I promise you. I don't wish to have any further communication with you or your friend, who's old enough to know his duty better as a neighbour and a Christian. You will let him know, with my compliments, that he'll hear more of this." He retired with the outraged bird under his arm, leaving Uncle Solomon, who had of course heard his parting words, looking rather ruefully at his nephew. "It's all very well for you to laugh," he said to Mark as they turned to go into the house again, "but let me tell you, if that hot-tempered old idiot goes and brings all this up at petty sessions, it may be an awkward affair for me. He's been a lawyer, has Humpage, and he'll do his worst. A pretty thing to have my name in all the papers about here as torturing a goose. I dessay they'll try and make out that I poured the whisky down the brute's throat. It's Wilcox's doings and none of mine, and they'll put it all on me. I'll drive over to Green and Ferret's to-morrow and see how I stand. You've studied the law. What do you think about it? Come, can he touch me, eh? But he hasn't got a leg to stand on, like his gander. It's all nonsense, ain't it?" If there had ever been a chance, Mark thought bitterly, after comforting his uncle, as well as his very moderate acquaintance with the law permitted, of anything like intimacy between himself and the girl whose face had fascinated him so strangely, it was gone now. That bird of evil omen had baulked his hopes as effectually as its ancestors frustrated the aspiring Gaul. The dusk was drawing on as they walked across the lawn, from which the russet glow of the sunset had almost faded. The commonplace villa before them was tinted with violet, and in the west the hedges and trees formed an intricate silhouette against a background of ruddy gold and pale lemon. One or two flamingo-coloured clouds still floated languidly higher up in a greenish-blue sky. Over everything the peace and calm had settled that marked the close of a perfect autumn day, with the additional stillness which always makes itself perceptible on a Sunday. Mark felt the influence of it all, and was vaguely comforted. He remembered the passing interchange of glances across the fence, and it consoled him. At supper that evening his uncle, too, recovered his spirits. "If he brings a summons they'll dismiss it," he said confidently, "but he knows better than that as a lawyer, and if he does, he'll find the laugh turned against him, eh? I'm not answerable for what Wilcox chooses to do without my orders. I never told him he wasn't to, but that ain't like telling him to go and do it, is it now? And where's the cruelty either? A blend like that, too. Just try a glass now and say what you think. He'll be dropping in for more of it if he's the bird I take him for." But as they were going upstairs to bed, He stopped at the head of the staircase and said to Mark, "Before I forget it, you remind me to get Wilcox to find out, quietly, the first thing tomorrow, how that gander is." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. So near and yet so far. When Mark awoke next morning the weather had undergone one of those sudden and complete changes which form one of the chief attractions of our climate. There had been a frost, and with it a thin white mist, which threw its clinging veil over the landscape. The few trees which were near enough to be seen were covered with a kind of thick grey vegetation, that gave them a spectral resemblance to their summer selves. Breakfast was early, as Mark had to be down at St. Peter's as soon after morning chapel as possible, and he came down shivering to find his uncle already seated. "The dog-cart will be around in 5 minutes," said the latter gentleman with his mouth full, "so make the most of your time. You'll have a cold drive. I'll take you over to the station myself, and go on and see Ferret after." The too zealous Wilcox brought the trap round. "Have you been round to see that bird next door?" Mr. Lightowler asked rather anxiously, as the man stood by the mare's head. "Yes, sir," said Wilcox, with a grin. "I went and saw Mr. Umpage's man, and he said the old gander was wery bad when they got him home, but he ain't any the worse for what he had this morning, sir, though the man, he do say as the gander seemed a bit sorry for herself too. They tough old birds has got strong heads, sir. I knowed it 'ud do him no harm, bless ye." "Well, don't you go trying it again, Wilcox, that's all. Mind what I say," said Uncle Solomon, with visible relief, "else you and me'll have words and part. Let her go." And they drove off. He gave Mark much good advice on the way, such as wealthy uncles seem to secrete and exude almost unconsciously, as toads yield moisture. But Mark paid only a moderate degree of attention to it as they spun past the low dim edges. He hardly noticed what could be seen along the road even, which was not much, a gable end or a haystack starting out for an instant from the fog, or a shadowy labourer letting himself through a gate. He was thinking of the girl whose eyes had met his the afternoon before. He had dreamed of her all that night, a confused, ridiculous dream, but with a charm about it which was lingering still. He thought they had met and understood one another at once, and he had taken her to the village church where he had first seen her, and they had a private box, and Uncle Solomon took the chair, while old Mr. Shelford, Trixie, and young Langton were all in the choir, which was more like an orchestra. It was not particularly connected or reverent, but she had not been included in the general travesty. His sleeping brain had respected her image even in its waywardness, and presented it as vivid and charming as in life, so that the dream with all its absurdity seemed to have brought her nearer to him, and he could not resist the fancy that she might have some recollection of it too. A low hum in the still air, and distant reports, and choked railway whistles told them they were near the station, but the fog had grown so much denser that there was no other indication of it, until Mr. Lightowler brought up sharply opposite the end of an inclined covered staircase, which seemed to spring out of nothing and lead nowhere, where they left the dog-cart in charge of a flyman and went up to the platform. There a few old gentlemen with rosy faces were stamping up and down and slapping their chests, exchanging their "Raw morning this, sirs," "Ah, it is indeed," with an air of good men bearing up under an undeserved persecution. "Sharp morning this is to stand about in," said Uncle Solomon. "Let's go into the waiting room, there's a fire there." The waiting room was the usual drab little room, with a bottle of water and tumblers on a bare stained table, and local advertisements on the dingy walls. The gas was lighted and flickered in a sickly white fishtail flame, but the fire was blazing cheerfully, giving a sheen to the silver grey fur of a child in a crimson plush hat, who stood before it embracing a small round basket out of which a Skye terrier's head was peering inquisitively.
The firelight shone, too, on the graceful form of a girl who was bending towards it, holding out her slender hands to the blaze. Mark scarcely needed to glance at the face as she turned towards the newcomers to recognise that fortune had allowed him one more chance. Mr. Humpage's visitors were evidently returning to town by the same train as himself, and the old gentleman in person was standing with his back to them, examining a timetable on the wall. Uncle Solomon, in his relief at Wilcox's information that morning, did not perceive any awkwardness in the encounter, but moved about and coughed noisily, as if anxious to attract his enemy's attention. Mark felt considerably embarrassed, dreading a scene, but he glanced as often as he dared at the lady of his thoughts, who was drawing on her gloves again with a dainty deliberation. "Godpapa," said the little girl suddenly, "you never told me if Frisk had been good. Has he?" "So good that he kept me awake thinking of him all night," said the old gentleman drily, without turning. "Did he howl, godpapa? He does sometimes when he's left out in the garden, you know." "He did," said Mr. Humpage. "Oh yes, he howled. He's a clever dog at that." "And you really like him to?" said Dolly. "Some people don't." "Narrow-minded of 'em, very," growled the old gentleman. "Isn't it?" said Dolly innocently. "Well, I'm glad you like it, godpapa, because now I shall bring him to see you again. When there's a moon he can howl much louder. I'll bring him when the next moon comes, shall I?" "We'll see, Chucky, we'll see. I shouldn't like to keep him sitting up all night to howl on my account. It wouldn't be good for his health. But the very next blue moon we have down in these parts I'll send up for him, I promise you that." Dolly was evidently about to inquire searchingly into the nature of this local phenomenon, but before she could begin the old gentleman turned and saw that they were not alone. "Morning, Mr. 'Umpage," said Uncle Solomon, clearing his throat, and Mark felt a pang of regret for the lost aspirate. "Good morning to you, sir," said the other distantly. The elder girl returned the bow which Mark risked, though without giving any sign of remembrance. But Dolly remarked audibly, "Why, that's the old man next door that gave your goose something to make it giddy, isn't it, godpapa?" "I hope," said Uncle Solomon, "that now you've had time to think over what happened yesterday afternoon, you'll see that you went too far in using the terms that fell from you, more particularly as the bird's as well as ever, from what I hear this morning." "I don't wish to reopen that affair at present," said the other stiffly. "Well, I've heard about enough of it too, so if you'll own you used language that was unwarrantable, I'm willing to say no more about it on my part." "I've no doubt you are, Mr. Lightowler, but you must excuse me for entering into any conversation on the subject. I can't dismiss it as lightly as you seem to do, and, in short, I don't mean to discuss it here, sir." "Very well, just as you please. I only meant to be neighbourly, but it don't signify. I can keep myself to myself as well as other parties, I dare say." "Then you'll have the goodness to do it, Mr. Lightowler. Mabel, the train is due now. Get your wraps and things and come along." He walked fiercely past the indignant Uncle Solomon, followed by Mabel and Dolly, the former of whom seemed a little ashamed of Mr. Humpage's behaviour, for she kept her eyes lowered as she passed Mark, while Dolly looked up at him with childish curiosity. "Confound these old fools!" thought Mark angrily. "What do they want to squabble for in this ridiculous way? Why, if they had only been on decent terms, I might have been introduced to her, to Mabel, by this time. We might even have travelled up to town together." "Regular old Tartar, that!" said his uncle under his breath. "I believe he'll try and have the law of me now. Let him, I don't care. Here's your train at last. You won't be in by the timetable this morning with all this fog about." Mark got into a compartment next to that in which Mr. Humpage had put Mabel and her sister. It was as near as he dared to venture. He could hear Mabel's clear soft voice saying the usual last words at the carriage window, while Uncle Solomon was repeating his exhortation to study and abstinence from any literary nonsense. Then the train, after one or two false starts on the greasy rails, moved out,
and Mark had a parting glimpse of the Neighbours turning sharply round on the platform with an elaborate affectation of being utter strangers. He had no paper to amuse him, for the station was not important enough for a bookstall, and there was nothing to be seen out of the windows, which were silvered with frozen moisture. He had the compartment to himself, and lay back looking up rather sentimentally at the bull's-eye, through which he heard occasional snatches of Dolly's imperious treble. "I know her name now," he thought, with a quite unreasonable joy. "Mabel. I shall remember that. I wonder if they are going all the way to town, and if I could offer to be of any use to them at King's Cross. At all events, I shall see her once more then." It was not a very long journey from Chigbourne to the terminus, but, as will be seen hereafter, it was destined to be a landmark in the lives of both Mark and Mabel, though the meeting he looked forward to at the end of it never took place. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. In the Fog. Mark was roused from his reverie in the railway carriage by the fact that the train, after slackening speed rather suddenly, had come to a dead standstill. "Surely we can't be in already," he said to himself, wondering at the way in which his thoughts had outstripped the time. But on looking out he found that he was mistaken. They were certainly not near the metropolis as yet, nor did they appear to have stopped at any station, though from the blank white fog which reigned all around, and drifted in curling wreaths through the window he had let down, it was difficult to make very sure of this. Along the whole length of the train conversation, no longer drowned by the motion, rose and fell in a kind of drone, out of which occasional scraps of talk from the nearer carriages were more distinctly audible, until there came a general lull as each party gave way to the temptation of listening to the other, for the dullest talk has an extraordinary piquancy under these circumstances, either because the speakers, being unseen, appeal to our imagination, or because they do not suppose that they are being so generally overheard. But by and by it seemed to be universally felt that the stoppage was an unusual one, and windows went down with a clatter along the carriages while heads were put out inquiringly. Every kind of voice demanded to be told where they were, and why they were stopping, and what the deuce the company meant by it. Inquiries met by a guard, who walked slowly along the line, with the diplomatic evasiveness which marks the official dislike to admit any possible hitch in the arrangements. "Yes," he said stolidly, "there might be a bit of a stoppage like. They'd be going on presently. He couldn't say how long that would be. Something had gone wrong with the engine. It was nothing serious. He didn't exactly know what." But he was met just under Mark's window by the guard from the break at the end of the train, when a hurried conference took place, in which there was no stolidity on either side. "Run back as quick as you can and set the detonators. There ain't a minute to lose. She may be down on us any time, and she'll never see the other signals this weather. I'd get 'em all out of the train if I was you, mate. They ain't safe where they are as it is, that they ain't." The one guard ran back to his break, and then on to set the fog signals, while the other went to warn the passengers. "All get out here, please, all get out," he shouted. There was the usual obstructive person in the train who required to be logically convinced first of the necessity of disturbing himself. He put his head angrily out of a window near Mark's. "Here, guard," he shouted importantly, "what's all this? Why am I to get out?" "Because you'd better," said the guard shortly. "But why? Where's the platform? I insist on being taken to a platform. I'm not going to break my leg getting out here." Several people, who had half opened their doors, paused on the steps at this, as if recalled to a sense of their personal dignity. "Do as you please, sir," said the official. "The engine's broke down, and we may be run into any minute in this fog, but if you'd be more comfortable up there—" There was no want of alacrity after that, the obstructive man being the first down. All the rosy-faced gentlemen hopped out, some of the younger ones still grasping half-played hands of Nap or Loo, and made the best of their way down the embankment, and several old ladies were got out in various stages of flutter, narrowly escaping sprained ankles in the descent. Mark, who had seen his opportunity from the first, had rushed to the door of the next compartment, caught Dolly in his arms as she jumped down, and, hardly believing in his own good fortune, held Mabel's hand in his for one happy moment as she stepped from the high and awkward footboard. "Down the slope, quick!" he cried to them. "Get as far from the line as you can, in case of a smash." Mabel turned a little pale, for she had not understood till then that there was any real danger. "Keep close to me, Dolly," she said, as they went down the slope. "We're safe here." The fog had gathered thick down in the meadows, and nothing could be seen of the abandoned train when they had gone a few paces from the foot of the embankment. The passengers were moving about in excited groups, not knowing what horrors they might not be obliged to witness in the next few minutes. The excitement increased as one of them declared he could hear the noise of an approaching train. "Only just in time. God help them if they don't pull up," cried some, and a woman hoped that "the poor driver and stoker were not on the engine." Dolly heard this, and broke from Mabel with a loud cry. "Mabel, we've left Frisk!" she sobbed. "He'll be killed! Oh, my dog will be killed! He mustn't be left behind!" And, to Mark's horror, she turned back, evidently with the idea of making for the point of danger. He ran after her, and caught the little silvery grey form fast in his arms. "Let me go!" cried Dolly, struggling. "I must get him back! Oh, I must!" "He'll have jumped out by this time. He's quite safe," said Mark in her ear. "He was sound asleep in his basket. He'll never wake if I don't call to him. Why do you hold me? I tell you I will go," persisted Dolly. "No, Dolly, no," said Mabel, bending over her. "It's too late. It's hard to leave him, but we must hope for the best." She was crying too for the poor doomed dog as she spoke. Mark was hardly a man from whom anything heroic could be very confidently expected. He was no more unselfish than the generality of young men. As a rule, he disliked personally inconveniencing himself for other people, and in cooler moments, or without the stimulus of Mabel's presence, he would certainly have seen no necessity to run the risk of a painful death for the sake of a dog. But Mabel was there, and the desire of distinguishing himself in her eyes made a temporary hero out of materials which at first sight were not promising. He was physically fearless enough, and given to acting on impulses without counting the consequences. The impulse seized him now to attempt to rescue this dog, and he obeyed it blindly. "Wait here," he said to Mabel. "I'll go back for him." "Oh, no, no!" she cried. "It may cost you your life." "Don't stop him, Mabel," entreated Dolly. "He is going to save my dog." Mark had gone already, and was half-way up the slope, slippery as it was, with the grass clumped and matted together by the frost, and scored in long brown tracks by the feet that had just descended it. Mabel was left to console and encourage the weeping Dolly as best she might, with a terrible suspense weighing on her own heart the while, not altogether on Frisk's account. At the point where the train had broken down, the line took a bold curve, and now they could hear, apparently close upon them, the roar of a fast train sweeping round through the fog. There were some faint explosions, hoarse shouting, a long screeching whistle, and after that the dull shock of a collision, but nothing could be seen from where they stood, and for some moments Mabel remained motionless, almost paralysed by the fear of what might be hidden behind the fog curtain. Mark clambered painfully up the glistening embankment, hoping to reach the motionless carriages and escape with his object effected before the train he could hear in the distance ground into them with a hideous crash. He knew his danger, but, to do him justice, he scarcely gave it a thought. Any possible suffering seemed as remote and inconsiderable just then as the chance of a broken leg or collarbone had been to him when running for a touchdown in his football days. The one idea that filled his brain was to return to Mabel triumphant with the rescued dog in his arms, and he had room for no others. He went as directly as he could to the part of the train in which was the carriage he had occupied, and found it without much difficulty when he was near enough to make out forms through the fog. The door to Mabel's compartment was open, and as he sprang up the footboard he heard the train behind rattling down on him with its whistle screeching infernally, and for the first time felt an uneasy recollection of the horribly fantastic injuries described in accounts of so many railway collisions. But there was no time to think of this. At the other end of the carriage was the little round wicker basket he had seen in Dolly's hands at the Chigbourne waiting room, and in it was the terrier, sleeping soundly as she had anticipated. He caught up the little drowsy beast, which growled ungratefully, and turned to leap down with it to the ballast, when there was a sharp concussion, which sent a jangling forward shock, increasing in violence as it went, along the standing train, and threw him violently against the partition of the compartment. Meanwhile, the passengers of the first train, now that the worst was apparently over, and the faint shouts and screams from the embankment had calmed down, began to make their way in the direction of the sounds, and Mabel, holding Dolly fast by the hand, forced herself to follow them, though she was sick and faint with the dread of what she might see. The first thing they saw was a crowd of eager, excited faces, all questioning and accusing the badgered officials of both trains at the same time. Why was an empty train left on the rails unprotected in this way? They might have been all killed. It was culpable negligence all round, and there should be an inquiry. They would insist on an inquiry. They would report this to the traffic manager, and so on. The faces looked pale and ghastly enough in the fog, but all the speakers were evidently sound in wind and limb, and, as far as could be seen, neither train had left the rails. But where was the young man who had volunteered to recover the dog? "Oh, Mabel!" cried Dolly again and again. "Frisk is killed, I'm sure of it, or he'd come to me. Something has happened. Ask, do ask!" But Mabel dared not, for fear of hearing that a life had been nobly and uselessly sacrificed. She could only press through the crowd with the object of making her way to the carriage where the suspense would be ended. "There's someone in one of the carriages," she heard a voice saying as she got nearer, and her heart beat faster, and then the crowd parted somehow, and she saw Mark Ashburn come out of it towards her, with a dazed, scared smile on his pale face, and the little trembling dog safe under one arm. Fortunately for Mark, the fog signals had been set in time to do their work, and the second train was fitted with powerful brakes, which, but for the state of the rails, would have brought it to without any collision at all. As it was, the shock had not been severe enough to damage the rolling stock to any greater extent than twisting or straining a buffer or coupling chain here and there, though it had thrown him against the corner of the net rail with sufficient violence to slightly graze his forehead, and leave him stunned and a little faint for a few moments. After sitting down for a short time to recover himself, he picked up the terrier from the cushions on which it was crouching and shivering, having dropped from his hand at the concussion, and feeling himself still rather giddy and sick, got down amongst the astonished crowd and came towards Mabel and Dolly, as we have seen. It was the best moment, as he thought afterwards, in his life. Everyone, probably, with any imagination at all, likes to conceive himself at times as the performer of some heroic action, extorting the admiration he longs for from some particular pair of eyes, but opportunities for thus distinguishing oneself are sadly rare nowadays, and often, when they come, are missed, or if grasped with success, the fair eyes are looking another way and never see it. But Mark had a satisfied sense of appearing to the utmost advantage as he met the little girl and placed the dog in her arms. "There's your dog. He's quite safe, only a little frightened," he said, with a pleasant sympathy in his voice. Dolly was too overcome for words. She caught Frisk up with her eyes swimming, and ran away with him to pour her self-reproach and relief into his prickled ears, without making any attempt to express her thanks to his rescuer. Her sister, however, made him ample amends. "How can we thank you?" she said. with a quiver in her voice and an involuntary admiration in her eyes. "It was so very, very brave of you. You might have been killed." "I thought at first it was going to be rather a bad smash," said Mark. He could not resist the impulse now to make all the capital he could out of what he had done. "I was knocked down and unconscious for a while after it, but I'm not much hurt, as you see. I don't think I'm any the worse for it, and at all events your little sister's dog isn't, and that's the main point, isn't it?" he added, with a feeling that his words were equal to the occasion. "Indeed it isn't," said Mabel warmly. "If you had been seriously hurt I should never have forgiven myself for letting you go. But are you sure you feel no pain anywhere?" "Well," he admitted, "I fancy I was cut a little about the head." He was afraid she might not have noticed this, "but that's a trifle." "There is a cut on your forehead," said Mabel. "It has been bleeding, but I think it has stopped now. Let me bind it up for you, in case it should break out again." It was, in truth, a very small cut, and had hardly bled at all, but Mark made light of it elaborately, as the surest means of keeping her interest alive. "I'm afraid it must be giving you pain," she said, with a pretty anxious concern in her eyes as she spoke, and Mark protested that the pain was nothing, which was the exact truth, although he had no intention of being taken literally. They had gone down the embankment again and were slowly crossing the dim field in which they had first taken refuge. No one was in sight, the other passengers being still engaged in comparing notes or browbeating the unhappy guards above, and as Mark glanced at his companion he saw that her thoughts had ceased to busy themselves about him, while her eyes were trying to pierce the gloom which surrounded her. "I was looking for my little sister," she exclaimed, answering the question in his eyes. "She ran off with the dog you brought back to her, and it is so easy to lose oneself here. I must find out where she is. Oh, you are ill!" she broke off suddenly, as Mark staggered and half fell. "Only a slight giddiness," he said. "If I could sit down somewhere for a moment. Is that a stile over there?" "It looks like one. Can you get so far without help?" she said compassionately. "Will you lean on me?" He seemed to her like some young knight who had been wounded, as it were, in her cause, and deserved all the care she could give him. "If you will be so very good," said Mark. He felt himself a humbug, for he could have leaped the stile with ease at that very moment. He had very little excuse for practising in this way on her womanly sympathy, except that he dreaded to lose her just yet, and found such a subtle intoxication in being tended like this by a girl from whom an hour ago he had scarcely hoped to win another careless glance. If he exaggerated his symptoms, as it is to be feared he did, there may be some who will forgive him under the circumstances. So he allowed Mabel to guide him to the stile, and sat down on one of its rotten cross planks while she poured eau de cologne or some essence of the kind on a handkerchief and ordered him to bathe his forehead with it. They seemed isolated there together on the patch of hoary grass by a narrow black ditch half hidden in rank weeds, which alone could be distinguished in the prevailing yellowish whiteness, and Mark desired nothing better at the moment. "I wonder," said Mabel, "if there's a doctor amongst the passengers. There must be, I should think. I'm sure you ought to see one. Let me see if I can find one and bring him to you." But Mark declared he was quite himself again, and would have begged her not to leave him if he had dared, and as there really did not seem to be anything serious the matter, Mabel's uneasiness about Dolly returned. "I can't rest till I find her," she said, "and if you really are strong again, will you help me? She cannot have gone far." Mark, only too glad of any pretence to remain with her, volunteered willingly. "Then will you go round the field that way," she said, "and I will go this, and we will meet here again." "Don't you think," said Mark, who had not been prepared for this, "that if she might not know me, you see, I mean if I was not with you." "Yes, she will," said Mabel impatiently. "Dolly won't forget you after what you have done, and we are losing time. Go round by there and call her now and then, and if she is here she will come, and if she is not, then we will try the next field." She went off herself as she spoke, and Mark had nothing for it but to obey, as she so evidently expected to be obeyed. He went round the field, calling out the child's name now and then, feeling rather forlorn and ridiculous as his voice went out unanswered on the raw air. Presently a burly figure, grotesquely magnified by the mist, came towards him and resolved itself into an ordinary guard. "You one of the gentlemen in my train, sir?" he said. "The train has broke down, that is." "Yes," said Mark. "Why?" "'Cause we got the engine put to rights, sir. Nothing much the matter with her, there wasn't. And we're going on directly, sir. I'm getting all my passengers together." Mark was in no hurry to leave that field, but his time was not his own. He ought to have been at St. Peter's long ago, and was bound to take the first opportunity of getting back. It would not be pleasant, as it was, to have to go and fetch down his class from the sixth form room, where the headmaster had probably given them a temporary asylum. He had never forgotten the morning on which he had overslept himself, and the mortification he had felt at the doctor's blandly polite but cutting reception of his apologies. He had a better excuse this time, but even that would not bear overtaxing. He hesitated a moment, however. "I'll go in a minute," he said, "but there's a lady and a little girl with a dog somewhere about. They mustn't be left behind. Wait while I go and tell them, will you?" "Never you fear, sir," said the guard. "We won't go without them, but I'll call 'em. They'll mind me more than they will you, begging your pardon, sir, and you'd better run on, as time's short, and keep places for 'em. You leave it all to me. I'll take care on 'em." Mark heard faint barks across the hedge in the direction Mabel had taken. The child was evidently found. The best thing, he thought, to do now was to secure an empty compartment, and with that idea, and perhaps a little from that instinctive obedience to anything in a uniform which is a characteristic of the average respectable Englishman, he let himself be persuaded by the guard and went back to the train. To his great joy he found that the compartment Mabel had occupied had no one in it. He stood waiting by the door for Mabel and her sister to come up, with eager anticipations of delightful conclusion to his journey. "Perhaps she will tell me who she is," he thought. "At all events she will ask me who I am. How little I hoped for this yesterday!" He was interrupted by another guard, a sour-looking man with a grizzled beard, who was in charge of the front van. "Get in, sir, if you mean to travel by this here train," he said. "I'm waiting for a young lady," said Mark, rather ingenuously, but it slipped out almost without his knowledge. "The other guard promised me—" "I don't know nothing about no young ladies," said the guard obdurately, "but if you mean my mate, he's just given me the signal from his end, and if you don't want to be left behind, you'd better take your seat while you can, sir, and pretty sharp too." There was nothing else to do. He could not search for Mabel along the train. He must wait till they got to King's Cross, but he took his seat reluctantly and with a heavy disappointment, thinking what a fool he had been to let himself be persuaded by the burly guard. But for that, she might have been sitting opposite to me now, he thought bitterly. What a fool I was to leave her! How pretty she looked when she wanted me to see a doctor! How charming she is altogether! Am I in love with her already? Of course I am. Who wouldn't be? I shall see her again. She will speak to me once more, and, after all, things might be worse. I couldn't have counted on that when we started. And he tried to console himself with this, feeling an impatient anger at the slow pace of the train as it crept cautiously on towards the goal of his hopes. But the breakdown had not happened very far from town, and, tedious as the time seemed to Mark, it was not actually long before the colour of the atmosphere (there was no other indication) proved that they were nearing the terminus. It changed by slow gradations from its original yellow whiteness to mustard colour, and from that to a smoky lurid red, and from red to stinging, choking iron grey, and the iron grey pall was in full possession of King's Cross, where the sickly moonlight of the electric lamps could only clear small halos immediately around their globes. Mark sprang out before the train had stopped. He strained his eyes in watching for the form he hoped to see there, but in vain. There were no signs in all that bustle of Mabel or Dolly or the little dog to whom he owed so much. He sought out the guard who had deluded him and found him superintending the clearing of the luggage van. He hardly knew whether it was merely a fancy that the official, after making a half step forward to meet him, and fumbling in all his pockets, turned away again as if anxious to avoid meeting his eye. Mark forced him to meet him, however, willing or not. "Where is the lady?" he said sharply. "You left her behind after all, it seems." "It wasn't my fault, sir," said the guard wheezily. "Nor was it the lady's fault, leastways only the little lady's, sir. Both on us tried all we could, but the little missy, her with the terrier dog, was nervous like with it all, and wouldn't hear of getting in the train again. So the young lady, she said, seeing as they were so near London, they could get a fly or a cab or summat, and go on in that." "And did she give you no message for me?" said Mark. There was such evident expectation in his face that the guard seemed afraid to disappoint it. "I was to give you her respects and compliments," he said slowly. "Or was it her love, now?" he substituted quickly, after a glance at Mark's face. "And you was not to be in a way about her, and she'd be seeing of you again before very long, and——" "That's all a lie, you know," said Mark calmly. "Well, then, she didn't say nothing, if that warn't it," said the guard doggedly. "Did she leave any directions about luggage or anything?" said Mark. "Brown portmanty to go in the left luggage room till called for," said the guard. "Anything else I can do for you, sir? No? Good morning, then, and thankee, sir." "Never did such a thing as that in my life afore," he muttered, as he went back to his van. "To go and lose a bit of paper with writing on it, directly I got it too. I'm afraid my head's a leaving me. They ain't keeping company, that's plain. I made a mess of that, or he wouldn't have wanted her direction. I saw what he was up to. Well, they'd make a good-looking pair. I'm sorry I lost that there paper, but it weren't no use a telling of him." As for Mark, this lame and impotent conclusion brought back all his depression again. "She never even asked my name," he thought bitterly. "I risked my life for her. It was for her, and she knew it. But she has forgotten that already. I've lost her for ever this time. She may not even live in London, and if she did I've no clue to tell me where, and if I had I don't exactly see what use it would be. I won't think about it. Yes, I will. She can't prevent me from doing that at any rate." By this time he had left the City station of the Metropolitan Railway, and was going back to his underground labours at St. Peter's, where he was soon engaged in trying to establish something like discipline in his class, which the dark brown fog seemed to have inspired with unaccountable liveliness. His short holiday had not served to rest and invigorate him as much as might have been expected. It had left him consumed with a hopeless longing for something unattainable. His thirst for distinction had returned in an aggravated form, and he had cut himself off now from the only means of slaking it. As that day wore on, and with each day that succeeded it, he felt a wearier disgust with himself and his surroundings. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Bad News. It was Christmas week, and Mrs. Langton and her daughters were sitting, late one afternoon, in the drawing-room where we saw them first. Dolly was on a low stool at her mother's feet, submitting, not too willingly, to have the bow in her hair smoothed and arranged for her. "It must be all right now, mother," she said, breaking away rebelliously at last. "It's worse than ever, Dolly," said Mrs. Langton plaintively. "It's slipped over to the left now." "But it doesn't matter. It never will keep straight long." "Well, if you like to run about like a little wild child," was the resigned answer. "Little wild children don't wear bows in their hair. They wear—well, they don't wear anything they've got to be careful and tidy about. I think that must be rather nice," said Dolly, turning round from where she knelt on the hearthrug. "Wake up, Frisk, and be good-tempered directly. Mother, on Christmas Day I'm going to tie a Christmas card round Frisk's neck, and send him into papa's dressing-room to wish him a Merry Christmas, the first thing in the morning. You won't tell him before the time, will you?" "Not if you don't wish it, darling," said Mrs. Langton placidly. "I mightn't have had him to tie a card to," said Dolly, taking the dog up and hugging him fondly. "If that gentleman had not fetched him out of the train for me, and I never said thank you to him either. I forgot somehow, and when I remembered he was gone. Should you think he will come to see me, Mabel? You told him that mother would be glad to thank him sometime, didn't you, on the paper you gave the guard for him?" "Yes, Dolly," said Mabel, turning her head a little way, "but you see he hasn't come yet." "My dear," said the mother, "really I think he shows better taste in keeping away. There was no necessity to send him a message at all, and I hope he won't take any advantage of it. Thanking people is so tiresome, and, after all, they never think you have said enough about it. It was very kind of the young man, of course, very, though I can't say I ever quite understood what it was he did. It was something in a fog, I know," she concluded vaguely. "We told you all about it, mother," explained Dolly. "I'll tell you all over again. There was a fog, and our train stopped, and we all got out, and I left Frisk behind, and there he was in the carriage all alone, and then the gentleman ran back and got him out and brought him to me, and another train came up behind and stopped too." "Dolly tells it rather tamely," said Mabel, her cheeks flushing again. "At the time he ran back for the dog, we could all hear the other train rushing up in the fog, mamma, and nobody knew whether there might not be a frightful collision in another minute." "Then I think it was an extremely rash thing for him to do, my dear, and if I were his mother I should be very angry with him." "He was very good looking, wasn't he, Mabel?" said Dolly irrelevantly. "Was he, Dolly? Well, yes, I suppose he was rather," said Mabel, with much outward indifference, and an inward and very vivid picture of Mark's face as he leaned by the stile, his fine eyes imploring her not to leave him. "Well, perhaps he doesn't care about being thanked, or doesn't want to see us again," said Dolly. "If he did, he'd call, you know. You wrote the address on the paper." Mabel had already arrived at the same conclusion, and was secretly a little piqued and hurt by it. She had gone slightly out of her way to give him an opportunity of seeing her again if he wished, and he had chosen not to take advantage of it. It had not seriously disturbed her peace of mind, but her pride was wounded notwithstanding. At times she was ready to believe that there had been some mistake or miscarriage with her message, otherwise it was strange that the admiration which it had not been difficult to read in his eyes should have evaporated in this way. "Why, here's papa home already!" cried Dolly, as the door opened and a tall man entered. "How do you do, papa? You've rumpled my bow. You didn't think I meant it, did you? You can do it again if you like. I don't mind a bit. Mother does." He had duly returned the affectionate hug with which Dolly had greeted him, but now he put her aside with a rather preoccupied air, and went to his wife's chair, kissing the smooth forehead she presented, still absently. "You are early, Gerald," she said. "Did the courts rise sooner to-day?" "No," he said conscientiously. "It's the vacation now. I left chambers as soon as I could get away." And he was folding and unfolding the evening paper he had brought in with him as he stood silent before the fire. Mr. Langton was not much over 50, and a handsome man still, with full clear eyes, a well-cut chin and mouth, iron grey whiskers, and a florid complexion, which years spent in stifling law courts and dust and black-laden chambers had not done much to tone down. Young barristers and solicitors' clerks were apt to consider him rather a formidable personage in Lincoln's Inn, and he was certainly imposing as he rustled along New Square or Chancery Lane, his brows knitted, a look of solemn importance about his tightly closed lips, and his silk gown curving out behind him like a great black sail. He had little imperious ways in court, too, of beckoning a client to come to him from the well, or of waving back a timid junior who had plucked his gown to draw his attention to some suggestion with a brusque "Not now, I can't hear that now," which suggested immeasurable gulfs between himself and them. But at home he unbent, a little consciously perhaps, but he did unbend, being proud and fond of his children, who at least stood in no fear of him. Long years of successful practice had had a certain narrowing effect upon him, The things of his profession were almost foremost in his mind now, and when he travelled away from them, he was duller than he once promised to be. His humour had slowly dwindled down until it had just sufficient for ordinary professional purposes, and none at all for private consumption. In his favour it may be added that he was genial to all whom he did not consider his inferiors, a good though not a demonstrative husband; that as a lawyer he was learned without the least pedantry, and that he was a bencher of his inn, where he frequently dined, and a member of Parliament where he never spoke, even on legal matters. Mabel's quick eyes were the first to notice a shade on his face and a constraint in his manner. She went to his side and said in an undertone, "You are not feeling ill, papa, are you? Or has anything worried you today?" "I am quite well. I have news to tell you presently," he said in the same tone. "Come and see my Christmas cards before I do them up," said Dolly from a side table. "I'm going to send one to each of my friends, except Clara Haycroft, or if I do send her one," she added thoughtfully, "it will be only a penny one, and I shall write her name on the back so that she can't use it again. Clara has not behaved at all well to me lately. If I sent one to Vincent now, papa, would he get it in time?" "No, no," said her father a little sharply. "And look here, Pussy, run away now and see how Colin is getting on." "And come back and tell you?" inquired Dolly. "Very well, papa." "Don't come back till I send for you," he said. "Mind that now, Dolly, stay in the schoolroom." He shut the door carefully after her, and then turning to his wife and daughter, he said, "You haven't either of you seen the papers today, I suppose?" "No," said Mrs. Langton. "You know I never read daily papers." "Gerald," she cried suddenly, with a light coming into her eyes, "is another judge dead?" Visions of her husband on the bench, a town house in a more central part of London, an increase of social consideration for herself and daughters, began to float into her brain. "It's not that. If there was, I'm not likely to be offered a judgeship just yet. It's not good news, Belle. I'm afraid it's very bad," he said warningly. "Very bad indeed." "Oh, papa!" cried Mabel, "please don't break it to us. Tell it at once, whatever it is." "You must let me choose my own course, my dear. I am coming to the point at once. The Globe has a telegram from Lloyd's agent reporting the total loss of the Mangalore." "Vincent's ship!" said Mabel. "Is he saved?" "We cannot be certain of anything just yet, and these disasters are generally exaggerated in the first accounts, but I'm afraid there is very grave reason to fear that the poor boy went down with her. Not many passengers were on board at the time, and only 4 or 5 of them were saved, and they are women. We can hope for the best still, but I cannot, after reading the particulars, feel any confidence myself. I made inquiries at the owners' offices this afternoon, but they could tell me very little just yet, though they will have fuller information by tomorrow. But from what they say, I cannot feel very hopeful." Mabel hid her face, trying to realise that the man who had sat opposite to her there scarcely a month ago, with the strange, almost prophetic sadness in his eyes, was lying somewhere still and white, fathoms deep under the sea. She was too stunned for tears just yet. "Gerald," said Mrs. Langton, "Vincent is drowned, I'm sure of it. I feel this will be a terrible shock to me by and by. I don't know when I shall get over it. Poor, poor dear fellow! To think that the last time I saw him was that evening we dined at the Gordons. You remember, Gerald, a dull dinner, and he saw me into the carriage and stood there on the pavement saying good-bye." Mrs. Langton seemed to consider that these circumstances had a deep pathos of their own. She pressed her eyes daintily with her handkerchief before she could go on. "Why didn't he sail by one of the safe lines?" she murmured. "The P&O never lost a single life. He might have gone in one of them and been alive now." "My dear Belle," said her husband, "we can't foresee these things. It was to be, I suppose." "Is nothing more known?" said Mabel, with a strong effort to control her voice. "Here is the account. Stay, I can give you the effect of it. It was in the Indian Ocean, not long after leaving Bombay, somewhere off the Malabar coast, and the ship seems to have grazed a sunken reef, which ripped a fearful hole in her side without stopping her course. They were not near enough to the land to hope to reverse the engines and back her on shore at full speed. She began to settle down fast by the head, and their only chance was in the boats, which unfortunately had nearly all become jammed in the davits. Everyone appears to have behaved admirably. They managed at last to launch one of the boats and to put the women into it, and they were trying to get out the others, when the vessel went down suddenly, not a quarter of an hour after striking the reef. "Vincent could swim, papa," said Mabel, with gleaming eyes. "He was not a first-rate swimmer," said Mr. Langton. "I remember that, and even a first-rate swimmer would have found it hard work to reach the shore, if he had not been drawn down with the ship, as seems to have been the fate of most of the poor fellows. Still, of course, there is always hope." "And he is dead, Vincent dead. It seems so hard, so very, very sad," said Mabel, and began to cry softly. "Cry, darling," said Mrs. Langton. "It will do you good. I'm sure I wish I could cry like that. It would be such a relief. But you know papa says we may hope yet. We won't give up all hope till we're obliged to. We must be brave. You really don't care about coming in to dinner? You won't have a little something sent up to your room? Well, I feel as if food would choke me myself, but I must go in to keep papa company. Will you tell this sad news to Dolly and Colin, and ask Fräulein to keep them with her till bedtime? I can't bear to see them just yet." Mr. Langton's decorous concern did not interfere with his appetite, and Mrs. Langton seemed rather relieved at being able to postpone her grief for the present, and so Mabel was left to break the disaster, and the fate there was too much reason to fear for Vincent, to her younger brother and sister, a painful task, for Holroyd had been very dear to all three of them. Fräulein Moser, too, wept with a more than sentimental sorrow for the young man she had tried to help, who would need her assistance never again. The tidings had reached Mark early that same afternoon. He was walking home through the city from some holiday classes he had been superintending at St. Peter's, when the heading "Loss of a passenger steamer with lives" on the contents sheet of the evening papers caught his eyes, and led him, when established with the Globe in one of the Underground Railway carriages, to turn with a languid interest to the details. He started when he saw the name of the vessel, and all his indifference left him as he hurriedly read the various accounts of the disaster, and looked in vain for Vincent's name amongst the survivors. The next day he, too, went up to the owner's offices to make inquiries, and by that time full information had come in, which left it impossible that any but those who had come ashore in the longboat could have escaped from the ship. They had remained near the scene of the wreck for some time, but without picking up more than one or two of the crew. The rest must all have been sucked down with the ship, which sank with terrible suddenness at the last. Vincent was certainly not amongst those in the boat, while, as appeared from the agent's list, he was evidently on board when the ship left Bombay. It was possible to hope no longer, after that, and Mark left the offices with the knowledge that Holroyd and he had indeed taken their last walk together, that he would see his face and take his hand no more. It came to him with a shock, the unavoidable shock which a man feels when he has suddenly to associate the idea of death with one with whom he has had any intimacy. He told himself he was sorry, and for a moment Vincent's fate seemed somehow to throw a sort of halo round his memory. But very soon the sorrow faded, until at last it became little more than an uneasy consciousness that he ought to be miserable, and was not. Genuine grief will no more come at command than genuine joy, and so Mark found, not without some self-reproach. He even began to read In Memoriam again, with the idea of making that the keynote for his emotions, but the passionate yearning of that lament was pitched too high for him, and he never finished it. He recognised that he could not think of his lost friend in the way their long intimacy seemed to demand, and solved the difficulty by not thinking of him at all, compounding for his debt of inward mourning by wearing a black tie which, as he was fond of a touch of colour in his costume, and as the emblem in question was not strictly required of him, he looked upon as, so to speak, a fairly respectable dividend. Caffyn heard the news with a certain satisfaction. A formidable rival had been swept out of his path, and he could speak of him now without any temptation to depreciate his merits, so much so that when he took an opportunity one day of referring to his loss, he did it so delicately that Mabel was touched, and liked him better for his indication of feeling than she had ever been able to do before. Her own sorrow was genuine enough, requiring no artificial stimulus and no outward tokens to keep it alive, and if Vincent could have been assured of this, it would have reconciled him to all else. No callousness nor forgetfulness on the part of others could have had power to wound him so long as he should live on in the memory of the girl he had loved. But it is better far for those who are gone that they should be impervious alike to our indifference and our grief, for the truest grief will be insensibly deadened by time, and could not long console the least exacting for the ever-widening oblivion. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. A turning point. Mark came down to the little back parlour at Malakoff Terrace one dull January morning to find the family already assembled there, with the exception of Mrs. Ashburn, who was breakfasting in bed, an unusual indulgence for her. "Mark," said Trixie, as she leaned back in her chair and put up her face for his morning greeting, "there's a letter for you on your plate." It was not difficult to observe a suppressed excitement amongst all the younger members of his family concerning this letter. They had finished their breakfast and fallen into some curious speculations as to Mark's correspondent before he came in. Now 3 pairs of eyes were watching him as he strolled up to his seat. Mr. Ashburn alone seemed unconscious or indifferent. Of late Mark had not had very many letters, and this particular one bore the name of Chilton and Fladgate on the flap of the envelope. The Ashburns were not a literary family, but they knew this as the name of a well-known firm of publishers, and it had roused their curiosity. Mark read the name too. For a moment it gave him a throb of excitement, the idea coming to him that, somehow, the letter concerned his own unfortunate manuscripts. It was true that he had never had any communication with this particular firm, but these wild, vague impressions are often independent of actual fact. He took it up and half began to open it. Then he remembered what it probably was, and, partly with the object of preserving Vincent's secret still as far as possible, but chiefly, it must be owned, from a malicious pleasure he took in disappointing the expectation he saw around him, put the letter still unopened in his pocket. "Why don't you open it?" asked Trixie impatiently, who was cherishing the hope that some magnificent literary success had come at last to her favourite brother. "Manners," explained Mark laconically. "Nonsense!" said Trixie. "You don't treat us with such ceremony as all that." "Not lately," said Mark. "That's how it is. It's bad for a family to get lax in these little matters of mutual courtesy. I'm going to see if I can't raise your tone. This is the beginning." "I'm sure we're very much obliged to you," from Martha. "I'm quite satisfied with my own tone. It's quite high enough for me, thank you." "Yes, I forgot," said Mark. "I've heard it very high indeed sometimes. I wronged you, Martha. Still, you know, we might, all except you, Martha, be more polite to one another without causing ourselves any internal injury, mightn't we?" "Well, Mark," said Trixie, "all you have to do is to ask our leave to open the letter, if you're really so particular." "Is that in the etiquette book?" inquired Mark. "Don't be ridiculous. Why don't you ask our leave?" "I suppose because I want to eat my breakfast. Nothing is so prejudicial, my love, to the furtherance of the digestive process as the habit of reading at meals. Any medical man will tell you that." "Perhaps," suggested Martha, Mark has excellent reasons for preferring to read his letter alone." "Do you know, Martha," said Mark, "I really think there's something in that." "So do I," said Martha, "more than you would care for us to know, evidently. But don't be afraid, Mark, whether it's a bill or a love letter, or another publisher's rejection. We don't want to know your secrets, do we, Cuthbert?" "Very amiable of you to say so," said Mark. "Then I shan't annoy you if I keep my letter to myself, shall I? Because I rather thought of doing it." "Eh? Doing what? What is Mark saying about a letter?" broke in Mr. Ashburn. He had a way of striking suddenly like this into conversations. "Somebody has written me a letter, father," said Mark. "I was telling Martha I thought I should read it presently." But even when he was alone he felt in no hurry to possess himself of the contents. "I expect it's the usual thing," he thought. "Poor Vincent is out of all that now. Let's see how they let him down," and he read: "Dear Sir, we have read the romance entitled Glamour, which you have done us the honour to forward some time since. It is a work which appears to us to possess decided originality and merit, and which may be received with marked favour by the public, while it can hardly fail in any case to obtain a reception which will probably encourage its author to further efforts. Of course, there is a certain risk attending its reception, which renders it impossible for us to offer such terms for a first book as may be legitimately demanded hereafter for a second production by the same pen. We will give you," and here followed the terms, which struck Mark as fairly liberal for a first book by an unknown author. "Should you accept our offer, will you do us the favour to call upon us here at your earliest convenience, when all preliminary matters can be discussed. We are, etc., Chilton and Fladgate." Mark ran hurriedly through this letter with a feeling, first of incredulous wonder, then of angry protest against the bull-headed manner in which fortune had dealt out this favour. Vincent had been saved the dreary delays, the disappointments and discouragements which are the lot of most fine books. He had won a hearing at once, and where was the use of it? No praise or fame among men could reach him now. If he had been alive, Mark thought bitterly, if a letter like this would have rescued him from all he detested, and thrown open to him the one career for which he had any ambition, he might have waited for it long and vainly enough. But he began by being indifferent, and, if fortune had required any other inducement to shower her gifts on him, his death had supplied it. He chafed over this as he went up to the city, for there was another holiday class that day at St. Peter's. He thought of it at intervals during the morning, and always resentfully. What increased his irritation above everything was the fact that the publishers evidently regarded him as the author of the book, and he would have the distasteful task put upon him of enlightening them. When the day's duties were over, he found himself putting on his hat and coat in company with the Reverend Mr. Shelford, who was also in charge of one of the classes formed for the relief of parents and the performance of holiday work, and the two walked out together, Mark intending to call at once and explain his position to Messrs. Chilton and Fladgate. "What are you going to do with yourself, Ashburn, now?" said Mr. Shelford, in his abrupt way as they went along. "Going to be a schoolmaster and live on the crambe repetita all your life, eh?" "I don't know," said Mark sullenly. "Very likely. Take my advice. I'm old enough to offer it unasked. Give yourself a chance while you can, of a future which won't cramp and sour and wear you as this will. If you feel any interest in the boys—" "Which I don't," put in Mark. "Exactly, which you don't. But if you did, I remember I did once, in some of 'em, and helped 'em on, and spoke to the headmaster about 'em, and so on, well, they'll pass out of your class and look another way when they meet you afterwards. As for the dullards, they'll always be with you, like the poor, down at the bottom like a sediment, sir, and much too heavy to stir up. I can't imagine them now. My temper gets the better of me, God forgive me for it, and I say things I'm sorry for, and that don't do me or them any good, and they laugh at me. But I've got my parish to look after, and it's not a large one, but it acts as an antidote. You're not even in orders, so there's no help for you that way. and the day will come when the strain gets too much for you, and you'll throw the whole thing up in disgust, and find yourself forced to go through the same thing somewhere else, or begin the world in some other capacity. Choose some line in which hard work and endurance for years will bring you in a more substantial reward than that." "Well," said Mark, for whom this gloomy view of his prospects reflected his own forebodings, "I am reading for the bar. I went up for my call examination the other day." "Ah, is that so? I'm glad to hear of it. A fine profession, sir. Constant variety and excitement. For the pleader, that is to say?" Mr. Shelford shared the lay impression that pleading was a form of passionate appeal to judge and juryman. "And of course you would plead in court. The law has some handsome prizes at its disposal too, but you should have an attorney or two to push you on, they say. Perhaps you can count on that." "I wish I could," said Mark, "but the fact is my ambition doesn't lie in a legal direction at all. I don't care very much about the bar." "Do you care very much about anything? Does your ambition lie anywhere?" "Not now. It did once. Literature, you know, but that's all over." "I remember, to be sure. They rejected that Christmas piece of yours, didn't they? Well, if you've no genuine talent for it, the sooner you find it out the better for you. If you feel you've something inside of you that you must out in chapters and volumes, it generally comes, and all the discouragement in the world won't keep it down. It's like those stories of demoniacal possession in the anatomy. You know your Burton, I dare say. Some of the possessed brought globes of hair, and such like baggage, out of themselves, but others stones with inscriptions. If the demon gets too strong for you, try and produce a stone with a good readable inscription on it, not 3 globes of hair for the circulating libraries." "We shall see," said Mark, laughing. "I must leave you here. I have an appointment with Chilton and Fladgate just by." "Aye, aye," said the old gentleman, wagging his head. "Publishers, aren't they? Don't tell me your ambition's dead if it's taken you as far as that. But I won't ask any more questions. I shall hope to be able to congratulate you shortly. I won't keep you away from your publishers any longer." "They're not my publishers yet," said Mark. "They have made me some proposals, but I have not accepted them at present." He knew what a false impression this would leave with his companion, bare statement of fact as it was, but he made it deliberately, feeling almost as much flattered by the unconscious increase of consideration in the other's voice and manner as if there had been the slightest foundation for it. They said good-bye, and the old clergyman went on and was swallowed up in the crowd, thinking as he went, "Publishing, eh? A good firm, too. I don't think he could afford to do it at his own expense. Perhaps there's more ballast in him after all than I gave him credit for. I can't help liking the young fellow somehow, too. I should like to see him make a good start." Mark, having sent up his name by one of the clerks behind the imposing mahogany counters, was shown through various swinging doors into a waiting room, where the magazines and books symmetrically arranged on the table gave a certain flavour of dentistry to the place. Mark turned them over with a quite unreasonable nervousness, but the fact was he shrank from what he considered the humiliation of explaining that he was a mere agent. It occurred to him for the first time, too, that Holroyd's death might possibly complicate matters, and he felt a vague anger against his dead friend for leaving him in such a position. The clerk returned with a message that Mr. Fladgate would be happy to see Mark at once, and so he followed upstairs and along passages with glimpses through open doors of rooms full of clerks and desks until they came to a certain room into which Mark was shown, a small room with a considerable litter of large wicker trays filled with proofs, packets and rolls of manuscripts of all sizes, and piles of books and periodicals, in the midst of which Mr. Fladgate was sitting with his back to the light, which was admitted through windows of ground glass. He rose and came forward to meet Mark, and Mark saw a little reddish-haired and whiskered man, with quick eyes, and a curious perpendicular fold in the forehead above a short blunt nose, a mobile mouth, and a pleasantly impulsive manner. "How do you do, Mr. Beauchamp?" he said heartily, using the nom de plume with an air of implied compliment. "And so you've made up your mind to entrust yourself to us, have you? That's right. I don't think you'll find any reason to regret it. I don't indeed." Mark said he was sure of that. Well, now, as to the book,' continued Mr. Fladgate, 'I've had the pleasure of looking through it myself, as well as Mr. Blackshaw, our reader, and I must tell you that I agree with him in considering that you have written a very remarkable book. As we have told you, you know, it may or may not prove a pecuniary success, but however that may be, my opinion of it will remain the same. It ought, in my judgment, to ensure you a certain standing at once. At once!' Mark heard this with a pang of jealousy. Long before, he had dreamed of just such an interview, in which he should be addressed in some such manner. His dream was being fulfilled now with relentless mockery. 'But there is a risk,' said Mr. Fladgate, 'a decided risk, which brings me to the subject of terms. Are you satisfied with the offer we made to you? You see that a first book—' 'Excuse me for one moment,' said Mark desperately. 'I'm afraid you imagine that I wrote the book.' 'That certainly was my impression,' said Mr. Fladgate, with a humorous light in his eye. 'The only address on the manuscript was yours, and I came to the not unnatural conclusion that Mr. Ashburn and Mr. Beauchamp were one and the same. Am I to understand that is not the case?' 'The book,' said Mark. What it cost him to say this! 'The book was written by a friend of mine, who went abroad some time ago.' 'Indeed! Well, we should prefer to treat with him in person, of course, if possible.' 'It isn't possible,' said Mark. 'My friend was lost at sea, but he asked me to represent him in this matter, and I believe I know his wishes.' 'I've no doubt of it; but you see, Mr. Ashburn, this must be considered a little. I suppose you have some authority from him in writing, to satisfy us, merely as a matter of business, that we are dealing with the right person.' 'I have not, indeed,' said Mark. 'My friend was very anxious to retain his incognito.' 'He must have been, very much so,' said Mr. Fladgate, coughing. 'Well, perhaps you can bring me some writing of his to that effect. You may have it among your papers, eh?' 'No,' said Mark. 'My friend did not think it necessary to give me one. He was anxious to—' 'Quite so. Then you can procure me a line or two, perhaps?' 'I told you that my friend was dead,' said Mark, a little impatiently. 'So you did, to be sure. I forgot. I thought—but no matter. Well, Mr. Ashburn, if you can't say anything more than this, anything, you understand, which puts you in a position to treat with us, I'm afraid I must ask time to think over this. If your friend is really dead, I suppose your authority is determined. Perhaps, however, his anxiety to preserve his incognito has led him to allow this rumour of his death to be circulated.' 'I don't think that is likely,' said Mark, wondering at an undercurrent of meaning in the publisher's tone, a meaning which had nothing sinister in it, and yet seemed urging him to contradict himself for some reason. 'That is your last word, then?' said Mr. Fladgate, and there was a sharp inflection as of disappointment and irritation in his voice, and the fold in his forehead deepened. 'It must be,' said Mark, rising. 'I have kept you too long already.' 'If you really must go,' said Mr. Fladgate, not using the words in their conventional sense of polite dismissal. 'But, Mr. Ashburn, are you quite sure that this interview might not be saved from coming to nothing, as it seems about to do? Might not a word or two from you set things right again? I don't wish you to tell me anything you would rather keep concealed, but really, this story you tell me about a Mr. Vincent Beauchamp, who is dead, only ties our hands, you understand, ties our hands.' 'If so,' said Mark uncomfortably, 'I can only say I am very sorry for it. I don't see how I can help it.' He was beginning to feel that this business of Holroyd's had given him quite enough trouble. 'Now, Mr. Ashburn, as I said before, I should be the last man to press you, but really, you know, really, this is a trifle absurd. I think you might be a little more frank with me, I do indeed. There is no reason why you should not trust me.' Was this man tempting him, thought Mark? Could he be so anxious to bring out this book that he was actually trying to induce him to fabricate some story which would get over the difficulties that had arisen? As a mere matter of fact, it may be almost unnecessary to mention that no such idea had occurred to worthy Mr. Fladgate, who, though he certainly was anxious to secure the book if he could, by any legitimate means, was anything but a publishing Mephistopheles. He had an object, however, in making this last appeal for confidence, as will appear immediately. But, innocent as he was, Mark's imagination conjured up a bland demon tempting him to some act of unspeakable perfidy. He trembled, but not with horror. "What do you mean?" he stammered. Mr. Fladgate gave a glance of keen amusement at the pale, troubled face of the young man before him. "What do I mean?" he repeated. "Come, I've known sensitive women try to conceal their identity, and even their sex, from their own publishers. I've known men even persuade themselves they didn't care for notoriety. But such a determined instance of what I must take leave to call the literary ostrich I don't think I ever did meet before. I never met a writer so desperately anxious to remain unknown that he would rather take his manuscript back than risk his secret with his own publisher. But don't you see that you have raised, I don't use the term in the least offensively, the mask, so to speak? You should have sent somebody else here to-day if you wished to keep me in the dark. I've not been in business all these years, Mr. Ashburn, without gaining a little experience. I do think, I'm able to know an author when I see him. We are all liable to error, but I am very much mistaken if this Mr. Vincent Beauchamp, who was so unfortunately lost at sea, is not to be recovered alive by a little judicious dredging. Do think if you can't produce him. Come, he's not in very deep water. Bring him up, Mr. Ashburn, bring him up." "You make this very difficult for me," said Mark in a low voice. He knew now how greatly he had misjudged the man who had spoken with such an innocent, amiable pride in his own surprising discernment. He also felt how easy and how safe it would be to take advantage of this misunderstanding, and what a new future it might open to him. But he was struggling still against the temptation so unconsciously held out to him. "I might retort that, I think. Now, be reasonable, Mr. Ashburn. I assure you the writer, whoever he may be, has no cause to be ashamed of the book. The time will come when he will probably be willing enough to own it. Still, if he wishes to keep his real name secret, I tell him, through you, that he may surely be content to trust that to us. We have kept such secrets before. Not very long, to be sure, as a general rule, but then that was because the authors usually relieved us from the trouble. The veil was never lifted by us." "I think you said," began Mark, as if thinking aloud, "that other works by the same author would be sure of acceptance." "I should be very glad to have an opportunity, in time, of producing another book by Mr. Vincent Beauchamp. But Mr. Beauchamp, as you explained, is unhappily no more. Perhaps these are earlier manuscripts of his?" Mark had been seized with the desire of making one more attempt, in spite of his promise to his uncle, to launch those unhappy paper ships of his, Sweet Bells Jangled and One Fair Daughter. For an instant it occurred to him that he might answer this last question in the affirmative. He had little doubt that if he did, his books would meet with a very different reception from that of Messrs. Leadbitter and Gandy. Still, that would only benefit Holroyd, not himself. And then he recollected, only just in time, that the difference in handwriting, which was very considerable, would betray him. He looked confused and said nothing. Mr. Fladgate's patience began to tire. "We don't seem to be making any way, do we?" he said, with rather affected pleasantry. "I'm afraid I must ask you to come to a decision on this without any more delay. Here is the manuscript you sent us. If the real author is dead, we are compelled to return it with much regret. If you can tell me anything which does away with the difficulty, this is the time to tell it. Of course you will do exactly as you please, but after what you have chosen to tell us, we can hardly see our way, as I said, to treat you without some further explanation. Come, Mr. Ashburn, am I to have it or not?" "Give me a little time," said Mark faintly, and the publisher, as he had expected, read the signs of wavering in his face, though it was not of the nature he believed it to be. Mark sat down again and rested his chin on his hand, with his face turned away from the other's eyes. A conflict was going on within him, such as he had never been called upon to fight before, and he had only a very few minutes allowed him to fight it. Perhaps in these crises a man does not always arrange pros and cons to contend for him in the severely logical manner with which we find him doing it in print. The forces on the enemy's side can generally be induced to desert. All the advantages which would follow if he once allowed himself to humour the publisher's mistake were very prominently before Mark's mind. The dangers and difficulties kept in the background. He was incapable of considering the matter coolly. He felt an overmastering impulse upon him, and he had never trained himself to resist his impulses for very long. There was very little of logical balancing going on in his brain. It began to seem terribly, fatally easy to carry out this imposition. The fraud itself grew less ugly and more harmless every instant. He saw his own books, so long kept out in the cold by ignorant prejudice, accepted on the strength of Holroyd's glamour, and once fairly before the public, taking the foremost rank in triumph and rapidly eclipsing their forerunner. He would be appreciated at last, delivered from the life he hated, able to lead the existence he longed for. All he wanted was a hearing. There seemed no other way to obtain it. He had no time to lose. How could it injure Holroyd? He had not cared for fame in life. Would he miss it after his death? The publishers might be mistaken. The book might be unnoticed altogether. He might prove to be the injured person. But as Mr. Fladgate seemed convinced of its merit, as he would evidently take anything alleged to come from the same source without a very severe scrutiny, there was nothing for it but to risk this contingency. Mark was convinced that publishers were influenced entirely by unreasoning prejudices. He thoroughly believed that his works would carry all before them if any firm could once overcome their repugnance to his powerful originality, and here was one firm at least prepared to lay that aside at a word from him. Why should he let it go unsaid? The money transactions caused him the most hesitation. If he took money for another man's work, there was a name, and a very ugly name for that, but he would not keep it. As soon as he learnt the names of Holroyd's legal representatives, whoever they might be, he would pay the money over to them, without mentioning the exact manner in which it had become due. In time, when he had achieved a reputation for himself, he could give back the name he had borrowed for a time. At least he told himself he could do so. He stood in no danger of detection, or if he did, it was very slight. Vincent was not the man to confide in more than one person. He had owned as much. He had been reticent enough to conceal his real surname from his publishers, and now he could never reveal the truth. All this rushed through his mind in a hurried, confused form. All his little vanities and harmless affectations and encouragements of false impressions had made him the less capable of resisting now. "Well," said Mr. Fladgate at last. Mark's heart beat fast. He turned round and faced the publisher. "I suppose I had better trust you," he said awkwardly, and with a sort of shamefaced constraint that was admirably in keeping with his confession, though not artificial. "I think so. Then you are the man. This book glamours your own work." "If you must have it, yes," said Mark desperately. The words were spoken now, and for good or ill he must abide by them henceforth to the end. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Repente Turpissimus. No sooner had Mark declared himself the author of his dead friend's book than he would have given anything to recall his words, not so much from conscience, though he did feel he had suddenly developed into a surprisingly finished scoundrel, as from a fear that his lie might after all be detected. He sat staring stupidly at Mr. Fladgate, who patted him on the shoulder with well-meant encouragement. He had never seen quite so coy an author before. "I'm very glad to make Mr. Vincent Beauchamp's acquaintance at last," he said, beaming with honest pride at the success of his tactics, "and now we can come to terms again." He did not find Mark more difficult to deal with than most budding authors, and in this case Mark was morbidly anxious to get the money part of the transaction over as soon as possible. He could not decide whether his conscience would be better or worse satisfied if he insisted on the best pecuniary terms he could obtain, so in his indecision he took the easier course of agreeing to everything. "About the title now," said Mr. Fladgate, when the terms had been reduced to a formal memorandum. "I don't think I quite like your present one. Too moonshiny, eh?" Mark owned that it did sound a little moonshiny. "I think, too, I rather think, there's something very like it out already, and that may lead to unpleasantness, you know. Now, can you suggest something else which will give a general idea of the nature of the book?" As Mark had absolutely no idea what the book was about, he could not. Well, Mr. Blackshaw suggested something like enchantment or witchery. "I don't care about either of those," said Mark, who found this sort of dissembling unexpectedly easy. "No," said Mr. Fladgate. "No, I think you're right. Now, I had a notion, I don't know what you will think of it, but I thought you might call it a modern Merlin, eh?" "A modern Merlin," repeated Mark thoughtfully. "Yes, it's not quite the right thing, perhaps, but it's taking, I think, taking." Mark said it was taking. "Of course your hero is not exactly a magician, but it brings in the Vivian part of the story, don't you see?" Of course Mark did not see, but he thought it best to agree. "Well," continued Mr. Fladgate, who was secretly rather proud of his title, "how does it strike you now? It seems to me as good a title as we are likely to hit upon." After all, Mark thought, what did it matter? It wasn't his book, except in name. "I think it's excellent," he said, "excellent. And, by the way, Mr. Fladgate," he added, "I should like to change the nom de plume. It's a whim of mine, perhaps, but there's another I've been thinking lately I should like better." "By all means," said the other, taking up a pencil to make the necessary alteration on the manuscript. "But why not use your real name? I prophesy you'll be proud of that book some day. Think over it." "No," said Mark, "I don't wish my real name to appear just yet." He hardly knew why. Perhaps a lingering sense of shame held him back from this more open dishonesty. "Will you strike out Vincent Beauchamp and put in Cyril Ernstone, please?" For Cyril Ernstone had been the pseudonym which he had chosen long ago for himself, and he wished to be able to use it now, since he must not use his own. "Very well, then, we may consider that settled. We think of bringing out the book as soon as possible, without waiting for the spring season. It will go to press at once, and we will send you the proofs as soon as we get them." "There's one thing, perhaps, I'd better mention," said Mark suddenly. After he had turned to go, a new danger had occurred to him. "The handwriting of the manuscript is not mine. I thought it as well to tell you that beforehand. It might lead to mistakes. I had it copied out for me by a friend." Mr. Fladgate burst out laughing. "Pardon me," he said, when he had finished, "but really I couldn't help it. You do seem to have been so bent on hoodwinking us." "And yet you have found me out, you see," said Mark, with a very unmirthful smile. Mr. Fladgate smiled too, making a little gesture of his hand, thinking very possibly that few precautions could be proof against his sagacity, and they parted. Mark went down the stairs and through the clerk's room into the street, with a dazed and rather awestruck feeling upon him. He hardly realised the treachery he had been guilty of, the temptation had burst upon him so suddenly, his fall had been made so easy for him, that he scarcely felt his dishonour, nor was he likely to feel it very keenly so long as only good results should flow from it. But he was vaguely conscious that he was not the same Mark Ashburn who had parted from old Shelford not an hour ago in the street there. He was a man with a new hope in his breast, and it might be a new fear, but the hope was near and bright, the fear shadowy and remote as yet. He had only to keep his own counsel and be patient for a while, and the course of events would assuredly bring him the stake he had played so high for. At home that evening he took down his manuscript novels, which of course he had not burned, and read them again carefully. Yes, there was power in them, he felt, a copious flow of words, sparkling wit, and melting pathos. The white heat at which the lines were written surprised even himself. It was humiliating to think that without the subterfuge that had been forced upon him, he might have found it impossible to find publishers who would appreciate these merits, for after Messrs. Leadbitter and Gandy's refusal he had recognised this to the full. But now, at least, they were insured against any such fate. A careful reading was absolutely necessary to a proper estimation of them, and a careful reading they had never had as yet, and would receive at last, or if they did not, it would only be because the reputation he had appropriated would procure them a ready acceptance without any such preliminary ordeal. The great point gained was that they would be published, and after that he feared nothing. If anything whispered to him that he might have accomplished even this by honourable means, that in time and with economy he could have produced them at his own expense, that perhaps a little more perseverance might even have discovered a firm with sufficient faith to take the risk upon themselves, if these doubts suggested themselves to him, he had little difficulty in arguing them down. They might have had some weight once, but they came too late. The thing was done now, and could never be recalled. His whole interest lay in persuading himself that what he had done was the only thing that could be done, unless he was content to resign his ambition for ever, and Mark succeeded in persuading himself of this. Very soon his chief feeling was one of impatience for Holroyd's book to come out and make way for his own. Then any self-reproach he might still feel would be drowned in a sense of triumph which would justify the means he had taken. So he waited eagerly for the arrival of the first proofs. They arrived at last. As he came back one evening to Malakoff Terrace, Trixie ran to meet him, holding up 2 tightly rolled parcels, with a great curiosity in her eyes. "They came this afternoon," she whispered, "and oh, Mark, I couldn't help it. I tore one end a little and peeped. Are they really part of a book? Is it yours?" Mark thought he had better accustom himself to this kind of thing as early as possible. "Yes, Trixie," he said, "they're the first proofs of my book." "Oh!" cried Trixie with a gasp of delight. "Not Sweet Bells Jangled, Mark?" "No, not Sweet Bells Jangled. It's a book you don't know about. A little thing I don't expect very much from, but my publishers seem to like it, and I can follow it up with the bells afterwards." He was turning over the rough greyish pages as he spoke, and Trixie was peeping greedily at them too, with her pretty chin dug into his shoulder. "And did you really write all that?" she said. "How interesting it looks, you clever boy! You ought to have told me you were doing it, though. What's it about?" "How can I tell you before I know myself?" said Mark, quite forgetting himself in his impatience. I mean, Trixie, that I can't correct these proofs as they ought to be corrected, while you stay here chattering." "I'll go in a minute, Mark, but you won't have time to correct them before dinner, you know. When did you write it?" "What does it matter when I wrote it?" said Mark irritably. "If it hadn't been written, the proofs wouldn't be here, would they? Is there anything else you would like to know? How I wrote it? Where I wrote it? Why I wrote it? You seem to think it a most extraordinary thing that anything I write should be printed at all, Trixie." "I don't know why you should speak like that, Mark," said Trixie, rather hurt. "You know a little while ago you never expected such a thing yourself. I can't help wanting to know all I can about it. What will you say to Uncle Solomon?" she added, with a little quiver of laughter in her voice. "You promised him to give up literature, you know." "Don't you remember the Arab gentleman in the poem?" said Mark lightly. "He agreed to sell his steed, but when the time came it didn't come off. He didn't come off either. He 'flung them back their gold' and rode away. I shall fling Uncle Solomon back his gold, metaphorically, and gallop off on my Pegasus." "Ma won't like that," prophesied Trixie, shaking her head wisely. "No, mother objects to that kind of horse exercise, and, Trixie, it might be as well to say nothing about it to any of them just at present. There will only be a fuss about it, and I can't stand that." Trixie promised silence. "I'm so glad about it, though, you can't think, Mark," she said. "And this isn't one of your great books either, you said, didn't you?" "No," said Mark, "it's not one of them. I haven't put my best work into it." "You put your best work into the two that came back, didn't you?" asked Trixie naively. "But they won't come back any more, will they? They'll be glad of them if this is a success." "Fladgate will be glad of them, I fancy, in any case. I've got a chance at last, Trixie, a chance at last." Later that night he locked himself in the room which he used as a sitting room and bedroom combined, and set himself, not without repugnance, to go steadily through the proofs, and make the acquaintance of the work he had made his own. Much has been said of the delight with which an author reads his first proofs, and possibly the sensation is a wholly pleasurable one to some. To others it is not without its drawbacks. Ideas that seemed vivid and bright enough when they were penned have a bold, tame look in the new form in which they come back. The writer finds himself judging the work as a stranger's, and forming the worst opinions of it. He sees hideous gaps and crudities beyond all power of correction, and for the first time, perhaps, since he learned that his manuscript was accepted, his self-doubts return to him. But Mark's feelings were much more complicated than this. All the gratified pride of an author was naturally denied to him, and it was thoroughly distasteful to him to carry out his scheme of deception by such sordid details as the necessary corrections of printers' errors. But he was anxiously eager to find out what kind of a literary bantling was this which he had fathered so fraudulently. He had claimed it in blind reliance on a publisher's evident enthusiasm. Had he made a mistake after all? What if it proved something which could do him no credit whatever, a trap into which his ambition had led him? The thought that this might be so made him very uneasy. Poor Holroyd, he thought, was a very good fellow, an excellent fellow, but not exactly the man to write a book of extraordinary merit. Clever, perhaps, but clever in an unobtrusive way, and Mark's tendency was to judge, as he expected to be judged himself, by outsides. With these misgivings crowded upon him, he sat down to read the opening chapters. He was not likely to be much overcome by admiration in any case, for his habitual attitude in studying even the greatest works was critical, as he felt the presence of eccentricities or shortcomings which he himself would have avoided. But at least, as he read on, his greatest anxiety was set at rest. If he could judge by the instalment before him, and the book was not in any danger of coming absolutely to grief, it would do his reputation no harm. It was not, to be sure, the sort of book he would have written himself, as he affected the cynical mode of treatment and the indiscriminate satire which a rather young writer feels instinctively that the world expects of him. Still, it was not so bad. It was slightly dreamy and mystical in parts, the work of a man who had lived more amongst books than in the world, but some of the passages glowed with the rich imagery of a true poet, and here and there were indications of a quiet and cultivated humour which would recommend itself to all who do not consider the humorous element in literature as uncanny, if not personally offensive. The situations were strong too, and as nearly new as situations can be and retain any probability in this over-plagiarised world, and at least one of the characters was obviously studied from life, with a true and tender observation. All of this Mark did not see, nor was he capable of seeing, but he thought that, with a little weeding and writing up, the book would do, and set himself to supply what was wanting with a laudable self-devotion. His general plan of accomplishing this may be described here once for all. He freshened up chapters with touches of satire, and gave them a more scholarly air by liberal allusions to the classics. He rewrote some of the more descriptive and romantic passages, putting his finest and most florid epithets into them, with what he felt was very like disinterestedness, and a reckless waste of good material. And he cut down the dialogue in places, or gave it a more colloquial turn, so as to suit the tastes of the average reader, and he worked up some of the crises which struck him as inadequately treated. After that he felt much easier, either considering that these improvements constituted a sort of atonement, or that they removed any chance of failure. As this book was to go forth and herald his own, it was vitally important that it should make as imposing an appearance as possible. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Revolt. One afternoon, early in the year, Mark had betaken himself to the Cock, where he was to lunch with his uncle by appointment, before going with him to the steward's office of his inn, to pay his fees for the privilege of being called to the bar. For Mark had duly presented himself for the not very searching ordeal by which the public is guaranteed against the incompetence of practitioners, and rather to his own surprise had not been required to try again. Call night was announced in the windows of the law wig-makers, and Uncle Solomon, in high delight, resolved that his nephew should join the next batch of barristers, had appointed this day for choosing the wig and gown, and settling all other preliminaries. He had been so much pleased, in fact, as to enclose a handsome cheque in the letter which conveyed his desires. So Mark waited by the hoardings of the new law courts until his relative should join him. Mark was not at ease. He was nerving himself to make a statement which he felt would come upon his uncle as a far from gratifying surprise. He had put it off from time to time out of weakness, or, as he had told himself, from diplomacy. Now he could do so no longer. Uncle Solomon had hinted terrible things in his letter of a certain brief with which his own solicitor was to entrust the brand new barrister the morning after his call. But for this, Mark might have let things drift, as he would strongly have preferred to do. But this threat of immediate employment drove him to declare himself. He firmly believed that his true vocation was the one he had secured at such cost to his self-respect. He was willing enough to bear the title of barrister, but he had no intention of devoting himself seriously to the profession. He saw little more attraction in the bar than in teaching, and the most self-confident man might have recoiled at having work thrust into his hands before he had undergone the slightest practical training for conducting it. And Mark's imagination saw his first brief bringing others in its train, until he should sink in a sea of blue foolscap, helpless and entangled in clinging tentacles of red tape. Perhaps this was a groundless alarm, but he had planned out a particular career for himself, a career of going about and observing, and it is well known that what a man of genius calls observing is uncommonly like ordinary people's enjoyment. Being famous and flattered, and sitting down in moments of inspiration to compose with a clear head and a mind unhampered by all other considerations. Now the responsibility of legal work would hamper him. He felt his muse to be of that jealous disposition which will suffer no rival. If he meant to be free at all, he must strike the blow at once. And so, as has been said, he was not at his ease. Mr. Lightowler appeared as St. Clement Danes struck 1:30. He was in high good humour, jubilant and ruddy. "Well, Master Barrister," he said, chuckling, "to think of my living to see you figuring about in a wig and gown. You must cut off that moustache of yours, though, Mark. None of the young barrister fellows I see going up in the train of a morning wear 'em. I'm told the judges don't consider too much air respectful, eh? Well, I suppose we go in and have a bit of something, eh? The cock, is it? I haven't been in here. Haven't been in here not since I was a young man on the road, as we used to call it. I don't mean I was ever in the Dick Turpin line, but a commercial gentleman, you know. Well, I've made my way since. You'll have to make yours, with more help than I ever had, though." Mark led the way up a steep little passage and into the well-known room, with its boxes darkened by age, its sawdusted floor and quaint carved Jacobean mantelpiece. He chose a compartment well down at the bottom of the room. "What's your particular preference, eh?" said Uncle Solomon, rather as if he was treating a schoolboy. "What's their speciality here now? Well, you can give me," he added to the waiter with the manner of a man conferring a particular favour, "you can give me a chump chop, underdone, and a sausage, and bring this young gentleman the same. I don't care about anything heavier this time of day," he explained. Mark talked on all kinds of topics with desperate brilliancy for some time. He wanted time before approaching the subject. Uncle Solomon broached it for him. "You'll want a reg'lar set of chambers by and by," he said. "I've seen a room down Middle Temple Lane that'll do for you for the present. When the briefs begin to come in, we'll see about something better. I was talking about you to Ferret the other day," he went on. "It'll be all right. He's going to instruct their London agent to send you in a little something that you can try your 'prentice hand at directly. Isn't that behaving like an uncle to you, eh? I hope you will go and do me credit over it. That's the only way you can pay me back a little. I ask but that of you, Mark." For all his bumptiousness and despotism, there was a real kindness, possibly not of the purest and most unselfish order, but still kindness in his manner, and Mark felt a pang at having to reward it as he must. The meal was over now, and Uncle Solomon was finishing the glass of whisky and water before him. "Well," he said, as he set it down, "we'd better be off to the place where I'm to pay the fees for you. What you young fellows cost to start nowadays." "That's it," said Mark. I would rather not cost you anything, Uncle." "It's rather late in the day to be particular about that, I should say." "It is, I feel that, but I mean, I don't want to cost you any more." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that I don't care about being called to the bar at present." "Don't you? Well, I do. So let that be enough for you. If I'm willing to pay, I don't see what you have to say against it. All you've got to do is to work." "Uncle," said Mark in a low voice, "I must tell you what I feel about this. I don't want to cause you to spend your money on false pretences." "You'd better not, that's all I can tell you." "Precisely," said Mark. "So I'll be quite frank with you beforehand. If you set your mind on it, I will take my call to the bar." "Will you, though? That's very affable of you now." "Yes, I will, but I shall never practise. If Ferret's agent sends me his brief, I shall decline it." "I would. That's the way to get on at the bar. You're a sharp fellow, you are." "I don't want to get on at the bar. I don't mean to take it up. There, if you choose to be angry, I can't help it. I've told you." "Then may I take the liberty of inquiring how you purpose to live?" demanded Uncle Solomon. "I mean to live by literature," said Mark. "I know I promised I wouldn't write any more. Well, as far as that goes, I've kept my word. But a former book of mine has been accepted on very liberal terms. I see my way now to making a living by my pen, and though I'm sorry, of course, if it disappoints you, I mean to choose my life for myself while I can." It must be highly annoying when one has, after infinite labour, succeeded in converting a clown, to see him come to chapel with a red-hot poker and his pockets full of stolen sausages, but even that shock is nothing to Uncle Solomon's. He turned deadly pale and sank back in the box, glaring at Mark and opening his mouth once or twice with a fish-like action, but without speaking. When he could articulate, he called the waiter, giving Mark reason for a moment to fear that he was going to pour out his rage and disappointment into the ears of one of the smug and active attendants. "Take for me and this young man, will you?" was all he said, however. When the waiter had reckoned up the sum in the time-honoured manner and departed, Uncle Solomon turned and began to struggle into his greatcoat. "Let me help you," said Mark. But Mr. Lightowler indignantly jerked himself away. "I don't want to be helped into my coat by you," he said. "You've helped me into my grave by what you've done this day, you have, but let that be sufficient for you." When he had rendered himself rather conspicuous by his ineffectual attempts to put on the coat, and was reduced to accept the assistance of 2 waiters who shook him into it obsequiously, he came back to the box where Mark was sitting in a relieved but still vaguely uncomfortable frame of mind. "I don't want to have many words with you about this," he began with a sternness that was not unimpressive. "If I was to let myself out in here, I should go too far. I'll only just tell you this much. This is the second time you've played me this trick, and it's the last. I warned you before that I should have done with you if you did it again. You'll have no more chances like the last, so mind that. Take care of that cheque, you needn't fear I shall stop it, but you won't get many more out of me. And now I'll bid you good day, young gentleman. I'm going to Kensington, and then I shall do a little literary composing on my own account, since it's so poplar, and get Ferret to help me with it. I'm not one of your literary men, but I dessay I can compose something yet that'll be read some day with a good deal of interest. It won't be pleasant reading for you, though, I can tell you." He went noisily out, the waiters staring after him and the people looking up from their boxes as he passed, and Mark was left to his own reflections, which were of a mixed order. He had accomplished his main object, his slavery was over, and he felt an indescribable relief at the thought. Still, he could not avoid the suspicion that his freedom might have been dearly purchased. His uncle's words had pointed to a state of things in which he would have benefited to a considerable extent under his will, and that was over now. Would it not have been worth while to endure a little longer? But Mark felt strongly that it would not. With such prospects as he now saw opening before him, the idea of submitting himself to an old man's ambitious whims for the sake of a reward which might, after all, be withheld at last, was utterly revolting. He felt a certain excitement, too, at the idea of conquering the world single-handed. When he left the Cock he walked slowly and irresolutely down the Strand. "If I go home now I shall find him blustering there. I don't feel equal to any more of him just now," he thought. He had no club to go to at that time, so he went and read the papers, and drank coffee at a cigar divan until it was late enough to dine, and after dinner tried to drown his care by going to see one of those anomalous productions, a 3-act burlesque, at a neighbouring theatre, which he sat through with a growing gloom, in spite of the pretty faces and graceful dances which have now, with some rare exceptions, made plot and humour so unnecessary. Each leading member of the clever company danced his or her special pas seul, as if for a competitive examination, but left him unthrilled amidst all the enthusiasm that thundered from most parts of the house. It is true that there were faces there, and young men's faces, quite as solemn as his own, but then theirs was a solemnity of an enjoyment too deep for expression, while Mark's face was blank from a depression he could not shake off. He went away at the end of the second act with a confused recollection of glowing groups of silk-clad figures, forming up into a tableau for no obvious dramatic reason, and thinking it better to face his family before the morning, went straight home to Malakoff Terrace. He could not help a slight nervousness as he opened the gate and went up the narrow path of flagstones. The lower window was dark, but there were no lights in the upper rooms, so that he guessed that the family had not retired. Mrs. Ashburn was entirely opposed to the latchkey as a domestic implement, and had sternly refused to allow such a thing to pass her threshold, so that Mark refrained from making use of the key, which of course he had, in all cases where it was not absolutely necessary, and he knocked and rang now. Trixie came to the door and let him in. "They've sent Anne to bed," she whispered, "but Ma and Pa are sitting up for you." "Are they, though?" said Mark grimly, as he hung up his hat. "Yes," said Trixie. "Come in here for a minute, Mark, while I tell you all about it. Uncle Solomon has been here this afternoon and stayed to dinner, and he's been saying, oh, such dreadful things about you. Why weren't you here?" "I thought I should enjoy my dinner more if I dined out," said Mark. "Well, and what's the end of it all, Trixie?" "I'm sure I don't know what it will be. Uncle Solomon actually wanted me to come and live with him at Chigbourne, and said he would make it worth my while in the end if I would promise not to have anything more to do with you." "Ah, and when are you going?" said Mark, with a cynicism that was only on the surface. "When?" said Trixie indignantly. "Why, never! Horrid old man, as if I cared about his money. I told him what I thought about things, and I think I made him angrier. I hope so, I'm sure." "Did he make the same offer to Martha or Cuthbert?" asked Mark, "and were they indignant too?" "They weren't asked. I don't think Uncle Solomon cares about them much. You're his favourite, Mark." "Yes, I'm his favourite," said Mark, "but I'm not proud, Trixie. Besides, I rather think all that is over now." Here the door of the next room opened, and Mrs. Ashburn's voice was heard saying, "Trixie, tell your brother Mark that, if he is in a condition to be spoken to, his father and I have something to say to him at once." "Encouraging that," said Mark. "Well, Trixie, here goes. You'd better go to bed. I'm afraid we are going to have a scene in there." He went in with a rather overdone cheerfulness. "Well, mother," he began, attempting to kiss her, "I didn't dine at home tonight because—" "I know why you didn't dine at home," she said. "I wish for no kisses from you, Mark. We have seen your uncle." "So have I," said Mark. "I lunched with him." "It is useless to trifle now," she said. "We know all." "I assure you I did lunch with him. We had chops," said Mark, who sometimes found the bland and childlike manner very useful in these emergencies. It did not serve him then, however. "How could you deceive your uncle in such a manner?" she resumed. "I didn't. I undeceived him." "You have disappointed all his plans for you, thrown up the bar, your position at St. Peter's, all your prospects in life, and for what?" "For fun, of course, mother. I don't know what I'm fit for, or what I want. It's pure idiotic recklessness, isn't it?" "It is, but don't talk to me in that ribald tone, Mark. I have enough to bear as it is. Once for all I ask you, is it true what my brother tells me, that you have returned to the mire like the sow in the Scriptures, that you are going to let your name be connected with a novel, after all you have promised?" "Quite true," said Mark. "I hope to be connected with many novels." "Mark," said his mother, "you know what I think about that. I implore you to pause while there's still time, before doing what you can never recall. It's not only from worldly motives that I ask it. Surely you can sacrifice a contemptible vanity to your duty towards your mother. I may be wrong in my prejudices, but still I have a right to expect you to regard them. I ask you once more to withdraw from this. Are you going to refuse me?" Mrs. Ashburn's harsh tones carried a very genuine feeling and concern. She truly believed that the paths of fiction would lead to her son's spiritual as well as his material ruin, and Mark had sense enough to recognise the reality of this belief of hers, and drop the levity he had assumed for defensive purposes. His father had, as usual, taken no part in the interview. He sat looking dolefully at the fire, as if anxious to remain neutral as long as possible. He had long been a mere suzerain, and, like some other suzerains, felt a very modified resentment at a rebellion against an authority that was only nominally his own. So Mark addressed himself to his mother only. "I'm sorry if it grieves you, mother," he said gently enough, "but you really must let me go my own way in this. It is no use at all asking me to withdraw now. I have gone too far. Some day you will see that I was not so very foolish after all. I promise you that. Wouldn't you rather think of me as living the life I could be happy in? Being famous, perhaps, even some day, than dragging out my days in a school or slaving at a profession I can never care for? Of course you would. And a novel isn't such an awful thing, if you could only bring yourself to think so. You never will read one, you know, so you can't be a very impartial judge." Mrs. Ashburn read very little of any literature, what she did read being chiefly the sermons and biographies of dissenting divines, and she had never felt any desire to stimulate her imagination by anything much more exciting, especially by accounts of things that never happened, and were consequently untruthful. Her extreme horror of fiction was a form of bigotry now almost extinct, but she had grown up in it and retained it in all the old Puritan vigour. She showed no signs of being at all impressed by Mark's remonstrance. Her eyes were severely cold, and her voice measured and loud as she replied, without looking at him. "You won't make me change my opinion in the least, Mark, if you were to talk till daylight. If you set yourself against my wishes in this, we have quite made up our minds how to act, have we not, Matthew?" "Yes, quite," said Mr. Ashburn uneasily. "Quite. But I hope, Mark, my boy, I hope you won't cross your mother in this, when you see how strongly she feels about it. I want to keep my children about me while I can. I don't wish anyone to go if it can be arranged. If it can be arranged." "Do you mean, mother, that if I don't do as Uncle Solomon and you wish, I am to go?" asked Mark. "I do," said his mother. "I won't encourage any son of mine against my conscience and my principles. If you choose to live a life of frivolity and idleness, you shall not lead it under my roof, so you know what to expect if you persist in disobeying me us, I mean." "I think I had better go," said Mark. "I don't quite see what enormity I have been guilty of, but if you look at things in that light, there is no more to be said. I have chosen my life, and I don't mean to go back from it. I will see about finding lodgings as soon as I can, and you shall not be troubled with me any longer than I can help." "Mark, don't be headstrong. Don't let your passion get the better of you," cried his mother, moved out of all her stoniness, for she had not quite expected this, believing that the amount of Mark's salary and his expenses made him practically dependent on her. She had forgotten his uncle's cheque, and did not believe in any serious profits to be gained from literature. "I'm not in the least angry," he said. "I don't wish to go, if you wish me to stay, but if you meant what you said just now, I have no choice." His mother was much too proud to weaken her authority by retracting. She still hoped that he would yield if she remained firm, but yielding was out of the question with Mark then, and besides, independence had its charms, though he would not have been the first to loosen the tie. "Blame your wicked pride and selfishness, Mark, not your mother, who is only anxious for your good. Go, if you will, but don't dare to expect a blessing on your disobedience." "Do you say go, too, father?" said Mark. "You hear what your mother says. What else can I say?" he answered feebly. "It's very painful to me, all this, but you must take your own course." "I see I must," said Mark, and left the room. "You've been very hard with the boy, Jane," said her husband when they were alone, and she had sat for some time with a book open but unread before her. "I really do think you've been very hard." "Do you want to encourage him against his mother?" she asked. No, you know I don't, Jane. Anything you think right, but I think you were hard." "If I was, it was for his own good," she said. "I have done what I thought right, and we have sat up long enough. We can do no good by talking over it any more, Matthew. Perhaps Mark will think differently tomorrow." Trixie had been waiting for Mark in the adjoining room, into which she beckoned him as he passed the door. "How did it end?" she whispered. "You were very quiet in there. Is it settled?" "Yes, it's settled," he said. "I'm to go, Trixie. I shall have to shift for myself. They won't have me here any longer." "Oh, Mark!" cried Trixie. "Take me with you, do. It will be so horrid at home with only Martha and Cuthbert. You and I always got on together. Let me come too." "I can't," said Mark. "Not yet. By and by, perhaps, Trixie, when I'm a rich man, you know, we can manage it. Just now I shall hardly be able to keep myself. I'll work hard at my drawing and get into the Academy. I've begun features already, and I shall soon get into the antique. Then we can be famous together, you know." "We shall see," said Mark. "And in the meantime, Trixie, I think we had better both go to bed." When he was alone again and had time to think over the day which had proved so eventful, he could not find it in him to regret what had happened. He had got rid of Uncle Solomon, he had cast off the wig and gown which were to him as the garb of slavery, and the petty restraints of his home life were gone as well. He had no sentimental feelings about his banishment, the bosom of his family had not been a very appreciative or sympathetic one, and he had always intended to go forth from it as soon as he could afford it. If he had really committed the offence for which he was to be driven from home, he could have considered himself a most interesting martyr. He did his best to do so as it was, but not with complete success. Betraying a dead man's trust is scarcely heroic, and even Mark felt that dimly, and could not dwell on his ill-treatment as he would dearly like to have done. But there was something exciting for him notwithstanding in the future. He was to go out into the world and shift for himself, and conquer. He would have a part, and it might be a difficult one, to play for a season, but after that he could resume his own character, and take the place he meant to fill in the world, feeling at last that the applause he won was his by right. Vincent Holroyd had been unselfish in life. Mark had always recognised that trait in his character, though the liking he had for the man had not been much the stronger on that account. If now Vincent could see any brief and fleeting fame which his book might gain used as a stepping-stone to his friend's advancement, surely, Mark told himself, he would scarcely grudge it. But he hardly cared to justify to himself what he had done by any casuistry of this kind. He preferred to shut his eyes resolutely to the morality of the thing. He might have acted like the basest scoundrel, very likely he had. Still, no one did, no one need, suspect him. All he had to do was to make the best use of the advantage he had snatched. When he could feel that he had done that, then he would feel justified. Meanwhile, he must put up with a few natural twinges of conscience now and then, when he was not feeling well. The next morning breakfast passed without any reference to the scene of the night before. Martha and Cuthbert both knew of what had happened, but kept silence, and if Mrs. Ashburn had any hopes that Mark would recant, she was disappointed. That evening he informed them that he had taken rooms, and should not remain at Malakoff Terrace for more than a few days longer, his announcement being met by a grim "Very well, Mark, just as you please," from his mother, and though her heart sank at his words, and her last hope of prevailing died away, she never returned to the charge in any way, recognising that it was useless. When the day for his departure came, there were no scenes. Even Trixie, who felt it most, was calm, for, after all, Mark would not be so very far away. He had said she might come and see him sometimes. The other two were civil and cold, there being that curious latent antipathy between them and him which sometimes exists between members of a family. Mr. Ashburn had mumbled his good-byes with a touch of emotion and even shame in his manner as he shuffled away to his office. "I don't want you to feel we've cast you off," he said nervously. "Your mother says rather more than she exactly feels at times. But it's better for you to go, my boy, better for all parties concerned. Only, if you find yourself in any difficulties, come back to us. Or, that is," he amended, "write, or come to me at the office. That will be better, perhaps." But Mrs. Ashburn's last words were, "Good-bye, Mark. I never thought to part with a son of mine in anger. We may never meet again, but you may live to be sorry for the grief you have caused your mother when you stand one day over her grave." This would have been more impressive if Mrs. Ashburn had not been so much addicted to indulging in doleful predictions on less adequate occasions that she had discounted much of the effect that properly belonged to them. Even as it was, however, they cut Mark for a moment. He half offered to embrace his mother, but she made no response, and after waiting for a while and finding that she made no sign, he went out with a slight shrug of expostulation. When he had left the room, she half rose as if to follow, but stopped half-way, irresolute, while the cab which he had engaged to take himself and his luggage to his new quarters drove off. And then she went upstairs and shut herself in her bedroom for half an hour, and the maid, who was "doing the rooms" hard by, reported afterwards to the cook that she had heard missus taking on awful in there, a sobbing and groaning and praying she was, all together like. It quite upset her to hear it. There were no traces of emotion on her face, however, when she came down again, and only an additional shade of grimness in her voice and manner to tell of the half-hour's agony in which her mother's heart had warred against her pride and her principles. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Launched. Mark had now cut himself adrift and established himself in rooms in one of the small streets about Connaught Square, where he waited for his schemes to accomplish themselves. He still retained his mastership in St. Peter's, although he hoped to be able to throw that up as soon as he could do so with any prudence, and the time that was not occupied by his school duties he devoted to the perfecting of his friend's work. It was hardly a labour of love, and he came to it with an ever-increasing weariness. All the tedious toiling through piles of proofs and revised proofs, the weeding out of ingenious perversions which seemed to possess a hydra-like power of multiplication after the first eradication, began to inspire him with an infinite loathing of the book which was his and not his own. It had never interested him. He had never been able to feel the slightest admiration for any part of it. And, at times, he ceased to believe in it altogether, and think that, after all, he had transgressed to no purpose, and that his own book would have been a stronger staff to lean upon than this reed he had borrowed. But he had to go on with it now, and trust to his good luck for the consequences. But still there were moments when he trembled at what he had done, and could not bear to be so constantly reminded of it. There was a little story in the book which one of the subordinate characters told to a child, the distressing history of a small sugar prince on a 12th cake, who believed himself to be a fairy and was taken tenderly away from a children's party by a little girl who, as the prince supposed, would restore him somehow to his proper position in fairyland. Instead of which, however, she took him home to an ordinary nursery and ate him. Mark was doubtful of the wisdom of retaining this story in the book at all. It seemed to him out of place there, but as he had some scruples about cutting it out, he allowed it to remain, a decision which was not without after-effect upon his fortunes. The title of the book underwent one more change, for Mr. Fladgate's mind misgave him at the last moment as to his own first suggestion, and it was finally settled that the book should be called Illusion, which suited Mark quite as well as anything else. And so in due time Mark read, with a certain curious thrill, the announcement that Illusion, a romance by Cyril Ernstone, was now ready at all libraries. He sent no presentation copies, not even to Trixie. He had thought of doing so, but when it came to the point he could not. It was early one Saturday afternoon in March. Mark had walked back by a long round from the school to his lodgings through the parks, and the flower beds were gay with lilac, yellow, and white of crocus and snowdrop. The smoke-blackened twigs were studded with tiny spikes of tender green, and the air was warm and subtly aromatic with the promise of spring. Even in the muddy tainted streets, the Lent lilies and narcissus flowers in the street sellers' baskets gave touches of passing sweetness to the breeze. Mark felt a longing to get further away from the town and enjoy what remained of the afternoon on higher ground and in purer air. He would go up to Hampstead, he thought, and see the lights sweeping over the rusty bracken on the heath, or walk down over Highgate Hill and past the quaint old brick houses with their high trim laurel hedges and their last-century wrought-iron gateways and lamps in which the light of other days no longer burns. But he did not go to either place that afternoon, for when he ran up to his rooms to change his hat and coat, he saw that on his table, which made him forget his purpose altogether,
It was a packet enclosed in a wrapper which bore the name of his publishers on the outside, and he knew at once before opening that it contained reviews. He tore off the wrapper eagerly, for now at last he would learn whether he had made a bold and successful stroke, or only a frightful mistake. Beginners have taken up reviews before now, cowering in anticipation before the curse of Balaam, to receive an unexpected benediction. But perhaps no one could be quite so unprepared for this pleasant form of surprise as Mark, for others have written the works that are criticised, and though they may have worked themselves up into a surface ferment of doubt and humility, deep down in their hearts there is a wonderfully calm acceptance, after the first shock, of the most extravagant eulogy. The opening paragraphs of the first critique were enough to relieve Mark's main anxiety. Holroyd's book was not a failure. There could be no doubt of that. It was treated with respectful consideration as the work of a man who was entitled to be taken seriously. If reviews had any influence, and it can scarcely be questioned that a favourable review has much, this one alone could not fail to bring Illusion its fair share of attention. Mark laid down the first paper with a sense of triumph. If a very ordinary book like poor Holroyd's was received in this way, what might he not expect when he produced his own? Then he took up the next. Here the critic was more measured in his praise. The book he pronounced to be, on the whole, a good and very nearly a great one, a fine conception fairly worked out, but there was too strong a tendency in parts to a certain dreamy mysticism. Here Mark began to regret that he had not been more careful over the proofs, while the general tone was a little too metaphysical, and the whole marred by even more serious blemishes. The author, continued the reviewer, whose style is for the most part easy and dignified, with a praiseworthy absence of all inflation or bombast, seems at times to have been smitten by a fatal desire to split the ears of the groundlings, and produce an impression by showy parades of a not overwhelmingly profound scholarship. And the effect of these contrasts would be grotesque in the extreme, were it not absolutely painful in a work of such high average merit. What, for instance, will be thought of the taste of a writer who could close a really pathetic scene of estrangement between the lovers by such a sentence as the following? The sentence which followed was one of those which Mark had felt it due to himself to interpolate. This was but one example, said the inexorable critic. There were other instances more flagrant still, and in all of these the astonished Mark recognised his own improvements. To say that this was for the moment an exceedingly unpleasant shock to his self-satisfaction is to state a sufficiently obvious fact, but Mark's character must have been very imperfectly indicated if it surprises anyone to hear that it did not take him long to recover from the blow. Perhaps he had been wrong in grafting his own strong individuality on an entirely foreign trunk. He had not been careful enough to harmonise the two styles. It was merely an odd coincidence that the reviewer, struck naturally enough by the disparity, should have pitched upon him as the offender. By and by he grew to believe it a positive compliment that the reviewer, no doubt a dull person, had simply singled out for disapproval all the passages which were out of his depth. If there had been nothing remarkable about them, they would not have been noticed at all. And so, as it is a remarkable peculiarity of the mind of man, that it can frequently be set at ease by some self-constructed theory which would not bear its own examination for a minute, as if a quack were to treat himself with his own bread pills and feel better, Mark, having convinced himself that the reviewer was a crass fool, whose praise and blame were to be read conversely, found the wound to his self-love begin to heal from that moment. That same Saturday afternoon, Mabel was sitting in the little room at the back of the house, in which she received her own particular friends, wrote her letters, and read. just then she was engaged in the latter occupation, for the books had come in from the library that day, and she had sat down after luncheon to skim them through before selecting any which seemed worth more careful reading. Mabel had grown to be fastidious in the matter of fiction, the natural result of a sense of humour combined with an instinctive appreciation of style. There had been a time, of course, when, released from the strict censorship of a boarding school, under which all novels on the very lengthy Index Expurgatorius had to be read in delicious stealth, she had devoured eagerly any literature which was in bright covers and 3 volumes. But that time was past now. She could not cry over cheap pathos, or laugh at second-hand humour, or shudder at sham cynicism any longer. Desperate escapes and rescues moved her not, and she had wearied of beautiful wicked fiends and effeminate golden-haired guardsmen who hold a titanic strength in reserve as their one practical joke. But the liberty she had enjoyed had done her no particular harm, even if many mothers might have thought it their duty to restrict it, which Mrs. Langton was too languid or had too much confidence in her daughter to think of attempting. Mabel had only returned to the works of the great masters of this century with an appreciation heightened by contrast, and though her new delight in them did not blind her, as why should it, to the lesser lights in whom something may be found to learn or enjoy, she now had standards by which she could form her opinions of them. Amongst the books sent in that week was Illusion, a romance by Cyril Ernstone, and Mabel had looked at its neat grey-green covers and red lettering with a little curiosity, for somebody had spoken of it to her the day before, and she took it up with the intention of reading a chapter or 2 before going out with her racket into the square, where the tennis season had already set in on the level corner of the lawn. But the afternoon wore on, and she remained by the window in a low wicker chair, indifferent to the spring sunshine outside, to the attractions of lawn tennis, or the occasional sounds of callers, reading on, with parted lips, and an occasional little musical laugh or involuntary sigh, as Holroyd had once dreamed of seeing his book read by her. His strong and self-contained nature had unfolded all its deepest tenderness and most cherished fancies in that first book, and the pages had the interest of a confession. Mabel felt that personal affection for the unknown writer which, to have aroused, must be the crown of crowns to those who love their art. The faults of style and errors of taste here and there which jarred upon her were still too rare or too foreign to the general tone of the book to prejudice her seriously, and she put down the book half finished, not from weariness, but with an unusual desire to economize the pleasure it gave her. "I wonder what Cyril Ernstone is like," she thought half unconsciously. Perhaps, by the way, a popular but plain author who finds it necessary to cultivate society would discover, if he would go about veiled or engage a better-looking man to personate him, a speedy increase in the circulation of his next work, and, if at all sensitive as to his own shortcomings, he would certainly be spared a considerable amount of pain, for it is trying for a man who rather enjoys being idolized to be compelled to act as his own iconoclast. While Mabel was speculating on the personal appearance of the author of Illusion, Dolly darted in suddenly. "Oh, there you are, Mabel," she said. "How lazy of you! Mother thought you were playing tennis, and some people have called, and she and I had to do all the talking to them." "Come and dress then, Dolly," said Mabel, putting an arm up and drawing her down to a low stool by her chair. "I've got my new sash on," said Dolly warningly. "I'll be careful," said Mabel, "and I've found a little story in this book I'm going to read to you, Dolly, if you care about it." "Not a long story, is it, Mab?" inquired Dolly rather dubiously. But she finally settled herself comfortably down to listen, with her bright little face laid against Mabel's side, while she read the melancholy fate of the sugar fairy prince. Dolly heard it all out in silence, and with a growing trouble in her eyes. When it was all over, and the heartless mortal princess had swallowed the sugar prince, she half turned away and said softly, "Mabel, that was me." Mabel laughed. "What do you mean, Dolly?" she said. "I thought he was plain sugar," Dolly protested piteously. "How was I to know? I never heard of sugar fairies before, and he did look pretty at first, but I spilt some tea over him, and the colour got all mixed up, just as the story says it did, and so I ate him. It's only a story, Dolly, you know. You needn't make yourself unhappy about it. It isn't true, really." "But it must be true. It's all put down exactly as it happened. And it was me. I've eaten up a real fairy prince. Mabel, I'm a greedy pig. If I hadn't done it, perhaps we could have got him out of the sugar somehow, and then Colin and I would have had a live fairy to play with. That's what he expected me to do, and I ate him instead. I know he was a fairy, Mabel. He tasted so nice. Poor, poor little prince." Dolly was so evidently distressed that Mabel tried hard to convince her that the story was about another little girl, the prince was only a sugar one, and so on. But she did not succeed until the idea struck her that a writer whose book seemed to indicate a sympathetic nature would not object to the trouble of removing the childish fears he had aroused, and she said, "Listen, Dolly, suppose you write a letter to Mr. Ernstone, at his publisher's, you know. I'll show you how to address it, but you must write the rest yourself, and ask him to tell you if the sugar prince was really a fairy, and then you will know all about it. But my own belief is, Dolly, that there aren't any fairies, now at any rate." "If there weren't," argued Dolly, "people wouldn't write books about them. I've seen pictures of them lots of times." "And they dance in rows at the pantomime, don't they, Dolly?" said Mabel. "Oh, I know those aren't fairies, only thin little girls," said Dolly contemptuously. "I'm not a baby, Mabel. But I would write to Mr. what you said just now, only I hate letter writing so. Ink is such blotty, messy stuff, and I dare say he wouldn't answer after all." "Try him, dear," said Mabel. Dolly looked obstinate and said nothing just then, and Mabel did not think it well to refer to the matter again. But the next week, from certain little affectations of tremendous mystery on Dolly's part, and the absence of the library copy of Illusion from the morning room during one whole afternoon, after which it reappeared in a state of preternatural inkiness, Mabel had a suspicion that her suggestion was not so disregarded as it had seemed. And a few days afterwards Mark found on his breakfast table an envelope from his publisher, which proved to contain a letter directed to Mr. Cyril Ernstone, at the office. The letter was written in a round, childish hand, with scrapings here and there to record the fall of a vanquished blot. "Dear Mr. Cyril Ernstone," it ran, "I want you to tell me how you knew that I ate that sugar prince in your story, and if you meant me really. Perhaps you made that part of it up, or else it was some other girl, but please write and tell me who it was, and all about it, because I do so hate to think I've eaten up a real fairy without knowing it. Dorothy Margaret Langton." This poor little letter made Mark very angry. If he had written the story he would, of course, have been amused, if not pleased, by the naive testimony to his power, but, as it was, it annoyed him to a quite unreasonable extent. He threw Dolly's note pettishly across the table. "I wish I had cut that sugar prince story out. I can't tell the child anything about it. Langton, too. Wonder if it's any relation to my Langton. Sister of his, perhaps. He lives at Notting Hill somewhere. Well, I won't write. If I do, I shall put my foot in it somehow.
It's quite likely that Vincent knew this child. She can't be seriously unhappy about such a piece of nonsense, and if she is, it's not my fault." Mark had never quite lost the memory of that morning in the fog, his brief meeting with Mabel, and the untimely parting by the hedge. Subsequent events had naturally done nothing to efface the impression which her charm and grace had made upon him then, but even yet he saw her face at times as clearly as ever, and suffered once more the dull pain he had felt when he first knew that she had gone from him without leaving him the faintest hope of being ever privileged to know her more intimately or even see her again. Sometimes, when he dreamed most wildly of the brilliant future that was to come to him, he saw himself as the author of several famous and successful works, amongst which Illusion was entirely obscured, meeting her once more, and marking his sense of her past ingratitude by a studied coldness. But this was a possibility that never, even in his most sanguine moments, was other than remote. If he had but known it, there had long been close at hand, in the shape of young Langton, a means which, judiciously managed, might have brought that part of his dream to pass immediately, and now he had that which would realise it even more surely and effectually. But he did not know, and let the appeal lie unanswered that was due to Mabel's suggestion. The moral of which, as Alice's Duchess might say, is that one should never neglect a child's letter. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. A Thorn and Flower Piece. Illusion had not been very long published before Mark began to have uncomfortable anticipations that it might be on the way to achieve an unexpected success, and he was nearer the truth in this than he himself believed as yet. It might not become popular in the wider and coarser sense of the word, being somewhat over the heads of the large class who read fiction for the story. It might never find its way to railway bookstalls, though even in this, as will appear, befell it in time, or be considered a profitable subject for transatlantic piracy. But it was already gaining recognition as a book that people of any culture should, for their own sakes, at least assume to have read and appreciated. Mark was hailed by many judges of such things as a new and powerful thinker, who had chosen to veil his theories under the garb of romance, and if the theory was dissented from in some quarters, the power and charm of the book were universally admitted. At dinner parties, and in all circles where literature is discussed at all, Illusion was becoming a standard topic. Friendships were cemented and intimacies dissolved over it. It became a kind of shibboleth. At first Mark had little opportunity of realising this to the full extent, for he went out seldom, if at all. There had been a time in his life, before he had left Cambridge that is, when he had mixed more in society. His undergraduate friends had been proud to present to their family circle a man with his reputation for general brilliancy, and so his engagements in the vacations had been frequent. But this did not last. From a feeling that his own domestic surroundings would scarcely bear out a vaguely magnificent way he had of alluding to his place and his people, a way which was not so much deliberate imposition as a habit caught from associates richer and higher up in the social scale. From this feeling he never offered to return any of these hospitalities, and though this was not rigorously expected of him, it did serve to prevent anyone of his numerous acquaintanceships from ripening into something more. When the crash came, and it was generally discovered that the reputed brilliant man of his year was a very ordinary failure, Mark found himself speedily forgotten, and in the first soreness of disappointment was not sorry to remain in obscurity for a season. But now a reaction in his favour was settling in. His publishers were already talking of a second edition of Illusion,
and he received, under his name of Cyril Ernstone, countless letters of congratulation and kindly criticism, all so pleasantly and cordially worded that each successive note made him angrier, the only one that consoled him at all being a communication in a female hand, which abused the book and its writer in the most unmeasured terms. For his correspondent's estimate of the work was the one which he had a secret wish to see more prevalent, so long, of course, as it did not interfere with the success of his scheme, and he could almost have written to thank her, had she not, by some unfortunate oversight, forgotten to append her name and address. The next stage in the career of the book was the discovery on someone's part that the name of its author was an assumed one, and although there are many authors who would as little think of looking for the name of the man who wrote the play they see or the book they read as they would for that of the locomotive behind which they travel, there are still circles for whom the first two matters, at least, possess an interest. And so several set out to run the actual author to earth, well assured that, as is fabled of the fox, he himself would enjoy the sport as much as his pursuers. And it is the fact that Mark might have given them a much longer run had he been anxious to do so. But, though he regretted it afterwards, the fruits of popularity were too desirable to be foregone. There were some false cries at first. A London correspondent knew for a fact that the book was written by an old lady at a lunatic asylum in her lucid intervals, while a ladies' journal had heard that the author was a common carpenter and entirely self-educated. And there were other similar discoveries. But before they had time to circulate widely, it became somehow common knowledge that the author was a young schoolmaster, and that his real name was Mark Ashburn. And Mark at once began to reap the benefit. His old friends sought him out once more, men who had passed him in the streets with a careless nod that was almost as bad as a cut direct, or without even the smallest acknowledgment that a time had been when they were inseparables, now found time to stop him and ask if the rumours of his début in literature were really true. By and by, cards began to line his mantelpiece as in the old days. He went out once more, and met everywhere the kindness and courtesy that the world of London, whatever may be said against it, is never chary of showing towards the most insignificant person who has once had the good fortune to arouse its interest. Mark liked it all at first, but as he saw the book growing more and more in favour, and the honours paid to himself increasing, he began to be uneasy at his own success. He would not have objected to the book securing a moderate degree of attention, so as to prepare the public mind for the blaze of intellect he had in reserve for it. That he had expected, or at least hoped for, but the mischief of his ridiculous enthusiasm which everyone he met seemed to be affecting over this book of Holroyd's was that it made an anticlimax only too possible when his own should see the light. Mark heard compliments and thanks with much the annoyance a practised raconteur must feel with the feeble listener who laughs heartily, while the point of the story he is being told is still in perspective. And soon he wished heartily that the halo he felt was burning round his undeserving head could be moderated or put out, like a lamp. It was such an inconvenience. He could never escape from Holroyd's book. People would talk to him about it. Sooner or later, while talking to the most charming persons, just when he was feeling himself conversationally at his very best, he would see the symptoms he dreaded warning him that the one fatal topic was about to be introduced, which seemed to have the effect of paralysing his brain. He would struggle hard against it, making frantic efforts to turn the subject, and doubling with infinite dexterity. But generally his interlocutor was not to be put off, running cunning, as it were, like a greyhound, dead to sporting instincts, and fixing him at once with a "Now, Mr. Ash, you really must allow me to express to you some of the pleasure and instruction I have received from your book," and so on. And then Mark found himself forced to listen with ghastly smiles of sham gratification to the praises of his rival, as he now felt Holroyd was, after all, becoming, and had to discuss with the air of a creator his book which he had never cared to understand, and soon came cordially to detest. If he had been the real author, all this would of course have been delightful to him. It was all so kind, and so evidently sincere, for the most part, that only a very priggish or cynical person could have affected to undervalue it, and any other, even if he felt it overstrained now and then, would have enjoyed it frankly while it lasted, remembering that, in the nature of things, it could not last very long. But unfortunately Mark had not written Illusion, which made all the difference. No author could have shrunk more sensitively in his inmost soul than he did from the praise of his fellow men, and his modesty would have been more generally remarked had he not been wise enough to perceive that modesty, in a man, is a virtue with a dangerous streak of the ridiculous about it. And so he braced himself to go through with it and play out his part. It would not be for long. Soon he would have his own book to be complimented upon and to explain. Meanwhile he worked hard at Illusion, until he came to have a considerable surface acquaintance with it. He knew the names of all the more important characters in it now, and hardly ever mixed them up. He worked out most of the allusions, and made a careful analysis of the plot and pedigrees of some of the families. It was much harder work than reading law, and quite as distasteful, but then it had to be done if he meant to preserve appearances at all. His fame had penetrated to St. Peter's, where his fellow-masters treated him with an unaccustomed deference, only partially veiled by mild badinage on the part of the younger men, while even the boys were vaguely aware that he had distinguished himself in the outer world, and Mark found his authority much easier to maintain. "How's that young rascal, what's his name, Langton? The little scamp who said he called me prawn but not shellfish, the impudent fellow. How's he getting on, hey?" said Mr. Shelford to Mark one day about this time. Mark replied that the boy had left his form now, but that he heard he was doing well, and had begun to acquire the graceful art of verse-making. "Verse-making? Aye, is he indeed? You know, Ashburn, I often think it's a good thing there are none of the old Romans alive now. They weren't a humorous nation, taken as a whole, but I fancy some of our prize Latin verses would set the stiffest of 'em sniggering, and we laugh at baboo English, as they call it. But you tell Langton from me, when you see him, if he likes to try his hand at a set of elegiacs on a poor old cat of mine that died the other day, I'll look 'em over if he brings them to me after school some day, and if they're what I consider worthy of the deceased man's virtues, I'll find some way of rewarding him. She was a black Persian, and her name was Jinx, but he'll find it Latinised well as Jinxia, tell him. And now I think of it," he added, "I never congratulated you on the effort of your muse. It's not often I read these things now, but I took your book up, and maybe I'm too candid in telling you so, but it fairly surprised me. I'd no idea you had it in you." Mark found it difficult to hit the right expression of countenance at such a compliment, but he did it. "There are some very fine things in that book, sir," continued Mr. Shelford, "some very noble words, remarkable for so young a man as you must be. You have lived, Ashburn, it's easy to see that." "Oh, well," said Mark, I've knocked about, you know." "Ah, and you've knocked something into you too, which is more to the purpose. I'd like to know now when you found time to construct your theories of life and conduct." Mark began to find this embarrassing. He said he had hit upon them at odd times, very odd times, he could not help remembering, and shifted his ground a little uneasily, but he was held fast by the buttonhole. "They're remarkably sound and striking, I must say that, and your story is interesting too. I found myself looking at the end, sir, to see what became of your characters. I knew there was something I wanted to ask you. There's a heading you've got for one of your chapters, a quotation from some Latin author, which I can't place to my satisfaction. I mean that one beginning, non terret principes." "Oh, that one," repeated Mark blankly. "Yes, it reads to me like later Latin. Where do you take it from? One of the fathers?" "One of them. I forget which," said Mark quickly,
wishing he had cut the quotations out. "That aigritudo now, aigritudo superveniens, you know. How do you understand that?" Mark had never troubled himself to understand it at all, so he stared at his interrogator in rather a lost way. "I mean, do you take it as of the mind or body? That's what made me fancy it must be later Latin. And then there's the correxit." Mark admitted that there was the correxit. "It's mind," he said quickly. "Oh, decidedly the mind, not body. I think that's my bus passing. I'll say good-bye." And he escaped with a weary conviction that he must devote yet more study to the detested illusion. This is only a sample of the petty vexations to which he had exposed himself. He had taken over a business which he did not understand, and naturally found the technicalities troublesome, for though, as has been seen, his own tendencies were literary, he had not soared so high as a philosophical romance, while his scholarship, more brilliant than profound, was not always equal to the unseen messages from out-of-the-way authors with which Holroyd had embellished his chapters. But a little more care made him feel easier on this score. And then there were many compensations. For one unexpected piece of good fortune, which will be recorded presently, he had mainly to thank his friend's book. He had met an old acquaintance of his, a certain young Herbert Featherstone, who had on any previous chance encounter seemed affected by a kind of trance, during which his eyes lost all power of vision, but was now completely recovered, so much so, indeed, as to greet Mark with a quite unexpected warmth. Was it true that he had written this new book? What was its name? Delusion or something? Fellows were saying he hadn't read it himself, his mother and sister had, said it was a devilish good book too. Where was he hanging out now, and what was he doing on the 10th? Could he come to a little dance his people had that night? Very well then, he should have a card. Mark was slightly inclined to let the other understand that he knew the worth of this resuscitated friendliness, but he refrained. He knew of the Featherstones as wealthy people, with the reputation of giving the pleasantest entertainments in London. He had his way to make in the world, and could not afford, he thought, to neglect these opportunities. So he went to the dance, and, as he happened to dance well, enjoyed himself, in spite of the fact that two of his partners had read Illusion, and knew him as the author of it. They were both pretty and charming girls, but Mark did not enjoy either of those particular valses. In the course of the evening he had a brief conversation with his hostess, and was fortunate enough to produce a favourable impression. Mrs. Featherstone was literary herself, as a reputedly strong-minded lady, who had once written 2 particularly weak-minded novels, would necessarily be. She liked to have a few rising young literary men in her train, with whom she might discuss subjects loftier than ordinary society cares to grasp, but she was careful at the same time that her daughter should not share too frequently in these intellectual privileges, for Gilda Featherstone was very handsome, and literary men are as impressionable as other people. Mark called one Saturday afternoon at the Featherstones' house in Grosvenor Place, as he had been expressly invited to do on the occasion of the dance, and found Mrs. Featherstone at home. It was not her regular day, and she received him alone, though Mark heard voices and laughter now and then from behind the hangings which concealed the end-room of the long suite. "And now let us talk about your delightful Illusion, Mr. Ernstone," she said graciously. "Do you know, I felt when I read your book that some of my innermost thoughts, my highest aspirations, had been put into words, and such words for me! It was soul speaking to soul, and you get that in so few novels, you know. What a rapture literary creation is! Don't you feel that? I am sure, even in my own poor little way, you must know that I have scribbled once upon a time. Even in my own experience, I know what a state of excitement I got into over my own stories. One's characters get to be actual living companions to one, they act by themselves, and all one has to do is just to sit by and look on and describe." This seemed to Mark to prove a vividness of imagination on Mrs. Featherstone's part
to which her literary productions had not, so far as he knew, done full credit. But he was equal to the occasion. "Your characters, Mrs. Featherstone, are companions to many more than their creator. I must confess that I, for one, fell hopelessly in love with your Gwendolen Vane in Mammon and Moonshine." Mark had once read a slashing review of a flabby little novel with a wooden heroine of that name, and turned it to good account now, after his fashion. "Now, how nice of you to say that," she said, highly pleased. "I am very fond of Gwendolen myself. My ideal, you know. I won't quote that about praise from Sir Hubert, because it's so very trite, but I feel it. But do you really like Gwendolen better than my Madeline Harwood in Strawberries and Cream?" Here Mark got into deep water once more, but he was no mean conversational swimmer, and reached dry land without any unseemly floundering. "It has been suggested to me, do you know," she said, when her own works had been at last disposed of, "that your Illusion would make such an admirable play, the central motive really so dramatic. Of course one would have to leave the philosophy out, and all the beautiful reflections, but the story would be left. Have you ever thought of dramatising it yourself, Mr. Ashburn?" Mark had not. "Ah, well," she said, "if ever I have time again to give to literature, I shall ask your permission to let me see what I can do with it. I have written some little charades for drawing-room theatricals, you know, so I am not quite without experience." Mark, wondering inwardly how Holroyd would relish this proposal if he were alive, said that he was sure the story would gain by her treatment, and presently she proposed that they should go to the further room and see how the young people were getting on, which Mark received with an immense relief, and followed her through the portière to the inner room, in which, as will be seen, an unexpected stroke of good fortune was to befall him. They found the young people together, with a married sister of Mrs. Featherstone sitting round a small table on which was a heap of cartes de visite, as they used to be called for no very obvious reason. Gilda Featherstone, a lively brunette with the manner of a young lady accustomed to her own way, looked up from the table to welcome Mark. "You've caught us all at a very frivolous game, Mr. Ashburn. I hope you won't be shocked. We've all had our feelings outraged at least once, so we're going to stop now, while we're still on speaking terms." "But what is it?" said Mrs. Featherstone. "It isn't cards, Gilda dearest, is it?" "No, mother, not quite. Very nearly, though. Mr. Caffyn showed it us. He calls it photo nap." "Let me explain, Mrs. Featherstone," said Caffyn, who liked to drop in at Grosvenor Place occasionally, where he was on terms of some intimacy. "I don't know if you're acquainted with the game of nap?" Mrs. Featherstone shook her head, not too amiably, for she had been growing alarmed of late by a habit her daughter had acquired of mentioning or quoting this versatile young man whom her husband persisted so blindly in encouraging. "Ah," said Caffyn, unabashed. "Well, anyway, this is modelled on it. We take out a selection of photographs, the oldest preferred, shuffle them, and deal around 5 photographs to each player, and the ugliest card in each round takes the trick." "I call it a most ill-natured game," said the aunt, who had seen an old and unrecognised portrait of herself and the likenesses of several of her husband's family, a plain one, voted the master cards. "Oh, so much must be said for it," said Caffyn. "It isn't a game to be played everywhere, of course, but it gives great scope for the emotions. Think of the pleasure of gaining a trick with the portrait of your dearest friend, and then it's such a capital way of ascertaining your own and others' precise positions in the beauty scale, and all the plain people acquire quite a new value as picture cards." He had played his own very cautiously, having found his amusement in watching the various revelations of pique and vanity amongst the others, and so could speak with security. "My brothers all took tricks," said one young lady, who had inherited her mother's delicate beauty, while the rest of the family resembled a singularly unhandsome father, which enabled her to speak without very deep resentment. "So did poor dear papa," said Gilda, "but that was the only one taken in fancy dress, and he would go as Dante." "Nothing could stand against Gurgoyle," observed Caffyn. "He was a sure ace every time. He'll be glad to know he was such a success.
You must tell him, Miss Featherstone." "No, I won't have poor Mr. Gurgoyle made fun of," said Mrs. Featherstone, but with a considerable return of amiability. "People always tell me that with all his plainness he's the most amusing young man in town, though I confess I never could see any signs of it myself." The fact was that an unlucky epigram by the Mr. Gurgoyle in question, at Mrs. Featherstone's expense, which of course had found its way to her, had produced a coolness on her part, as Caffyn was perfectly well aware. "Ars est celare artem, as Mr. Bancroft remarks at the Haymarket," he said lightly. "Gurgoyle is one of those people who is always put down as witty till he has the indiscretion to try. Then they put him down some other way." "But why is he considered witty, then, if he isn't?" asked Gilda Featherstone. "I don't know. I suppose because we like to think nature makes these compensations sometimes, but Gurgoyle must have put her out of temper at the very beginning. She's done nothing in that way for him." Mrs. Featherstone, although aware that the verdict on the absent Gurgoyle was far from being a just one, was not altogether above being pleased by it, and showed it by a manner many degrees more thawed than that she had originally prescribed to herself in dealing with this very ineligible young actor. "Mr. Ashburn," said Miss Featherstone, after one or two glances in the direction of Caffyn, who was absorbed in following up the advantage he had gained with her mother, "will you come and help me to put these photos back? There are lots of Bertie's Cambridge friends here, and you can tell me who those I don't know are." So Mark followed her to a side table, and then came the stroke of good fortune which has been spoken of. For as he was replacing the likenesses in the album in the order they were given to him, he was given one at the sight of which he could not avoid a slight start. It was a vignette, very delicately and artistically executed, of a girl's head, and as he looked, hardly daring to believe in such a coincidence, he was almost certain that the pure brow, with the tendrils of soft hair curling above it, the deep clear eyes, and the mouth which, for all its sweetness, had the possibility of disdain in its curves, were those of no other than the girl he had met months ago, and had almost resigned himself never to meet again. His voice trembled a little with excitement as he said, "May I ask the name of this lady?" "That is Mabel Langton. I think she's perfectly lovely, don't you? She was to have been at our dance the other night, and then you would have seen her, but she couldn't come at the last moment." "I think I have met Miss Langton," said Mark, beginning to see now all that he had gained by learning this simple surname. "Hasn't she a little sister called Dorothy?" "Dolly? Oh, yes. Sweetly pretty child, terribly spoiled. I think she will put dear Mabel quite in the shade by the time she comes out. Her features are so much more regular. Yes, I see you know our Mabel Langton. And now do tell me, Mr. Ashburn, because of course you can read people's characters so clearly, you know. What do you think of Mabel, really and truly?" Miss Featherstone was fond of getting her views on the characters of her friends revised and corrected for her by competent male opinion, but it was sometimes embarrassing to be appealed to in this way, while only a very unsophisticated person would permit himself to be entirely candid, either in praise or detraction. "Well, really," said Mark, "you see, I have only met her once in my life." "Oh, but that must be quite enough for you, Mr. Ashburn. And Mabel Langton is always such a puzzle to me. I can never quite make up my mind if she is really as sweet as she seems. Sometimes I fancy I have noticed, and yet I can't be sure. I've heard people say that she's just the least bit, not exactly conceited, perhaps, but too inclined to trust her own opinion about things and snub people who won't agree with her. But she isn't, is she? I always say that it's quite wrong about her. Still, perhaps... Oh, wouldn't you like to know Mr. Caffyn? He is very clever and amusing, you know, and has just gone on the stage, but he's not as good there as we all thought he would be. He's coming this way now." Here Caffyn strolled leisurely towards them, and the introduction was made. "Of course you have heard of Mr. Ashburn's great book, Illusion," Gilda Featherstone said, as she mentioned Mark's name. "Heard of nothing else lately," said Caffyn. after which I am ashamed to have to own I haven't read it, but it's the disgraceful truth." Mark felt the danger of being betrayed by a speech like this into saying something too hideously fatuous, over the memory of which he would grow hot with shame in the night watches, so he contented himself with an indulgent smile, perhaps in default of some impossible combination of wit and modesty, his best available resource. Besides, the new acquaintance made him strangely uneasy. He felt warned to avoid him by one of those odd instincts which, although we scarcely ever obey them, are surely given us for our protection. He could not meet the cold light eyes which seemed to search him through and through. "Mr. Ashburn and I were just discussing somebody's character," said Miss Featherstone, by way of ending an awkward pause. "Poor somebody," drawled Caffyn, with an easy impertinence which he had induced many girls, and Gilda amongst them, to tolerate, if not admire. "You need not pity her," said Gilda indignantly. "We were defending her." "Ah," said Caffyn, "from one another." "No, we were not, and if you are going to be cynical and satirical and all that, you can go away. Well, sit down then and behave yourself. What, must you go, Mr. Ashburn? Good-bye then. Mr. Caffyn, I want you to tell me what you really think about—" Mark heard no more than this. He was glad to escape, to get away from Caffyn's scrutiny. "He looked as if he knew I was a humbug," he thought afterwards, and also to think at his leisure over this new discovery, and all it meant for him. He knew her name now. He saw a prospect of meeting her at some time or other in the house he had just left, but perhaps he might not even have to wait for that. This little girl, whose childish letter he had tossed aside a few days since in his blindness, who else could she be but the owner of the dog after which he had clambered up the railway slope? And he had actually been about to neglect her appeal. Well, he would write now. Who could say what might not become of it? At all events, she would read his letter. That letter gave Mark an infinite deal of trouble. After attentively reading the little story to which it referred, he sat down to write, and tore up sheet after sheet in disgust, for he had never given much study to the childish understanding, with its unexpected deeps and shallows, and found the task of writing down to it go much against the grain. But the desire of satisfying a more fastidious critic than Dolly gave him at last a kind of inspiration, and the letter he did send, with some misgiving, could hardly have been better written for the particular purpose. He was pleasantly reassured as to this a day or two later by another little note from Dolly, asking him to come to tea at Kensington Park Gardens on any afternoon except Monday or Tuesday, and adding, evidently by external suggestion, that her mother and sister would be pleased to make his acquaintance. Mark read this with a thrill of eager joy. What he had longed for had come to pass then. He was to see her, speak with her once more. At least he was indebted to illusion for this result, which a few months since seemed of all things the most unlikely. This time she would not leave him without a word or sign, as when they last met. He might be allowed to come again, even in time to know her intimately. And he welcomed this piece of good fortune as a happy omen for the future. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. In the Spring. Mark lost no time in obeying Dolly's summons, and it was with an exhilaration a little tempered by a nervousness to which he was not usually subject that he leaped into the dipping and lurching hansom that was to carry him to Kensington Park Gardens. As Mark drove through the park across the Serpentine, and saw the black branches of the trees looking as if they had all been sprinkled with a feathery green powder, and noticed the new delicacy in the bright-hued grass, he hailed these signs as fresh confirmation of the approach of summer, a summer that might prove a golden one for him. But as he drew nearer Notting Hill his spirits sank again.
What if this opportunity were to collapse as hopelessly as the first? Mabel would, of course, have forgotten him. Would she let him drop indifferently as before? He felt far from hopeful as he rang the bell. He asked for Miss Dorothy Langton, giving his name as Mr. Ernstone, and was shown into a little room filled with the pretty contrivances which the modern young lady collects around her. He found Dolly there alone, in a very stately and self-possessed mood. "You can bring up tea here, Champion," she said, "and some tea-cake. You like tea-cake, of course," she said to Mark, with something of afterthought. "Mother and Mabel are out, calling or something," she added, "so we shall be quite alone. And now sit down there in that chair and tell me everything you know about fairies." Mark's heart sank. This was not at all what he had hoped for, but Dolly had thrown herself back in her own chair with such evident expectation and a persuasion that she had got hold of an authority on fairy lore, that he did not dare to expostulate, although in truth his acquaintance with the subject was decidedly limited. "You can begin now," said Dolly calmly, as Mark stared blankly into his hat. "Well," he said, "what do you want to know about them?" "All about them," said Dolly, with the air of a little person accustomed to instant obedience. Mark's letter had not quite dispelled her doubts, and she wanted to be quite certain that such cases as that of the Sugar Prince were by no means common. "Well," said Mark again, clearing his throat, "they dance round in rings, you know, and live inside flowers, and play tricks with people. That is," he added, with a sort of idea that he must not encourage superstition, "they did once. Of course, there are no such things now." "Then how was it that that little girl you knew, who was not me, ate one up?" "He was the last one," said Mark. "But how did he get turned into sugar? Had he done anything wrong?" "That's how it was." "What was it? He hadn't told a story, had he?" "It's exactly what he had done," said Mark, accepting this solution gratefully. "An awful story." "What was the story?" Dolly demanded at this, and Mark floundered on, beginning to consider Dolly, for all her pretty looks and ways, a decided little nuisance. He said the Queen of the Fairies squinted," he stammered in his extremity. "Then it was she who turned him into sugar?" "Of course it was," said Mark. "But you said he was the last fairy left," persisted the terrible Dolly. "Did I?" said Mark, miserably. "I mean the last but one. She was the other." "Then who was there to tell the story to?" Dolly cross-examined, and Mark quailed, feeling that any more explanation would probably land him in worse difficulties. "I don't think you know very much about it after all," she said with severity. "I suppose you put all you knew into that story. But you're quite sure there was no fairy inside the figure I ate, aren't you?" "Oh, yes," said Mark. I happen to know that." "That's all right then," said Dolly, with a little sigh of relief. "Was that the only fairy story you know?" "Yes," Mark hastened to explain, in deadly fear lest he might be called upon for another. "Oh," said Dolly, "then we'd better have tea," for the door had opened. "It's not Champion after all," she cried, "it's Mabel. I never heard you come back, Mabel." And Mark turned to realise his dearest hopes, and find himself face to face once more with Mabel. She came in, looking even lovelier, he thought, in her fresh spring toilette than in the winter furs she had worn when he had seen her last, bent down to kiss Dolly, and then glanced at him with the light of recognition coming into her grey eyes. "This is Mr. Ernstone, Mab," said Dolly. The pink in Mabel's cheeks deepened slightly. The author of the book which had stirred her so unusually was the young man who had not thought it worth his while to see any more of them. Probably, had he known who had written to him, he would not have been there now, and this gave a certain distance to her manner as she spoke. "We have met before, Mr. Ernstone," she said, giving him her ungloved hand. "Very likely you have forgotten when and how, but I am sure Dolly had not. Had you, Dolly?" But Dolly had, having been too much engrossed with her dog on the day of the breakdown to notice appearances, even of his preserver, very particularly. "When did I see him before, Mabel?" she whispered. "Oh, Dolly, you ungrateful child! Don't you remember who brought Frisk out of the train for you that day in the fog?" But Dolly hung her head and drooped her long lashes, twining her fingers with one of those sudden attacks of awkwardness that sometimes seize the most self-possessed children. "You never thanked him then, you know," continued Mabel. "Aren't you going to say a word to him now?" "Thank you very much for saving my dog," murmured Dolly, very quickly and without looking at him. When Mabel, seeing that she was not at her ease, suggested that she should run and fetch Frisk to return thanks in person, which Dolly accepted gladly as permission to escape. Mark had risen, of course, at Mabel's entrance, and was standing at one corner of the curtained mantelpiece. Mabel was at the other, absently smoothing the fringe with delicate curves of her hand, and with her eyes bent on the rug at her feet. Both were silent for a few moments. Mark had felt the coldness in her manner. "She remembers how shabbily she treated me," he thought, "and she's too proud to show it." "You must forgive Dolly," said Mabel at last, thinking that if Mark meant to be stiff and disagreeable, there was no need at least for the interview to be made ridiculous. Children have short memories, for faces only, I hope, not kindnesses. But if you had cared to be thanked, we should have seen you before." Rather cool, that, Mark thought. "I'm only surprised," he said, "that you should remember it. You gave me more thanks than I deserved at the time. Still, as I had no opportunity of learning your name or where you lived, if you recollect, we parted very suddenly, and you gave me no permission—" "But I sent a line to you by the guard," she said. "I gave you our address, and asked you to call and see my mother, and let Dolly thank you properly." She was not proud and ungracious after all, then. He felt a great joy at the thought, and shame too, for having so misjudged her. "If I had ever received it," he said, "I hope you will believe that you would have seen me before this. But I asked for news of you from that burly old impostor of a guard, and he gave me no intelligible message." Mark remembered suddenly the official's extempore effort, and certainly nothing in writing. Mark's words were evidently sincere, and as she heard them, the coldness and constraint died out of Mabel's face. The slight misunderstanding between them was over. "After all, you are here, in spite of guards," she said, with a gay little laugh, "and now we have even more to be grateful to you for." And then, simply and frankly, she told him of the pleasure 'Illusion' had given her, while, at her gracious words, Mark felt almost for the first time the full meanness of his fraud, and wished, as he had certainly never wished before, that he had indeed written the book. But this only made him shrink from the subject. He acknowledged what she said in a few formal words, and attempted to turn the conversation, more abruptly than he had done for some time on such occasions. Mabel was of opinion, and with perfect justice, that even genius itself would scarcely be warranted in treating her approval in this summary fashion, and felt slightly inclined to resent it, even while excusing it to herself as the unintentional gaucherie of an over-modest man. "I ought to have remembered, perhaps," she said, with a touch of pique in her voice, "that you must long ago have tired of hearing such things." He had indeed, but he saw that his brusqueness had annoyed her, and hastened to explain. "You must not think that is so," he said very earnestly, "only
There is praise one cannot trust oneself to listen to long." "And it really makes you uncomfortable to be talked to about illusion?" said Mabel. "I will be quite frank, Miss Langton," said Mark, and he really felt that he must for his own peace of mind convince her of this. "Really it does, because you see I feel all this time I hope, that is, that I can do much better work in the future." "And we have all been admiring in the wrong place? I see," said Mabel, with apparent innocence and a rather dangerous gleam in her eyes. "Oh, I know it sounds conceited," said Mark, "but the real truth is that when I hear such kind things said about a work which gave me so little trouble to produce, it makes me a little uncomfortable sometimes, because you know how perversely things happen sometimes, because I can't help a sort of fear that my next book, to which I really am giving serious labour, may be utterly unnoticed, or worse." There was no possibility of mistaking this for mock modesty, and though Mabel thought such sensitiveness rather overstrained, she liked him for it notwithstanding. "I think you need not fear that," she said, "but you shall not be made uncomfortable any more. And you are writing another book? May I ask you about that, or is that another indiscretion?" Mark was only too delighted to be able to talk about a book which he really had written. It was at least a change, and he plunged into the subject with much zest. "It deals with things and men," he concluded, "on rather a larger scale than Illusion was done. I have tried to keep it clear of all commonplace characters." "But then it will not be quite so lifelike, will it?" suggested Mabel. "And in Illusion you made even commonplace characters interesting." "That is very well," he said a little impatiently, "for a book which does not aim at the first rank. It is easy enough to register exactly what happens around one. Anybody who keeps a diary can do that. The highest fiction should idealise." "I'm afraid I prefer the other fiction then," said Mabel. "I like to sympathise with the characters, and you can't sympathise with an ideal hero or heroine. I hope you'll let your heroine have one or two little weaknesses, Mr. Ernstone." "Now you are laughing at me," said Mark, more humbly. "I must leave you to judge between the two books, and if I can only win your approval, Miss Langton, I shall prize it more than I dare to say." "If it is at all like Illusion oh, I forgot." Mabel broke off suddenly. "That is forbidden ground, isn't it? And now will you come into the drawing room and be introduced to my mother? We shall find some tea there." Mrs. Langton was a little sleepy after a long afternoon of card leaving and call paying, but she was sufficiently awake to be gracious when she had quite understood who Mark was. "So very kind of you to write to my little daughter about such nonsense," she said. "Of course I don't mean that the story itself was anything of the kind, but little girls have such silly fancies. At least mine seem to have. You were just the same at Dolly's age, Mabel. Now I never recollect worrying myself about such ideas. I'm sure I don't know how they get it. But I hear it is such a wonderful book you have written, Mr. Ernstone. I've not read it yet. My wretched health, you know. But really, when I think how clever you must be, I feel quite afraid to talk to you. I always consider it must require so much cleverness and perseverance, you know, to write any book." "Oh, Mabel, only think!" cried Dolly, now quite herself again, from one of the window seats. "Frisk has won away again, and been out ever since yesterday morning. I forgot that just now. So Mr. Ernstone can't see him after all." And Mabel explained to her mother that they had recognised in the author of Illusion the unknown rescuer of Dolly's dog. "You mustn't risk such a valuable life as yours is now, any more," said Mrs. Langton, after purring out thanks which were hazily expressed, owing to an imperfect recollection of the circumstances. "You must be more selfish after this, for other people's sakes." "I'm afraid such consideration would not be quite understood," said Mark, laughing. "Oh, you must expect to be misunderstood,
else there would be no merit in it, would there?" said Mrs. Langton, not too lucidly. "Dolly, my pet, there's something scratching outside the door. Run and see what it is." Mark rose and opened the door, and presently a ridiculous little draggled object, as black as a cinder, its long hair caked and clotted with dried mud, shuffled into the room with the evident intention of sneaking into a warm corner without attracting public notice, an intention promptly foiled by the indignant Dolly. "Oh, oh!" she cried, "it's Frisk! Look at him, everybody! Do look at him!" The unhappy animal backed into the corner by the door with his eyes on Dolly's, and made a conscience-stricken attempt to sit up and wave one paw in deprecation, doubtless prepared with a plausible explanation of his singular appearance, which much resembled that of Mr. Dolls returning to Jenny Wren after a long course of threepen'orths. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" demanded Dolly. "Don't laugh, Mr. Ernstone, please. It encourages him so. Oh, I believe you're the very worst dog in Notting Hill." The possessor of that bad eminence sat and shivered, as if engaged in a rough calculation of his chances of a whipping. But Dolly governed him on these occasions chiefly by the moral sanction, an immunity he owed to his condition. "And this," said Dolly scathingly, "this is the dog you saved from the train, Mr. Ernstone. There's gratitude. The next time he shall be left to be killed. He's not worth saving." Either the announcement or the suspense, according to one's estimate of his intellectual powers may vary, made the culprit snuffle dolefully, and after Dolly had made a few further uncomplimentary observations on the general vileness of his conduct and the extreme uncleanliness of his person, which he heard abjectly, he was dismissed with his tail well under him, probably to meditate that if he did not wish to rejoin his race altogether, he really would have to pull up. Soon after this sounds were heard in the hall, as of a hat being pitched into a corner, and a bag with some heavy objects in it slammed on a table to a whistling accompaniment. "That's Colin," said Dolly confidentially. "Mother says he ought to be getting more repose of manner, but he hasn't begun yet." And soon after Colin himself made his appearance. "Hallo, Mabel! Hallo, mother! Yes, I've washed my hands and I've brushed my hair. It's all right, really. Well, Dolly. What, Mr. Ashburn here?" He broke off, staring a little, as he went up to shake hands with Mark. "I ought to have explained, perhaps," said Mark. "Ernstone is only the name I write under, and I had the pleasure of having your son in my form at St. Peter's for some time, hadn't I, Colin?" "Yes, sir," said Colin shyly, still rather overcome by so unexpected an apparition, and thinking this would be something to tell the fellows next day. Mabel laughed merrily. "Mr. Ashburn, I wonder how many more people you will turn out to be," she said. "If you knew how afraid I was of you when I used to help Colin with his Latin exercises, and how angry when you found me out in any mistakes. I pictured you as a very awful personage indeed." "So I am," said Mark, "officially. I'm sure your brother will agree to that." "I don't think he will," said Mabel. "He was so sorry when they moved him out of your form that you can't have been so very bad." "I liked being in the middle third, sir," said Colin, regaining confidence. "It was much better fun than Mr. Blatherwick's is. I wish I was back again for some things," he qualified conscientiously. When the time came to take his leave, Mrs. Langton asked for his address, with a view to an invitation at no distant time. A young man, already a sort of celebrity, and quite presentable on other accounts, would be useful at dances, while he might serve to leaven some of her husband's slightly heavy professional dinners. Mabel gave him her hand at parting with an air of entire friendliness and good understanding, which she did not usually display on so short a probation. But she liked this Mr. Ashburn already, who on the last time she had met him had figured as a kind of hero, who was the swell master for whom, without having seen him, she had caught something of Colin's boyish admiration, and who, lastly, had stirred and roused her imagination through the work of his own. Perhaps, after all, he was a little conceited, but then it was not an offensive conceit, but one born of confidence in himself, which was fairly justified. She had not liked his manner of disparaging his first work, and she rather distrusted his idealizing theories. Still, she knew that clever people often find it difficult to do justice to their ideas in words. He might produce a work which would take rank with the very greatest, and till then she could admire what he had already accomplished. And besides, he was good-looking, very good-looking. His dark eyes had expressed a very evident satisfaction at being there and talking to her, which of course was in his favour. His manner was bright and pleasant, and so Mabel found it agreeable to listen to her mother's praise of their departed visitor. "A very charming young man, my dear. You've only to look at him to see he's a true genius, and so unaffected and pleasant with it all. Quite an acquisition, really." "I found him, mother," interrupted Dolly. "He wouldn't have come but for me. But I'm rather disappointed in him myself. He didn't seem to care to talk to me much. And I don't believe he knows much about fairies." "Don't be ungrateful, Dolly," said Mabel. "Who saved Frisk for you?" "Oh, he did. I know all that. But not because he liked Frisk, or me either. It was because... I don't know why it was because he is a good young man, I suppose," said Mrs. Langton instructively. "No, it wasn't that. He doesn't look so very good. Not so good as poor Vincent did. More good than Harold, though. But he doesn't care about dogs, and he doesn't care about me, and I don't care about him," concluded Dolly, rather defiantly. As for Mark, he left the house thoroughly and helplessly in love. As he walked back to his rooms he found a dreamy pleasure in recalling the different stages of the interview. Mabel's slender figure as she stood opposite him by the mantelpiece, her reserve at first, and the manner in which it had thawed to a frank and gracious interest, the suspicion of a critical but not unkindly mockery in her eyes and tone at times. It all came back to him with a vividness that rendered him deaf and blind to his actual surroundings. He saw again the group in the dim, violet-scented drawing-room, the handsome, languid woman murmuring her pleasant commonplaces, and the pretty child lecturing the prodigal dog, and still felt the warm light touch of Mabel's hand as it had laid in his for an instant at parting. This time, too, the parting was not without hope. He might look forward to seeing her again after this. A summer of golden dreams and fancies had indeed begun for him that day, and as he thought again that he owed these high privileges to illusion, events seemed more than ever to be justifying an act which was fast becoming as remote and unreproachful as acts will when the dread of discovery, that great awakener of conscience, is sleeping too. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Harold Caffyn makes a discovery. Harold Caffyn had not found much improvement in his professional prospects since we first made his acquaintance. His disenchantment was in fact becoming complete. He had taken to the stage at first in reliance on the extravagant eulogies of friends, forgetting that the standard for amateurs in any form of art is not a high one, and he was very soon brought to his proper level. A good appearance and complete self-possession were about his sole qualifications, unless we add the voice and manner of a man in good society, which are not by any means the distinctive advantages that they were a few years ago. The general verdict of his fellow professionals was, clever enough, but no actor, and he was without the sympathy or imagination to identify himself completely with any character and feelings opposed to his own. He had obtained one distinct success, and one only, at a matinee, when a new comedy was presented in which a part of some consequence had been entrusted to him. He was cast for a cool and cynical adventurer, with a considerable dash of the villain in him, and played it admirably, winning very favourable notices from the press, although the comedy itself resulted, as is not infrequent with matinees, in a dismal fiasco. However, the matinee proved for a time of immense service to him in the profession, and even led to his being chosen by his manager to represent the hero of the next production at his own theatre, a poetical drama which had excited great interest before its appearance, and if Caffyn could only have made his mark in it, his position would have been assured from that moment. But the part was one of rather strained sentiment, and he could not, rather than would not, make it effective. In spite of himself, his manner suggested, rather than concealed, any extravagances in the dialogue, and, worse still, gave the impression that he was himself contemptuously conscious of them, the consequence being that he repelled the sympathies of his audience to a degree that very nearly proved fatal to the play. After that unlucky first night the part was taken from him, and his engagement, which terminated shortly afterwards, was not renewed. Caffyn was not the man to overcome his deficiencies by hard and patient toil. He had counted upon an easy life with immediate triumphs, and the reality baffled and disheartened him. He might soon have slid into the lounging life of a man about town, with a moderate income, expensive tastes, and no occupation, and from that perhaps even to shady and questionable walks of life. But he had an object still in keeping his head above the social waters, and the object was Mabel Langton. He had long felt that there was a secret antagonism on her side towards himself, which at first he had found amusement in provoking to an occasional outburst, but was soon piqued into trying to overcome and disarm, and the unexpected difficulty of this had produced in him a state of mind as nearly approaching love as he was capable of. He longed for the time when his wounded pride would be salved by the consciousness that he had at last obtained the mastery of this wayward nature, when he would be able to pay off the long score of slights and disdains which he had come to exaggerate morbidly. He was resolved to conquer her sooner or later in defiance of all obstacles, and he had found new natures capable of resisting him long after he had set himself seriously to subdue them. But Mabel had been long in showing any sign of yielding. For some time after the loss of the Mangalore she had been depressed and silent to a degree which persuaded Caffyn that his old jealousy of Holroyd was well grounded, and when she recovered her spirits somewhat, while she was willing to listen or laugh or talk to him, there was always the suggestion of an armistice in her manner, and any attempt on his part to lead the conversation to something beyond mere badinage was sure to be adroitly parried or severely put down, as her mood varied. Quite recently, however, there had been a slight change for the better. She had seemed more pleased to see him, and had shown more sympathy and interest in his doings. This was since his one success at the matinee, and he told himself triumphantly that she had at last recognised his power, that the long siege was nearly over. He would have been much less complacent had he known the truth, which was this. At the matinee, Mabel had certainly been at first surprised, almost to admiration, by an unexpected display of force on Caffyn's part. But as the piece went on, she could not resist an impression that this was not acting, but rather an unconscious revelation of his secret self. The footlights seemed to be bringing out the hidden character of the man as though it had been written on him in sympathetic ink. As she leaned back in the corner of the box he had sent them, she began to remember little traits of boyish malice and cruelty. Had they worked out of his nature, as such strains sometimes will, or was this stage adventurer, cold-blooded, unscrupulous, with a vein of diabolical humour in his malevolence, the real Harold Caffyn? And then she had seen the injustice of this, and felt almost ashamed of her thoughts,
and with the wish to make some sort of reparation, and perhaps the consciousness that she had not given him many opportunities of showing her his better side, her manner towards him had softened appreciably. Caffyn only saw the effects and argued favourably from them. Now that fellow Holroyd is happily out of the way, he thought. She doesn't care for anybody in particular. I've only to wait. There were considerations other than love or pride which made the marriage a desirable one to him. Mabel's father was a rich man, and Mabel herself was entitled independently to a considerable sum on coming of age. He could hardly do better for himself than by making such a match, even from the pecuniary point of view. And so he looked about him anxiously for some opening more suitable to his talent than a stage door, for he was quite aware that at present Mabel's father, whatever Mabel herself might think, would scarcely consider him a desirable parti. Caffyn had been lucky enough to impress a business friend of his with a firm conviction of his talents for business and management, and this had led to a proposal that he should leave the stage and join him, with a prospect of a partnership should the alliance prove a success. The business was a flourishing one, and the friend a young man who had but recently succeeded to the complete control of it, while Caffyn had succeeded somehow in acquiring a tolerably complete control of him. So the prospect was really an attractive one, and he felt that now at last he might consider the worst obstacles to his success with Mabel were disposed of. He had plenty of leisure time on his hands at present, and thought he would call at Kensington Park Gardens one afternoon, and try the effect of telling Mabel of his prospects. She had been so cordial and sympathetic of late that it would be strange if she did not express some sort of pleasure, and it would be for him to decide then whether or not his time had come to speak of his hopes. Mrs. and Miss Langton were out, he was told at the door. Miss Dolly was in, added Champion, to whom Caffyn was well known. Then I'll see Miss Dolly, said Caffyn, thinking that he might be able to pass the time until Mabel's return. In the morning room, is she? All right. He walked in alone, to find Dolly engaged in tearing off the postage stamp from a letter. "Hello, Miss Juggins, what mischief are you up to now?" he began as he stood in the doorway. "It's not mischief at all," said Dolly, hardly deigning to look up from her occupation. "What have you come in for, Harold?" "For the pleasure of your conversation," said Caffyn. "You know you always enjoy a talk with me, Dolly." Dolly made a little mouth at this. "But what are you doing with those scissors and that envelope, if I'm not indiscreet in asking?" Dolly was in a subdued and repentant mood just then, for she had been so unlucky as to offend Colin the day before, and he had not yet forgiven her. It had happened this way. It had been a half holiday, and Colin had brought home an especial friend of his to spend the afternoon, to be shown his treasures, and, in particular, to give his opinion as an expert on the merits of Colin's collection of foreign postage stamps. Unhappily for Colin's purpose, however, Dolly had completely enslaved the friend from the outset. Charmed by his sudden interest in the most unboyish topics, she had carried him off to see her doll's house, and, in spite of Colin's grumbling dissuasion, the base friend had gone meekly. Worse still, he had remained up there listening to Dolly's personal anecdotes and reminiscences, and seeing Frisk put through his performances, until it was too late to do anything like justice to the Samp album, over which Colin had been sulkily fuming below, divided between hospitality and impatience. Dolly had been perfectly guiltless of the least touch of coquetry in thus monopolising the visitor, for she was not precocious in this respect, and was merely delighted to find a boy who, unlike Colin, would condescend to sympathise with her pursuits. But perhaps the boy himself, a susceptible youth, found Dolly's animated face and eager confidences more attractive than the rarest postal issues. When he had gone, Colin's pent-up indignation burst out on the unsuspecting Dolly. She had done it on purpose. She knew Dickinson Major came to see his stamps. What did he care about her rubbishy dolls? and there she had kept him up in the nursery for hours, wasting his time. It was too bad of her, and so on, until she wept with grief and penitence. And now she was seizing the opportunity of purchasing his forgiveness by an act of atonement in kind, in securing what seemed to her to be probably a stamp of some unknown value to a boy. But she did not tell all this to Caffyn. "Do you know about stamps? Is this a rare one?" she said, and brought the stamp she had removed to Caffyn. The postmark had obliterated the name upon it. "Let's look at the letter," said Caffyn, and Dolly put it in his hand. He took it to the window and gave a slight start. "When did this come?" he said sharply. "Just now," said Dolly. "A minute or two before you came. I heard the postman and I ran out into the hall to see the letters drop in the box, and then I saw this one with the stamp, and the box wasn't locked, so I took it out and tore the stamp off. Why do you look like that, Harold? It's only for Mabel, and she won't mind." Caffyn was still at the window. He had just received a highly unpleasant shock, and was trying to get over it and adjust himself to the facts revealed by what he held in his hand. The letter was from India, bore a Colombo postmark, and was in Vincent Holroyd's hand, which Caffyn happened to know. If further proof were required, he had it by pressing the thin paper of the envelope against the enclosure beneath, when several words became distinctly legible, besides those visible already through the gap left by the stamp. Thus he read: "Shall not write again till you," and lower down Holroyd's full signature. And the letter had that moment arrived. He saw no other possible conclusion than that, by some extraordinary chance, Holroyd had escaped the fate which was supposed to have befallen him. He was alive, a more dangerous rival after this than ever. This letter might even contain a proposal. "No use speaking to Mabel after she has once seen this. Confound the fellow! Why the deuce couldn't he stay in the sea? It's just my infernal luck." As he thought of the change this letter would work in his prospects, and his own complete powerlessness to prevent it, the gloom and perplexity on his face deepened. He had been congratulating himself on the removal of this particular man as a providential arrangement made with some regard to his own convenience, and to see him resuscitated at that time of all others was hard indeed to bear, and yet what could he do? As Caffyn stood by the window with Holroyd's letter in his hand, he felt an insane temptation for a moment to destroy or retain it. Time was everything just then, and even without the fragment he had been able to read, he could, from his knowledge of the writer, conclude with tolerable certainty that he would not write again without having received an answer to his first letter. "If I was only alone with it!" he thought impatiently. But he was a prudent young man, and perfectly aware of the consequences of purloining correspondence. And besides, there was Dolly to be reckoned with. She alone had seen the thing as yet, but then she had seen it, and was not more likely to hold her tongue about that than any other given subject. No, he could do nothing. He must let things take their own course, and be hanged to them. His gloomy face filled Dolly with a sudden fear. She forgot her dislike. She came timidly up to him and touched his arm. "What's the matter, Harold?" she faltered. "Mabel won't be angry. I haven't done anything wrong, have I, Harold?" He came out of his reverie to see her upturned face raised to his, and started. His active brain had in that instant decided on a desperate expedient, suggested by the sight of the trouble in her eyes. "By Jove, I'll try," he thought. "It's worth it. She's such a child. I may manage it yet." "Wrong?" he said impressively. "It's worse than that. My poor Dolly, didn't you really know what you were doing?" "No," said Dolly. "Harold, don't tease me. Don't tell me what isn't true. It frightens me so." "My dear child, What can I tell you? Surely you know that what you did was stealing?" "Stealing?" echoed Dolly, with great surprised eyes. "Oh no, Harold, not stealing! Why, of course I shall tell Mabel, and ask her for the stamp afterwards. Only if I hadn't torn it off first, she might throw it away before I could ask, you know." "I'm afraid it was stealing all the same," said Caffyn, affecting a sorrowfully compassionate tone. "Nothing can alter that now, Dolly." "Mabel won't be angry with me for that, I know," said Dolly. "She will see how it was really." "If it was only Mabel," said Caffyn, "we should have no reason to fear. But Mabel can't do anything for you, poor Dolly. It's the law that punishes these things. You know what law is? The police and judges." The piteous change in the child's face, the dark eyes brimming with rising tears, and the little mouth drawn and trembling, might have touched some men. Indeed, even Caffyn felt a languid compunction for what he was doing. But his only chance lay in working upon her fears. He could not afford to be sentimental just then, and so he went on, carefully calculating each word. "Oh, I won't believe it!" cried Dolly, with a last despairing effort to resist the effect his grave pity was producing. "I can't! Harold, you're trying to frighten me. I'm not frightened a bit. Say you're only in fun." But Caffyn turned away in well-feigned distress. "Do I look as if it was fun, Dolly?" he asked, with an effective quiver in his low voice. He had never acted so well as this before. "Is that this morning's paper over there?" he asked, with a sudden recollection, as he saw the sheet on the little round wicker table. "Fetch it, Dolly, will you?" "I must manage the obstinate little witch somehow," he thought impatiently, and turned to the police reports, where he remembered that morning to have read the case of an unhappy postman who had stolen stamps from the letters entrusted to him. He found it now and read it aloud to her. "If you don't believe me," he added, "look for yourself. You can read. Do you see now? Those stamps were marked. Well, isn't this one marked?" "Oh, it is!" cried Dolly. "Marked all over. Yes, I do believe you now, Harold. But what shall I do? I know, I'll tell papa. He won't let me go to prison." "Why, papa's a lawyer, you know that," said Caffyn. "He has to help the law, not hinder it. Whatever you do, I shouldn't advise you to tell him, or he would be obliged to do his duty. You don't want to be shut up for years all alone in a dark prison, do you, Dolly? And yet, if what you've done is once found out, nothing can help you. Not your father, not your mamma, not Mabel herself. The law's too strong for them all." This strange and horrible idea of an unknown power, into whose clutches she had suddenly fallen, and from which even love and home were unable to shield her, drove the poor child almost frantic. She clung to him convulsively, with her face white as death, terrified beyond tears. "Harold!" she cried, seizing his hand in both hers. "You won't let them? I can't go to prison and leave them all. I don't like the dark. I couldn't stay in it till I was grown up and never see Mabel or Colin or anybody. Tell me what to do, only tell me and I'll do it." Again, some quite advanced scoundrels might have hesitated to cast so fearful a shadow over a child's bright life, and the necessity annoyed Caffyn to some extent. But his game was nearly won. There would not be much more of it. "I mustn't do anything for you," he said. "If I did my duty I should have to give you up to No, it's all right, Dolly. I should never dream of doing that, but I can do no more. Still, if you choose you can help yourself, and I promise to say nothing about it." "How do you mean?" said Dolly. "If I stuck it together and left it?" "Do you think that wouldn't be seen? It would, though. No, Dolly, if anyone but you and I catches sight of that letter, it will all be found out. Must be." "Do you mean—" "Oh, no, Harold, I couldn't burn it." There was a fire in the grate, for the morning, in spite of the season, had been chilly. "Don't suppose I advise you to burn it," said Caffyn. "It's a bad business from beginning to end. It's wrong, at least it isn't right, to burn the letter, only there's no other way if you want to keep out of prison, and if you make up your mind to burn it, Dolly, why you can rely on me to keep the secret. I don't want to see a poor little girl shut up in prison if I can help it, I can tell you. But do as you like about it, Dolly, I mustn't interfere." Dolly could bear it no more. She snatched the flimsy foreign paper, tore it across and flung it into the heart of the fire. Then, as the flames began to play around the edges, she repented, and made a wild dart forward to recover the letter. "It's Mabel's!" she cried. "I'm afraid to burn it. I'm afraid!" But Caffyn caught her and held her little trembling hands fast in his cool grip, while the letter that Holroyd had written in Ceylon, with such wild secret hopes, flared away to a speckled grey rag, and floated lightly up the chimney. "Too late now, Dolly," he said, with a ring of triumph in his voice. "You would only have blistered those pretty little fingers of yours, my child. And now," he said, indicating the scrap of paper which bore the stamp, "if you take my advice, you'll send that thing after the other." For the sake of this paltry bit of coloured paper, Dolly had done it all. And now that must go. She had not even purchased Colin's forgiveness by her wrong, and this last drop in her cup was perhaps the bitterest. She dropped the stamp guiltily between two red-hot coals, watched that too as it burnt, and then threw herself into an armchair and sobbed in passionate remorse. "Oh, why did I do it?" she wailed. "Why did you make me do it, Harold?" "Come, Dolly, I like that," said Caffyn, who saw the necessity for having this understood at once. "I made you do nothing, if you please. It was all done before I came in. I may think you were very sensible in getting rid of the letter in that way, I do, but you did it of your own accord, remember that." "I was quite good half an hour ago," moaned the child, "and now I'm a wicked girl, a thief. No one will speak to me any more. They'll send me to prison." "Now, don't talk nonsense," said Caffyn, a little alarmed, not having expected a child to have such strong feelings about anything. "And for goodness sake don't cry like that. There's nothing to cry about now. You're perfectly safe as long as you hold your tongue. You don't suppose I shall tell of you, do you?" And it really was highly improbable. "There's nothing to show what you've done, and you didn't mean to do anything bad. I know that, of course. You needn't make yourself wretched about it. It's only the way the law looks at stealing stamps, you know. Come, I must be off now. Can't wait for Mabel any longer, but I must see a smile before I go. Just a little one, Juggins, to thank me for helping you out of your scrape, eh?" Dolly's mouth relaxed in a very faint smile. "That's right. Now you're feeling jolly again. Cheer up. You can trust me, you know." And he went out, feeling tolerably secure of her silence. "It's rough on her, poor little thing," he soliloquized as he walked briskly away. "But she'll forget all about it soon enough. Children do. And what the deuce could I do? No, I'm glad I looked in just then. Our resuscitated friend won't write again for a month or two, and by that time it will be too late, and if this business comes out, which I don't imagine it ever will, I've done nothing anyone could lay hold of. I was very careful about that. I must have it out with Mabel as soon as I can now. There's nothing to be gained by waiting." Would Dolly forget all about it? She did not like Harold Caffyn, but it never occurred to her to disbelieve the terrible things he had told her. She was firmly convinced that she had done something which, if known, would cut her off completely from home and sympathy and love. She who had hardly known more than a 5 minutes' sorrow in her happy, innocent little life, believed herself a guilty thing with a secret. Henceforth in the shadows there would lurk something more dreadful than even the bogies with which some foolish nursemaids people shadows for their charges. The gigantic hand of the law, ready to drag her off at any moment from all she loved, and there seemed no help for her anywhere. For had not Harold said that if her father or anyone were to know, they would be obliged to give her up to punishment? Perhaps if Caffyn had been capable of fully realizing what a deadly poison he had been instilling into this poor child's mind, he might have softened matters a little more, provided his object could have been equally well attained thereby, and that is all that can be said of him. But as it was, he only saw that he must make as deep an impression as he could for the moment, and never doubted that she would forget his words as soon as he should himself. But if there was some want of thought in the evil he had done, the want of thought in this case arose from a constitutional want of heart. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. A Change of Front. "Well, Jane," said Mr. Lightowler one evening, when he had invited himself to dine and sleep at the house in Malakoff Terrace, "I suppose you haven't heard anything of that grand young gentleman of yours yet?" The Ashburns, with the single exception of Trixie, had remained obstinately indifferent to the celebrity which Mark had so suddenly obtained. It did not occur to most of them, indeed, that distinction was possible in the course he had taken. Perhaps many of Mahomet's relations thought it a pity that he should abandon his excellent prospects in the caravan business, where he was making himself so much respected, for the precarious and unremunerative career of a prophet. Trixie, however, had followed the book's career with wondering delight. She had bought a copy for herself, Mark not having found himself equal to sending her one, and she had eagerly collected reviews and allusions of all kinds, and tried hard to induce Martha at least to read the book. Martha had coldly declined. She had something of her mother's hard, unimaginative nature, and read but little fiction. And besides, having from the first sided strongly against Mark, she would not compromise her dignity now by betraying so much interest in his performances. Cuthbert read the book, but in secret, and as he said nothing to its discredit, it may be presumed that he could find no particular fault with it. Mrs. Ashburn would have felt almost inclined, had she known the book was in the house, to order it to be put away from among them like an evil thing, so strong was her prejudice, and her husband, whatever he felt, expressed no interest or curiosity on the subject. So at Mr. Lightowler's question, which was put more as a vent for his own outraged feelings than any real desire for information, Mrs. Ashburn's face assumed its grimmest and coldest expression as she replied, "No, Solomon, Mark has chosen his own road. We neither have nor expect to have any news of him. At this very moment he may be bitterly repenting his folly and disobedience somewhere." Upon which Cuthbert observed that he considered that extremely probable, and Mr. Ashburn found courage to ask a question. "I suppose he hasn't come or written to you yet, Solomon?" he said. "No, Matthew," said his brother-in-law, "he has not. I'd just like to see him coming to me. He wouldn't come twice, I can tell him. No, I tell you, as I told him, I've done with him. When a young man repays all I've spent on him with base ingratitude like that, I wash my hands of him. I say deliberately, I wash my hands. Why, he might have worked on at his law, and I'd have set him up and put him in the way of making his living in a few years. Made him a credit to all connected with him, I would. But he's chosen to turn a low scribbler, and starve in a garret, which he'll come to soon enough, and that's what I get for trying to help a nephew. Well, it will be a lesson to me, I know that. Young men have gone off since my young days, a lazy, selfish, conceited lot they are, all of 'em." "Not all, Solomon," said his sister. "I'm sure there are young men still who Cuthbert, how long was it you stayed at the office after hours to make up your books? Of his own free will too, Solomon, and he's never had anyone to encourage him or help him on, poor boy." Mrs. Ashburn was not without hopes that her brother might be brought to understand in time that the family did not end with Mark, but she might have spared her pains just then. "No," he said, with a rather contemptuous toss of the head. "I wasn't hinting. I've nothing particular against him. He's steady enough, I dessay. One of the other kinds enough in a small family, in all conscience. Ah, Jane, if ever a man was regularly taken in by a boy, I was by his brother Mark. A bright, smart, clever young chap he was, as I'd wish to see. Give that feller an education and put him to a profession, thinks I, and he'll be a credit to you some of these days. And see what's come of it." "It's very sad for all of us, I'm sure," sighed Mrs. Ashburn. At this, Trixie, who had been listening to all with hot cheeks and trembling lips, could hold out no longer. "You talk of Mark, uncle and all of you," she said, looking prettier for her indignation, "as if he was a disgrace to us all. You seem to think he's starving somewhere in a garret and unknown to everybody. But he's nothing of the sort. He's famous already, whether you believe it or not. You ought to be proud of him." "Beatrix, you forget yourself," said her mother. "Before your uncle, too." "I can't help it," said Trixie. "There's no one to speak up for poor Mark but me, ma, and I must. And it's all quite true. I hear all about books and things at the art school where I go, and Mark's book is being talked about everywhere. And you needn't be afraid of his coming to you for money, uncle, for I was told that Mark will be able to get as much money as ever he likes for his next books. He will be quite rich, and all just by writing, and nobody but you here seems to think the worse of him for what he has done. I'll show you what the papers say about him presently. Why, even your paper, ma, the Weekly Robe, has a long article praising Mark's book this week, so I should think it can't be so very wicked. Wait a minute, and you shall see." And Trixie burst impetuously out of the room to fetch the book in which she had pasted the reviews, leaving the others in a rather crestfallen condition, Uncle Solomon especially looking straight in front of him with a fish-like stare, being engaged in trying to assimilate the very novel ideas of a literary career which had just been put before him. Mrs. Ashburn muttered something about Trixie being always headstrong and never given to serious things, but even she was a little shaken by the unexpected testimony of her favourite oracle, the Robe. "Look here, uncle," said Trixie, returning with the book and laying it down open before him. "See what the says, and the . Oh, and all of them." "I don't want to see 'em," he said, sulkily pushing the book from him. "Take the things away, child. Who cares what they say? They're all at the same scribbling business themselves. Of course they crack up one another." But he listened with a dull, glazed look in his eyes, and a grunt now and then, while she read extracts aloud, until, by and by, in spite of his efforts to repress it, a kind of hard grin of satisfaction began to widen his mouth. "Where's this precious book to be got?" he said at last. "Are you so sure he's disgraced you now, uncle?" demanded Trixie, triumphantly. "Men's praise is of little value," said Mrs. Ashburn harshly. "Your uncle and we look at what Mark has done from the Christian standpoint." "Well, look here, you know, suppose we go into the matter now. Let's talk it out a bit," said Uncle Solomon, coming out of a second brown study. "What have you got against Mark?" "What have I got against him, Solomon?" echoed his sister in supreme amazement. "Yes, what's he done to set you all shaking your heads at?" "Why, surely there's no need to tell you. Well, first there's his ingratitude to you, after all you've done for him." "Put me out of the question," said Mr. Lightowler, with a magnanimous sweep of his hand. "I can take care of myself, I should hope. What I want to get at is what he's done to you. What do you accuse the boy of doing, Matthew, eh?" Poor little Mr. Ashburn seemed completely overwhelmed by this sudden demand on him. "I? Oh, I Well, Jane has strong views, you know, Solomon, decided opinions on these subjects, and so have I," he concluded feebly. Said Mr. Lightowler, half to himself. "Shouldn't have thought that was what was the matter with you. Well, Jane, then I come back to you. What's he done? Come, he hasn't robbed a church or forged a cheque, has he?" "If you wish me to tell you what you know perfectly well already, he has, in defiance of what he knows I feel on this subject, connected himself with a thing I strongly disapprove of, a light-minded fiction." "Now, you know, Jane, that's all your confounded I'm speaking to you as a brother, you know your confounded narrow-minded nonsense. Supposing he has written a light-minded fiction, as you call it, where's the harm of it?" "With the early training you received together with me, Solomon, I wonder you can ask. You know very well what would have been thought of reading, to say nothing of writing, a novel in our young days, and it cuts me to the heart to think that a son of mine should place another stumbling block in the hands of youth." "Stumbling grandmother!" cried Mr. Lightowler. "In our young days, as you say, we didn't go to playhouses, and only read good and improving books, and a dull time we had of it. I don't read novels myself now, having other things to think about, but the world's gone round since then, Jane. Even chapel folk read these light-minded fictions nowadays, and don't seem to be stumbling around more than usual." "If they take no harm, their own consciences must be their guide, but I've a right to judge for myself as well as they, I think, Solomon." "Exactly, but not for them, too. That's what you're doing, Jane. Who the dickens are you, to go about groaning that Mark's a prodigal's son, or a lost sheep, or a goat, or one of those uncomplimentary animals, all because he's written a book that everyone else is praising? Why are you to be right, and all the rest of the world wrong, I'd like to know? Here you've gone and hunted the lad out of the house without ever consulting me, who I think, Jane, I do think, have acted so as to deserve to be considered and consulted in the matter. And all for what?" "I'm sure, Solomon," said Mrs. Ashburn, with one or two hard sniffs, which were her nearest approach to public emotion, "I'm sure I never expected this from you. And you were quite as angry with Mark as any of us." "Because I didn't know all. I was kept in the dark. From what you said, I didn't know but what he'd written some rubbish which wouldn't keep him in bread and cheese for a fortnight, and leave him as unknown as it found him. Naturally, I didn't care about that, when I'd hoped he'd be a credit to me. But it appears he is being a credit to me. He's making his fortune, getting famous, setting the upper circles talking of him. I thought Sir Andrew, up at the Manor House, was a chafing on me the other day when he began complimenting me on my nephew, and I answered him precious short, but I begin to think now as he meant it, and I went and made a fool of myself. All I ever asked of Mark was to be a credit to me, and so long as he goes and is a credit to me, what do I care how he does it? Not that." At sentiments of such unhoped-for breadth, Trixie was so far carried away with delight and gratitude as to throw her arms round her uncle's puffy red neck, and bestow 2 or 3 warm kisses upon him. "Then you won't give him up after all, will you, uncle?" she cried. "You don't think him a disgrace to you?" Uncle Solomon looked round him with the sense that he was coming out uncommonly well. "There's no narrow-mindedness about me, Trixie, my girl," he said. "I never have said, nor don't say now, that I have given your brother Mark up. He chose not to take the advantages I offered him, and I don't deny feeling put out by it. But what's done can't be helped. I shall have a look into this book of his, and if I see nothing to disapprove of in it, why I shall let him know he can still look to his old uncle if he wants anything. I don't say more than that at present, but I do think, Jane, that you've been too hard on the boy. We can't all be such particular Baptists as you are, you know." "I'm glad to hear you say that, Solomon," quavered Mr. Ashburn, "because I said as much to Jane, if you recollect my mentioning it, my dear, at the time, but she has decided views, and she thought otherwise." The unfortunate Jane, seeing herself deserted on all sides, began to qualify, not sorry in her inmost heart to be able to think more leniently, since the Weekly Horeb sanctioned it,
of her son's act of independence.
"I may have acted on imperfect knowledge," she said. "I may have been too hasty in concluding that Mark had only written some worldly and frivolous love tale to keep minds from dwelling on higher subjects. If so, I'm willing to own it, and if Mark wants to come to me—" But Mr. Lightowler did not care to lose his monopoly of magnanimity in this way. "That comes too late now, Jane," he said. "He won't come back to you now, after the way you've treated him. You've taken your line, and you'll have to keep to it. But he shan't lose by that while I live, or afterwards for that matter. He was always more of a son to me than ever you made of him." And when he went to bed, after some elaboration of his views on the question, he left the family, with one exception, to the highly unsatisfactory reflection that they had cut themselves off from all right to feel proud and gratified at Mark's renown, and that the breach between them was too wide now to be bridged. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. In which Mark makes an enemy and recovers a friend. Mark's fame was still increasing, and he began to have proofs of this in a pleasanter and more substantial form than empty compliment. He was constantly receiving letters from editors or publishers inviting him to write for them, and offering terms which exceeded his highest expectations. Several of these proposals, all the more tempting ones in fact, he accepted at once, not that he had anything by him in manuscript just then of the kind required from him, but he felt a vague sense of power to turn out something very fine indeed, long before the time appointed for the fulfilment of his promises. But so far he had not done any regular literary work since his defection. He was still at St. Peter's, which occupied most of his time, but somehow, now that he could devote his evenings without scruple to the delights of composition, those delights seemed to have lost their keenness, and besides, he had begun to go out a great deal. He had plenty of time before him, however, and his prospects were excellent. He was sure of considerable sums under his many agreements as soon as he had leisure to set to work. There could be no greater mistake than for a young writer to flood the market from his inkstand, a reflection which comforted Mark for a rather long and unexpected season of drought. Chiltern and Fladgate had begun to sound him respecting a second book, but Mark could not yet decide whether to make his coup with One Fair Daughter or Sweet Bells Jangled. At first he had been feverishly anxious to get a book out which should legitimately be his own as soon as possible, but now, when the time had come, he hung back. He did not exactly feel any misgivings as to their merits, but he could not help seeing that with every day it was becoming more and more difficult to put illusion completely in the shade, and that if he meant to effect this, he could afford to neglect no precautions. New and brilliant ideas, necessitating the entire reconstruction of the plots, were constantly occurring to him, and he set impulsively to work, shifting and interpolating, polishing and repolishing, until he must have invested his work with a dazzling glitter, and yet he could not bring himself to part with it. He was engaged in this manner one Wednesday afternoon in his rooms, when he heard a slow, heavy step coming up the stairs, followed by a sharp rap at the door of his bedroom, which adjoined his sitting-room. He shouted to the stranger to come in, and an old gentleman entered presently by the door connecting the two rooms, in whom he recognised Mr. Lightowler's irascible neighbour. He stood there for a few moments without a word, evidently overcome by anger, which Mark supposed was due to annoyance at having first blundered into the bedroom. "It's old Humpage," he thought. "What can he want with me?" The other found words at last, beginning with a deadly politeness. "I see I am in the presence of the right person," he began. "I have come to ask you a plain question." Here he took something from his coat-tail pocket and threw it on the table before Mark. It was a copy of Illusion. "I am told you are in the best position to give me information on the subject. Will you kindly give me the name, the real name, of the author of this book? I have reasons, valid reasons, for requiring it." And he glared down at Mark, who had a sudden and disagreeable sensation as if his heart had just turned a somersault. Could this terrible old person have detected him, and if so, what would become of him? Instinct rather than reason kept him from betraying himself by words. "That's a rather extraordinary question, sir," he gasped faintly. "Perhaps it is," said the other, "but I've asked it, and I want an answer." "If the author of the book," said Mark, "had wished his real name to be known, I suppose he would have printed it." "Have the goodness not to equivocate with me, sir. It's quite useless, as you will understand when I tell you that I happen to know," he repeated this with withering scorn, "I happen to know the name of the real author of this precious production. I had it, let me tell you, on very excellent authority." "Who told you?" said Mark, and his voice seemed to him to come from downstairs. Had Holroyd made a confidant of this angry old gentleman? "A gentleman whose relation I think you have the privilege to be, sir. Come, you see I know you, Mr. Cyril Ernstone," he sneered. "Are you prepared to deny it?" Mark drew a long sweet breath of relief. What a fright he had had! This old gentleman evidently supposed he had unearthed a great literary secret, but why had it made him so angry? "Certainly not," he replied, firm and composed again now. "I am Mr. Cyril Ernstone. I'm very sorry if it annoys you." "It does annoy me, sir. I have a right to be annoyed, and you know the reason well enough." "Do you know?" said Mark languidly. "I'm really afraid I don't." "Then I'll tell you, sir. In this novel of yours you've put a character called—wait a bit—yes, called Blackshaw, a retired country solicitor, sir." "Very likely," said Mark, who had been getting rather rusty with illusion of late. "I'm a retired country solicitor, sir." "You've made him a man of low character. You show him up all through the book as perpetually mixing in petty squabbles, sir. On one occasion you actually allow him to get drunk. Now, what do you mean by it?" "Good heavens!" said Mark, with a laugh. "You don't seriously mean to tell me you consider all this personal?" "I do very seriously mean to tell you, sir, young gentleman," said Mr. Humpage, showing his teeth with a kind of snarl. "There are people who will see personalities in a proposition of Euclid," said Mark, now completely himself again, and rather amused by the scene. "I should think you must be one of them, Mr. Humpage. Will it comfort you if I let you know that this book was written months before I first had the pleasure of seeing you?" "No, sir, not at all. That only shows me more clearly what I knew already, that there has been another hand at work here. I see that uncle of yours behind your back here." "Do you, though?" said Mark. "He's not considered literary as a general rule." "Oh, he's quite literary enough to be libellous. Just cast your eye over this copy. Your uncle sent this to me as a present, the first work of his nephew. I thought at first he was trying to be friendly again, till I opened the book. Just look at it, sir." And the old man fumbled through the leaves with his trembling hands. "Here's a passage where your solicitor is guilty of a bit of sharp practice, underlined by your precious uncle. And here he sets two parties by the ears, underlined by your uncle in red ink, sir, and it's like that all through the book. Now, what do you say?" "What can I say?" said Mark, with a shrug. "You must really go and fight it out with my uncle. If he is foolish enough to insult you, that is not exactly a reason for coming here to roar at me. You're as bad as he is, every bit. I had him up at sessions over that gander, and he hasn't forgotten it. You had a hand in that affair too, I remember. Your victim, sir, was never quite the same bird again. You'll be pleased to hear that. Never the same bird again." "Very much to its credit, I'm sure," said Mark. "But oblige me by not calling it my victim. I don't suppose you'll believe me, but the one offence is as imaginary as the other." "I don't believe you, sir. I consider that to recommend yourself to your highly respectable uncle, you have deliberately set yourself to blacken my character, which may bear comparison with your own, let me tell you. No words can do justice to such baseness as that." "I agree with you. If I had done such a thing, no words could. But as I happen to be quite blameless of the least idea of hurting your feelings, I'm beginning to be rather tired of this, you see, Mr. Humpage." "I'm going, sir, I'm going. I've nearly said my say. You have not altered my opinion in the least. I'm not blind, and I saw your face change when you saw me. You were afraid of me. You know you were. What reason but one could you have for that?" Of course Mark could have explained even this rather suspicious appearance, but then he would not have improved matters very much, and so, like many better men, he had to submit to be cruelly misunderstood, when a word might have saved him, although in this case silence was neither quixotic nor heroic. "I can only say again," he replied in his haughtiest manner, "that when this book was written I had never seen you, nor even heard of your existence. If you don't believe me, I can't help it." "You've got your own uncle and your own manner to thank for it if I don't believe you, and I don't. There are ways of juggling with words to make them cover anything, and from all I know of you, you are likely enough to be apt at that sort of thing. I've come here to tell you what I think of you, and I mean to do it before I go. You've abused such talents as you've been gifted with, sir, gone out of your way to attack a man who never did you any harm. You're a hired literary assassin, that's my opinion of you. I'm not going to take any legal proceeding against you. I'm not such a fool. If I was a younger man, I might take the law, in the shape of a stout horsewhip, into my own hands. As it is, I leave you to go your own way, unpunished by me. Only, mark my words, you'll come to no good. There's a rough sort of justice in this world, whatever may be said, and a beginning like yours will bring its own reward. Some day, sir, you'll be found out for what you are. That's what I came to say." And he turned on his heel and marched downstairs, leaving Mark with a superstitious fear at his heart at his last words, and some annoyance with Holroyd for having exposed him to this, and even with himself for turning craven at the first panic. "I must look up that infernal book again," he thought. "Holroyd may have libelled half London in it for all I know." Now it may be as well to state here that Vincent Holroyd was as guiltless as Mark himself of any intention to portray Mr. Humpage in the pages of Illusion. He had indeed heard of him from the Langtons, but the resemblances in the imaginary solicitor to Dolly's godfather were few and trivial enough, and, like most of such half unconscious reminiscences, required the aid of a malicious dulness to pass as anything more than mere coincidences. But the next day, while Mark was thinking apprehensively of Illusion as a perfect mine of personalities, the heavy steps were heard again in the passage and up the staircase. He sighed wearily, thinking that perhaps the outraged Mr. Humpage had remembered something more offensive, and had called again to give him the benefit of it. However, this time the visitor was Mr. Solomon Lightowler, who stood in the doorway with what he meant to be a reassuring smile on his face, though, owing to a certain want of flexibility in his uncle's features, Mark misunderstood it. "Oh, it's you, is it?" he said bitterly. "Come in, uncle, come in. You undertook when I saw you last never to speak to me again, but I don't mind if you don't. I had a thorough good blackguarding yesterday from your friend Humpage, so I've got my hand in. Will you curse me sitting down or standing? The other one stood." "No, it ain't that, my boy. I don't want to use hard words. I've come to say, let bygones be bygones. Mark, my boy, I'm proud of you." "What, of a literary man? My dear uncle, you can't be well, or you've lost your money." "I'm much as usual, thank'ee, and I haven't lost any money that I know of, and I mean it, Mark. I've read your book." "I know you have. So has Humpage," said Mark. Uncle Solomon chuckled. "You made some smart hits at Humpage," he said. "When I first saw there was a country solicitor in the book, I said to myself, that's going to be Humpage. And you had him fine, I will say that. I never thought to be so pleased with you." You need not have shown your pleasure by sending him a marked copy." "I was afraid he wouldn't see it if I didn't," explained Mr. Lightowler, "and I owed him one over that gander, which he summonsed me for, and got his summons dismissed for his trouble. But I've not forgotten it. Perhaps it was going rather far to mark the places, but there, I couldn't help it." "Well, I suppose you know that amounts to libel," said Mark, either from too hazy a recollection of the law on the subject of publication, or the desire to give his uncle a lesson. "Libel? Why, I never wrote anything, only underlined a passage here and there. You don't call that libelling?" "A judge might. And anyway, uncle, it's deuced unpleasant for me. He was here, abusing me all the afternoon, when I never had any idea of putting the hot-headed old idiot into a book. It's too bad, it really is." "Umpage won't law me, he's had enough of that. Don't you be afraid, and don't show yourself poor-spirited. You've done me a good turn by showing up Umpage as what I believe him to be. What's the good of pretending you never meant it to me? You don't know how pleased you've made me. It's made a great difference in your prospects, young man, I can tell you." "So you told me at the Cock," said Mark. "I don't mean that way this time. I dessay I spoke rather hasty then. I didn't know what sort of literary line you were going to take up with, but if you go on as you've begun, you're all right. And when I have a nephew that makes people talk about him, and shows up them that makes themselves unpleasant as neighbours, why, what I says, make the most of him. And that brings me to what I've come about. How are you off in the matter of money, eh?" Mark was already beginning to feel rather anxious about his expenses. His uncle's cheque was by this time nearly exhausted, his salary at St. Peter's was not high, and, as he had already sent in his resignation, that source of income would dry up very shortly. He had the money paid him for Illusion, but that of course he could not use. He had not sunk low enough for that, though he had no clear ideas what to do with it. He would receive handsome sums for his next 2 novels, but that would not be for some time, and meanwhile his expenses had increased with his new life to a degree that surprised himself, for Mark was not a young man of provident habits. So he gave his uncle to understand that, though he expected to be paid some heavy sums in a few months, his purse was somewhat light at present. "Why didn't you come to me?" cried his uncle. "You might have known I shouldn't have stinted you. You never found me near with you, and now you're getting a big literary pot, and going about among the nobs as I see your name with. Why, you must keep up the position you've made, and you shall too. You're quite right to drop the schoolmastering, since you make more money with your scribbling. Your time's valuable now. Set to and scribble away while you're the fashion. Make your A while the sun shines, my boy. I'll see you through it. I want you to do me credit. I want everyone to know that you're not like some of these poor devils, but have got a rich old uncle at your back. You let 'em know that, will you?" And quite in the manner of the traditional stage uncle, he produced his cheque book and wrote a cheque for a handsome sum, intimating that that would be Mark's quarterly allowance, while he continued to do him credit, and until he should be independent of it. Mark was almost too astounded for thanks at first by such very unexpected liberality, and something too in the old man's coarse satisfaction jarred on him and made him ashamed of himself, but he contrived to express his gratitude at last. "It's all right," said Uncle Solomon. "I don't grudge it you. You just go on as you've begun." "I hope that doesn't mean making more hits at Humpage," thought Mark. "You thought you could do without me, but you see you can't. And look here, make a friend of me after this, d'ye hear? Don't do anything without my advice. I'm a bit older than you are, and p'raps I can give you a wrinkle or two, even about literary matters, though you mayn't think it. You needn't have been afraid your uncle would cast you off, Mark, so long as you're doing well. As I told your mother the other day, there's nothing narrow-minded about me, and if you feel you've a call to write, why, I don't think the worse of you for it. I'm not that kind of man." And after many more speeches of this kind, in the course of which he fully persuaded himself, and very nearly his nephew, that his views had been of this broad nature from the beginning, and were entirely uninfluenced by events,
He left Mark to think over this new turn of Fortune's wheel, by which he had provoked a bitter foe and regained a powerful protector, without deserving one more than the other. He thought lightly enough of the first interview now, it was cheaply bought at the price of the other. And, after all, he said to himself, what man has no enemies? But only those whose past is quite stainless, or quite stained, can afford to hold their enemies in calm indifference, and although Mark never knew how old Mr. Humpage's enmity was destined to affect him, it was not without influence on his fortunes. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Giant's Robe by F. ANSTEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. A Dinner Party. Mrs. Langton did not forget Mark, and before many days had gone by since his call, he received an invitation to dine at Kensington Park Gardens on a certain Saturday, to which he counted the days like a schoolboy. The hour came at last, and he found himself in the pretty drawing-room once more. There were people there already, a stout judge and his pretty daughter, a meek but eminent conveyancer with a gorgeous wife, and a distinguished professor with a bland subtle smile, a gentle voice and a dangerous eye. Other guests came in afterwards, but Mark hardly saw them. He talked a little to Mrs. Langton, and Mrs. Langton talked considerably to him during the first few minutes after his entrance, but his thoughts kept wandering, like his eyes, to Mabel, as she moved from group to group in her character of supplementary hostess, for Mrs. Langton's health did not allow her to exert herself on these occasions. Mabel was looking very lovely that evening, in some soft light dress of pale rose, with a trail of pure white buds and flowers at her shoulder. Mark watched her as she went about, now listening with pretty submission to the gorgeous woman in the ruby velvet and the diamond star, who was laying down some little new law of her own, now demurely acknowledging the old judge's semi-paternal compliments, audaciously rallying the learned professor, or laughing brightly at something a spoony-looking fair-haired youth was saying to her. Somehow she seemed to Mark to be further removed than ever from him. He was nothing to her amongst all these people. She had not even noticed him yet. He began to be jealous of the judge, and the professor too, and absolutely to hate the spoony youth. But she came to him at last. Perhaps she had seen him from the first, and felt his dark eyes following her with that pathetic look they had whenever things were not going perfectly well with him. She came now, and was pleased to be gracious to him for a few minutes till dinner was announced. Mark heard it with a pang. Now they would be separated, of course. He would be given to the ruby woman, or that tall, keen-faced girl with the pince-nez. He would be lucky if he got 2 minutes' conversation with Mabel in the drawing-room later on. But he waited for instructions resignedly. "Didn't papa tell you?" she said. "You are to take me in, if you will." If he would! He felt a thrill as her light fingers rested on his arm. He could scarcely believe his own good fortune, even when he found himself seated next to her, as the general rustle subsided, and might accept the delightful certainty that she would be there by his side for the next 2 hours at least. He forgot to consult his menu. He had no very distinct idea of what he ate or drank, or what was going on around him, at least as long as Mabel talked to him. They were just outside the radius of the big centre lamp, and the talk around them produced a sort of semi-privacy. The spoony young man was at Mabel's right hand, to be sure, but he had been sent in with the keen-faced young lady who came from Girton, where it was well known that the marks she had gained in one of the great triposes under the old order would, but for her sex, have placed her very high indeed in the class list. Somebody had told the young man of this, and, as he was from Cambridge too, but had never been placed anywhere except in 1 or 2 walking races at Fenner's, it had dampened him too much for conversation just yet. "Have you been down to Chigbourne lately?" Mabel asked Mark suddenly, and her smile and manner showed him that she remembered their first meeting.
He took this opportunity of disclaiming all share in the treatment of the unfortunate gander, and was assured that it was quite unnecessary to do so. "I wish your uncle, Mr. Humpage, thought with you," he said ruefully, "but he has quite made up his mind that I am a villain of the deepest dye." And then, encouraged to confide in her, he told the story of the old gentleman's furious entry and accusation. Mabel looked rather grave. "How could he get such an idea into his head?" she said. "I'm afraid my uncle had something to do with that," said Mark, and explained Mr. Lightowler's conduct. "It's very silly of both of them," she said, "and then to drag you into the quarrel too. You know, old Mr. Humpage is not really my uncle, only one of those relations that sound like a prize puzzle when you try to make them out. Dolly always calls him Uncle Anthony, he's her godfather, but I wish you hadn't offended him, Mr. Ashburn, I do really. I've heard he can be a very bitter enemy. He has been a very good friend to papa. I believe he gave him almost the very first brief he ever had, and he's kind to all of us, but it's dangerous to offend him. Perhaps you will meet him here some day," she added, "and then we may be able to make him see how mistaken he has been." "How kind of you to care about it," said he, and his eyes spoke his gratitude for the frank interest she had taken in his fortunes. "Of course I care," said Mabel, looking down as she spoke. "I can't bear to see anyone I like and respect, as I do poor Uncle Anthony, persist in misjudging anybody like that." Mark had hoped more from the beginning of this speech than the conclusion quite bore out, but it was delightful to hear her talking something more than society nothings to him. However, that was ended for the present by the sudden irruption of the spoony young man into the conversation. He had come out very shattered from a desperate intellectual conflict with the young lady from Girton, to whom he had ventured on a remark which, as he made it, had seemed to him likely to turn out brilliant. "You know," he had announced solemnly, "opinions may differ, but in these things I must say I don't think the exception's always the rule, eh? Don't you find that?" And his neighbour replied that she thought he had hit upon a profound philosophical truth, and then spoilt it by laughing. After which the young man, thinking internally, "It sounded all right, wonder if it was such bosh as she seems to think," had fled to Mabel for sanctuary, and plunged into an account of his university disasters. "I should have floored my general all right, you know," he said, "only I went in for too much poetry." "Poetry?" echoed Mabel, with a slight involuntary accent of surprise. "Rhymes, you know, not regular poetry." "But, Mr. Pidgley, I don't quite see. Why can't you floor generals with rhymes which are not regular poetry? Are they so particular in the army?" "It isn't an army exam, it's at Cambridge, and the rhymes are all the chief tips done into poetry, like Paley rhymes why, you know. Paley rhymes give you, for instance, all the miracles or all the parables right off in about 4 lines of gibberish, and you learn the gibberish, and then you're all right. I got through my little go that way, but I couldn't the general. Fact is, my coach gave me too many rhymes." "And couldn't you recollect the tips without rhymes?" "Couldn't remember with 'em," he said. "I could have corked down the verses all right enough, but the beggars won't take them. I forgot what they were all about, so I had to show up blank papers, and I'd stayed up all one long too." "Working?" asked Mabel, with some sympathy. "Well, and cricketing," he said ingenuously. "I call it a swindle." "He talks quite a dialect of his own," thought Mabel, surprised. "Vincent didn't. I wonder if Mr. Ashburn can." Mr. Ashburn, after a short period of enforced silence spent in uncharitable feelings respecting fair-haired Mr. Pidgley, had been suddenly attacked by the lady on his left, a plump lady with queer comic inflections in her voice, the least touch of brogue, and a reputation for daring originality. "I suppose now," she began, "you've read the new book they're talking so much about, this Illusion, and what's your private opinion? I wonder if I'll find a man with the courage to agree with me, for I said when I'd come to the last page, Well, they may say what they like, but I never read such weary rubbish in all my life, and I never did." Mark laughed. He could not help it, but it was a laugh of real enjoyment, without the slightest trace of pique or wounded vanity in it. "I make a confession," he said. "I do think myself that the book has been luckier than it deserves. Only as the man who wrote it is a very old friend of mine. You see, I mustn't join in abusing it." Mabel heard this and liked Mark the better for it. I suppose he couldn't do anything else very well without making a scene, she thought, but he did it very nicely. I hope that woman will find out who he is, though. It will be a lesson to her. Here Mabel was not quite fair, perhaps, for the lady had a right to her opinion, and anything is better than humbug. But she was very needlessly pitying Mark for having to listen to such unpalatable candour, little dreaming how welcome it was to him, or how grateful he felt to his critic. When Mark was free again, after an animated discussion with his candid neighbour, in which each had amused the other and both were on the way to becoming intimate, he found the spoony youth finishing the description of a new figure he had seen in a cotillon. "You all sit down on chairs, don't you know," he was saying, "and then the rest come through doors." And Mabel said, with a spice of malice, for she was being excessively bored, that must be very pretty and original. Mr. Langton was chatting ponderously at his end of the table, and Mrs. Langton was being interested at hers by an account the judge's lady was giving of a protégé of hers, an imbecile who made his living by calling neighbours who had to be up early. "Perhaps it's prejudice," said Mrs. Langton, "but I do not think I should like to be called by an idiot. He might turn into a maniac some day. They do quite suddenly at times, don't they?" she added, appealing to the Professor, "and that wouldn't be nice, you know, if he did. What would you do?" she inquired generally. "Shouldn't get up," said the rising young barrister. "I should, under the bed and scream," said the lively young lady he had taken down. And so for some minutes that end of the table applied itself zealously to solving the difficult problem of the proper course to take on being called early by a raving maniac. Meanwhile Mabel had succeeded in dropping poor Mr. Pidgley and resuming conversation with Mark, this time on ordinary topics, pictures, books, theatres, and people, especially people. He talked well, and the sympathy between them increased. Then, as the dessert was being taken round, Dolly and Colin came in. "I've had ices, Mabel," said the latter confidentially in her ear as he passed her chair on his way to his mother. But Dolly stole quietly in and sat down by her father's side without a word. "Do you notice any difference in my sister Dolly?" Mabel asked Mark, with a little anxious line on her forehead. "She is not looking at all well," said Mark, following the direction of her glance. There certainly was a change in Dolly. She had lost all her usual animation, and sat there silent and constrained, leaving the delicacies with which her father had loaded her plate untouched, and starting nervously whenever he spoke to her. When good-natured Mr. Pidgley displayed his one accomplishment of fashioning a galloping pig out of orange peel for her amusement, she seemed almost touched by his offering, instead of slightly offended, as the natural Dolly would have been. "I don't think she is ill," said Mabel, "though I was uneasy about that at first. Fräulein and I fancy she must be worrying herself about something, and we can't get her to say what it is, and I don't like to tease her. Very likely she is afraid of being laughed at if she tells anybody. But I do so wish I could find out. Children can make themselves so terribly wretched over mere trifles sometimes." But the hour of bereavement, as M. du Maurier calls it, had come. Gloves were being drawn on, the signal was given. Mr. Pidgley, after first carefully barricading the path on his side of the table with his chair, opened the door, and the men, left to themselves, dropped their hypocritical mask of resigned regret as the handle turned on Mrs. Langton's train, and settled down with something very like relief. Mark, of course, could not share this, though it is to be feared that even he found some consolation in his cigarette. The sound of Mabel's voice had not ceased to ring in his ears when her father took him by the arm and led him up to be introduced to the Professor, who was standing before a picture. The man of science seemed at first a little astonished at having an ordinary young man presented to him in this way, but when his host explained that Mark was the author of the book of which the Professor had been speaking so highly, his manner changed, and he overwhelmed him with his courtly compliments, while the other guests gathered gradually nearer, envying the fortunate object of so marked a distinction. But the object himself was horribly uncomfortable, for it appeared that the Professor in reading Illusion had been greatly struck by the brilliant simile drawn from some recent scientific discoveries with which he had had some connection, and had even discovered in some passages what he pronounced to be the gem of a striking theory that had already suggested itself to his own brain, and he was consequently very anxious to find out exactly what was in Mark's mind when he wrote. Before Mark knew where he was, he found himself let in for a scientific discussion with one of the leading authorities on the subject, while nearly everyone was listening with interest for his explanation. His forehead grew damp and cold with the horror of the situation. He almost lost his head, for he knew very little about science. Thanks, however, to his recent industry, he kept some recollection of the passages in question, and without any clear idea of what he was going to say, plunged desperately into a long and complicated explanation. He talked the wildest nonsense, but with such confidence that everyone in the room but the Professor was impressed. Mark had the mortification of seeing, as the great man heard him out with a quiet dry smile, and a look in his grey eyes which he did not at all like, that he was found out, but the Professor only said at the end, "Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Ashburn, very interesting indeed. You have given me a really considerable insight into your mental process." And for the rest of the evening he talked to his host. As he drove home with his wife that night, however, his disappointment found vent. "Never been so taken in my life," he remarked. "I did think from his book that the young Ernstone and I would have something in common, but I tried him but got nothing out of him but rubbish. Probably got the whole thing up out of some British Association speech and forgotten it. I hate your shallow fellows, and 'pon my word I felt strongly inclined to show him up, only I didn't care to annoy Langton." "I'm glad you didn't, dear," said his wife. "I don't think dinner parties are good places to show people up in, and really Mr. Ernstone, or Ashburn, whatever his name is, struck me as being so very charming. Perhaps you expected too much from him." I shall know better another time," he said. But the incident, even as it was, left Mark with an uncomfortable feeling that his evening had somehow been spoilt, particularly as he did not succeed in getting any further conversation with Mabel in the drawing room afterwards to make him forget the unpleasantness. Vincent Holroyd's work was still proving itself in some measure an avenger of his wrongs. End of chapter 18.